Deep into week 2 here in Prague, and we just have 3 more days of qualifying matches before we hit finals Friday. Then don't forget, we have men's and women's internationals this weekend as the Greeks will be invading the city. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series Czechia, and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Dobro rano, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Great to have your company as we get ready for another big day, and we're into day number 9 now, day number 9 of this 12-day European Cricket Series. So we just have 15 more matches essentially till we make the cut, and the top 5 teams will make it through to finals Friday. And actually the top team will get a bit of an advantage. The top 3 actually will go straight through to the semi-finals. The 4th and 5th team will play in an eliminator. So we're starting the day with a pretty interesting game, I think, between Prague CC and Prague Spartans. It's match number 41 on the calendar. The Sheriff is back. He's got his hat. He's got the 2 captains. He's got the coin. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Welcome to day 9, match 41 with the Prague Cricket Club versus the Spartans. Spartans to call. Heads is the call, and it's a head. Spartans won the toss and will bat first.
So it's the Spartans that win the toss, and they have elected to bat first. Kind of like that, because I think it takes away the ability for Prague CC to bat first, which typically they like to do. Maybe not always in the first game of the day, but the conditions here, they're pretty nice, I think, for batting, and that's exactly what I would have done if I'd won the toss. Now, Prague Spartans are in an interesting position. They're currently sitting in 4th place, but they got about a 6-point gap between them and 3rd, which is actually Prague CC. So now they'd be hoping to close that. They'd be hoping with a good performance here to kind of shore up that position in the top 5. I think that Joban Dominic has been incredible for the Spartans. Watch out for him. He's likely to open the batting pretty shortly. For Prague CC, though, I noticed no Beast in the lineup. Maybe a bit early to wake up the Beast in the first game of the day. Now, they've listed Ritik Tomar, the captain, as the opener, although you've got Aaron Ashokan there floating around. So, look, Prague CC, we saw their record-breaking run come to an end a couple of days ago at 24 matches, but they're trying to build another one, and they would certainly hope to be pushing up. They would kind of be hoping for top spot, I think, but they would probably have to win all 3 of their remaining games to do that. Let's talk about the weather. I can tell you not a cloud in the sky right now, and it's fantastic to come back to such a beautiful day. We're expecting 27 degrees, currently around about 22 to get it started. So I have been off for just a couple of days, but Rico Full has been here. Rico's off today, but we've got Danny Hudacek in the Marshmallow, and Danny got heaps to catch up with you about as well. But let's get ready for the start of play on day number 9. I can tell you, in a Prague derby, it's the Spartans that have won the toss, and having hit over to Danny Hudacek.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone to this lovely Vinoz ground and the European Cricket Series here in Czechia, in Prague. And it's, as Vinny said, it is a Prague derby between the Spartans and PCC. Let's have a look firstly at what happened yesterday. It was a very interesting day's cricket. First up, it was Spartans against Vinarati. Vinarati not looking like a cohesive team at the moment. Prague Spartans 147, and it was Joban Dominic with the 76 that really pumped up that score. Vinarati really couldn't take a trick. So it's a good victory for the Spartans, and she'll increase their chances of getting into that top 5. The next game, match 37. It was Vinarati again, this time against the Dominators, and well, Dominators racked up their first win ever here at the in the European Cricket Series in Prague, with a good win against Vinarati, and it was Himel Rongdi with 53 and Harun ul Rashid with 23 that got them over the line. Third match, Spartans again against Bohemians, and it was pretty one-sided, to be fair. Spartans only managing to score 104, and Bohemians got there with an over and a half to go. Sahil Grover, the one-arm bandit, he got 35, and Zahid Mahmood, very impressive 25 off 9. Then we have the Tigers and the Dominators. Well, this one was meant to be a bit of a derby. In fact, it was a derby because the Dominators are an offshoot of the Tigers. Thought it was going to be a close game, but Sagar Hussain and Sobjib Mia had other ideas. They racked up 174, which is a huge total in this tournament. I think it's the biggest total ever. I'll have to check on that, but pretty close to it. And Dominators were never really in the hunt after that. And then we saw PCC and Bohemians likewise. Very evenly matched sides, but PCC with a pretty big total of 162 with Sharan Ramakrishnan and also Sabun Divisi, Sudesh Vikramasekara scoring most of the runs. Sharan with an unbeaten 71 got over the Bohemians. As you see the table here, Bono still on top. They played all their games. Bohemians have lost 2, so they won't be able to catch them. PCC can though, and they've got a better net run rate. So they want a good win here against the Spartans. They've got 3 games left. Spartans also 3 games left. They're looking very good for a spot in the top 5. The Spartans, Tigers just behind them, and Barbarians also with good shots of getting in, and United as well, who'll play a couple of games today. So this is a very strong side as usual from PCC, but they are without the beast. They're bringing in a few players in Prakash, who's the president of Czech cricket. Sudhir Glatson is a former national team captain and manager, and also Raj is in there, but it's still a pretty good team there for PCC. And Spartans, again, their main man's there, Joban Dominic, but they look at pretty much full strength as well. Rai Prolu will probably open the bowling for them, but it is they'll be batting first. Diras Thakur, he took 20 off the first over yesterday. Sazir Bhuyan, the bowler, and he's looking in pretty good form. PCC 81% victory according to the supercomputer. I think it's again it's going to be a lot closer than that. It really depends on what kind of start the Spartans make. They're a good team. PCC though, they showed how good they were with that dominant performance against Bohemians yesterday. But it looks like it will be Diraj to open, and why not? And just have a look at the opening bowler for PCC. Looks like it's, well, Prakash is there. Looks like he's got the ball. That's a bit of a turn up. Don't think that's going to happen. Well, maybe Prakash will open the bowling. Well, it's his first game in the tournament, Prakash. Very, very good player. A good all-rounder. Bit of a surprise, though. I'm not sure if it's going to happen. Well, it looks like it will. Interesting. And it looks like it's going to be also Diraj with Joban Dominic. No great surprise there. Dominic's been in sparkling form for the Spartans and has scored a lot of runs for them. Pretty handy with the ball as well. So we're just about underway. The men back. There's one at cow corner and one really opposite him at a deep backward point. It's Prakash will open the bowling. It's down leg side. Yeah, a leg by to start off. Umpire Shobit is there. But interesting move. I said he's been an integral part of this club for many years as Prakash. And Ritik Tomar has selected him to open the bowling. That'll get the pace off slightly. This is going for 4 down through the third man area. First boundary for the Spartans. And this as Vinny said before, a really nice day today for cricket, and that'll be a nice start there for Dominic with a boundary off his first ball. 5 for no loss. And PCC, well, their record was broken the other day, 24 wins in a row here in Prague in the ECS, as this is outside off stump, but left by Dominic. It was Bono that beat them, and it was a fire opening spell by Riaz Afridi that launched the attack against PCC. We'll see those two teams on Friday for the finals for sure. Bohemians also, but Spartans will want to be there. This is hit firmly to the player out there. It looks like it's Davidson Romani. It's a good inclusion for this this PCC side. Very good bowler is Romani. He's done well for them throughout this tournament. There's Prakash again. And clipped to the fielder. Dropped! Well, that's the fake Yogesh there, Aravind Sridhar. And that was not a good shot, and it was a terrible attempt at a catch. It went straight to him. A little bit of in-swing and a really easy catch. He'll be disappointed with that. And this has gone straight past the bowler, 4 runs. Well, it is Dheeraj who will open his account. Disappointment there for the bowler Prakash, and also for PCC with that drop catch. 10 off the first over, and we'll see who comes on next. So I just want to say hi to a few people in the chat. Hi to Shohag from Bangladesh. Good to see you. And I saw Dave there before. Rob Thompson, Jeffrey Mobbs. Dobrarano says Vinny. He'll join me in a little while. So and what else did I see? I saw Chris Smith in there. Hi Chris. Good morning. So here we see the total runs, just under 9,000 runs scored. More 4s than 6s in this tournament. The run rate about 12.1 and over. So still about 120 is the average score. So I'd like to say hello to Vinny Sandu, Dobrarano.
Yeah, hey, Danny, great to be back, and hello to all the viewers. And what about that goober drop by fake Yogesh? Aravind. I'm not sure how much he loves his new nickname, but I think he probably hates dropping that one even more. We'll see if it costs him.
That was straight to him. I don't know.
Marnie.
I mean, it is first thing in the morning on what day are we? Tuesday?
Yeah, you never really know. Yeah, look, it's one of those things. In a sense, it was almost too straight to him that he got his kind of elbows kind of in a weird spot, kind of like baby T-Rex style. Just couldn't manoeuvre his body out the way slightly. But always excited to see Romani with the ball. He's a bit of a live wire. Goes full this time. Dominic puts himself in jeopardy. Well, this looks pretty close to me.
Not much of an appeal, though, from PCC.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good pick up and throw. He must have been lightning quick to beat this throw out. Let's check it out.
It's pretty quick. Oh, you know what? That's
if he's in, he's just in.
Yeah, just in, I think.
Yeah, definitely worth a shout. I don't even know if they really appealed for that.
That was surprising. It wasn't much of an appeal.
Yeah, my spider senses were up with good reason. But yeah, nice bit of fielding, but won't be up. But yeah, good morning to everyone, and I want to say a big thank you to Rico as well, who's earned his day off today. I was off on the weekend. We've got plenty to talk about as far as what I've been doing up and around the city. There's been plenty to do.
Yeah.
And yesterday I wasn't actually off. I had to go to a meeting at ECN HQ, which was great to visit the office. And I want to say hello to everyone there. This is going to get past everyone. We saw actually Romani with a pretty good stop on the deep wicket boundary, but now he's bowling. And this is Smith Patel. He's one of the better fielders, I think, in the country, but he just gets Tortuga, never gets a finger on it.
Yeah, look, It's a little bit of sloppiness. It was, as you said, really good work from Romani on the boundary earlier, but the drop catch and that one through Smit Patel. They're a good fielding unit at PCC. They pride themselves on their fielding, and they've done a lot of work.
Looks like this field's had a bit of a haircut since I last saw it as well.
It has.
It's actually faster, which I can't believe how it's possible. But anyway, Nakua gets castled. Well, it's third time unlucky for Tiraj in the end. He got dropped, and then he was able to get the 4 runs, which was misfielded. But this one, I just think it's pure pace that gets him. Romani with the first wicket of the day.
Yeah, it's good bowling there, right up in the block hole, and Tiraj not able to keep it out. Bit of an in-swing as well. So, Jan Hoffman's in the chat.
Hello, Jan.
He's going to be here on Friday.
Awesome. Yeah, I missed Burno, but I know that they're still on the top of the table. And yeah, for example, if PCC don't win all 3 of their remaining games, I think Burno will probably stay there. It's kind of my reading of it. PCC are 10 points behind Burno with 3 games to go, including this one.
Well, there are 4 points available, but I think the net run rate is actually higher. It's better than Burno's.
Yeah, but so to do that, okay, they could do, how do you get 10 points in 3 games? If you lose 1.
Can you see PCC losing a game from here?
No, I'm just saying, I think if they win all 3 of their games, then they will top the table. Yeah. But if they lose even 1 game, I don't see them topping the table.
No,
my reading of it anyway. As Gupta comes in, he gets a pretty well delivered ball first up from Romani, who goes for 6 in the over. Maybe half of those weren't his fault, but that's the end of the second. It's 16 for 1. And yeah, I want to say hello to everyone. Yeah, I have been lurking, obviously, but there's a lot of headlines since I left. The PCC streak ended at 24 matches, and it was Burno, wasn't it, that ended that streak, and I think Burno really enjoyed that. Yeah, and Burno at top of the table, that means noticed a bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th, these 2 teams playing here. So if this game goes according to favouritism, then that will probably, it'll extend that gap. And remember, top 3 have a little bit of a leg up on 4th and 5th that also make the finals, because top 3 go straight through to the semis. 4th and 5th have to play for that 4th spot. That's a great bit of fielding this time. And that's Romani again. He's been brilliant so far. Yeah, Prakash, a bit of a surprise decision to open with him, and created an opportunity though, just they weren't able to take it, and they've decided to bowl him out here in the 3rd over.
He's a very good bowler, as Prakash. He's lost a bit of pace, but he's very crafty, and he's a good bat as well. I don't think he'll get a bat in his lineup, but over the years he's been a very, very good all-rounder for PCC, and he's a good I'm not going to say an elder statesman, but a good experienced cricketer for this.
He's a wise head.
He's a wise head. Quite a few of those. Oh, that one's gone a mile.
Well, let the ball chasing begin. Dominic has just launched that one out of the ground. Maximo! First one of the day. He's getting some good sideways movement here, Prakash, but this one kind of swings into the wheelhouse of the batter. Jobin puts him away. Yeah, some World Cup news as well, Danny.
Yeah.
There's a lot of discussion. I probably should address it first up. The Australians are out of the World Cup.
Yeah. It's
right in the air. Now, this is a catching opportunity. Davici's got the best angle on it. He drops it. I think he owns it. He knows it's his catch. It was because he was a little bit further back. He didn't have to kind of run backwards. He had to run around. Not an easy one. But he'll be disappointed that he doesn't hold on.
He's got a very good pair of hands as Sabo. Judged that pretty well. Tomar was around him, but it was his catch to take. Tough one, though. He's turned around the corner. That's 4 runs. No chance for the fielder.
He'll get his first boundary there, Gupta. He got the strike because of that drop catch. But, yeah, nicely just flicked away. Yeah, so congratulations, Afghanistan qualify ahead of Australia. And I think you look at when those 2 teams played, that was the ultimate result. It was a really exciting game. I think I woke up and we're into the last couple of overs. Yeah. A bit of controversy as well, with a kind of fake injury kind of controversy around Afghanistan.
Maybe he did pull a hammy.
Time wasting, yeah. Looking at the clock. Might have pulled an eye muscle.
That's poor again. But,
been inconsistent in the fielding so far.
Yeah, it has, hasn't it?
That's how I would put it. But hey, look, it can be a brutal kind of format. T20, and yeah, I think everyone understands that. As we get to the end of the third over, it's 30 for 1. But I saw quite an amazing graphic the other day, and it was Muhammad Nabi, who's a veteran from Afghanistan, the 45 different countries he defeated in international cricket, which is crazy, and that's all to do with the amount of countries they've played. They've gone right from the depths of world cricket to be where they are today, so they thoroughly deserve it.
It's great to see countries like, Bangladesh have come up in the last few years, but Afghanistan, Nepal, really, really good to see these countries come up and compete at a very high level and beat teams like Australia.
Yeah, couldn't agree more.
The USA as well.
USA, I mean, just, the competitiveness of the second-tier nations. I don't even like the word associates. It's not.
I don't like second tier either.
Yeah. I don't like minnows. What can we say? The reason I say that is because there is a real formal, full member status that's awarded, and that's makes cricket different to other sports really in that way. Yeah. But I think it's been really successful having so many teams. I still think I had a dream when I started working for ECN about 5 years ago that I'd love to see a 32-team World Cup one day.
That'd be good.
And I think this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, absolutely.
But,
which European countries, apart from the Netherlands and the home countries, I guess, who do you think would be the next to step up?
Italy. Okay, Jersey are probably there or thereabouts, if you want to include Jersey. And if you're talking about British Isles teams, Jersey have actually got ODI status now. Played their first ODI last year. But if you're talking continental Europe, I think Italy, with some of the things happening there at the moment, they've got a good mix of quality and then local players. And Spain cracking the top 30. So, hey, if we're talking top 32, I think that, you got to talk Spain, and you look at the pure player numbers there. If you're talking 5, 6, 8 years from now. Now, I suppose one of the issues is for young players that are talented, in Spain still it is tough to learn that kind of next level cricket there. The absence of turf facilities, except for you've got Desert Springs there, but it's not really practical to train on that all the time. So I suppose one of the issues probably realistically is the lack of turf facilities in Europe does kind of hold things back for what is essentially a bit of a different ball game, I think, when you get to the top level. Now, Austria, probably another one I'd mention. We were in the World Cup qualifiers last year and performed really well.
Germany?
Germany as well, with the amount of player numbers they've got there for sure. But, Austria, a good example, made the World Cup qualifiers, but then playing on turf it's just too different.
Yeah.
It is different. Okay, end of the fourth over here, and the score is 33 for 1. Hello to Dave B. Good to see you in there. Hello to Golam as well. See that Pista is in, and Rob's watching from New Zealand. Well, Australia joined New Zealand on the sidelines now in that T20 World Cup. Hello to Jeffrey Mobbs as well. If you want to say hi, please do. I hope Rico's enjoying his day off in Prague. It's his first kind of actual day off here, so I wonder what he'll get up to.
I did advise him to do the King's Walk, or most of it at least, to go down. It starts in Old Town Square, or starts a little bit further up actually, but to get off at Museum with the Metro, which is conveniently just outside the hotel, and to walk down Wenceslas Square, and then do the winding trip to the castle through. It's a bit of a strange one. How did they get to the...
well, another country I probably should mention is France.
Oh, yeah.
There's the French Cup there, and they've got some really good raw talent there. French Cup probably not what Gupta was planning. Smith Patel getting this 5th over.
Yeah, good player, Smith. And, it's hit high. It's coming towards us. And protect the equipment, Vinny.
Oh, we need to. He's crossbarred me.
Yeah.
It's some good bounce. That's Maximo time. Dominic hits a clean ball. We know that. We've seen it all week. And just have a look at how he lifts this one up, clears that front leg, and gets plenty of it. I was protecting the equipment. I had a sense that was going to bounce pretty high. In fact, it almost bounced over the cube.
We saw a couple of Tortugas, like super Tortugas, yesterday as well.
Super Tortugas are amazing. That's a really good example. If I was here trying to field that, I wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah.
It would have just bounced over me. Bounced maybe 5 metres in front. By the way, solidarity with the Australians and the Bangladesh viewers because they were also knocked out of that group because they fell so close. I think it's just a handful of runs in the end. So to all our Bangla viewers, commiserations. It's been a pretty interesting tournament. And I think what's made it interesting has been the fact there's more countries, honestly. And you're seeing new faces, new heroes.
Yep.
You know, lots of teams playing where necessarily it doesn't have to be well, it's a great shot. Carved away over the offside. That's going to be for, watch it.
It's Arun out there. He had a lot to do yesterday.
Arun looks busy.
Yeah.
He was out of the chair pretty quickly, protecting the bushes. I was going to say, though, you know, there are plenty of teams this World Cup where they don't necessarily have to win it for their World Cup to be a success.
Sure.
You know, whereas normally kind of when you have an 8-team or a 10-team World Cup, it's kind of like, well, if you win it, it's a success, otherwise it's not. So, yeah, for example, you know, USA, I think their World Cup's a success for getting it so far in the tournament. Anyway, we'll talk about that a little bit more as we'll bring you in. It's 44-1 after 5. Big hello, dobrano to all of our viewers, wherever you're watching from around the world. When he's sounding here, Mr. Maximo, got Danny Hudacek with me. Rico is off today, but we'll take you through day number 9. And while I was away, a few movements in the table. Like I said, Bruno on top, PCC, they've still, I suppose, got aspirations of being there, but it's a very interesting, as we predicted, a pretty clustered middle of the table.
Exactly right. There's, well, I think Spartans and also Spartans and who? That's the problem. I think Spartans are almost there, but then there's Barbarians. There's UCC will play a couple of games. Vinerati are looking shaky, but they've still got an outside chance. Tigers are looking really good for that place. As this is hit in the air, great effort there from Tomar, but unfortunately. It goes down. Hope he's okay, Riddick Tomar.
As a finger buster for Riddick. It was probably going for 6 if he hadn't have intercepted it. But in the end, it bounces just inside for 4. But have a look at that. Actually, gets him into the finger, then bounces over. But, a bit of a nasty one. He gets swapped out of that position probably. In fact, he doesn't. He just gets a high 5. Hopefully, he's on the correct hand.
He's the captain, so you watch the next one get slammed to him again. It's a good shot, though.
Riddick's a good player, but, I mean, that one was absolutely belted, no doubt about it. Kroom as well, watching from the UK. Comes back to him, and luckily for him, in a way, this won't be fieldable. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras. Gupta playing some nice strokes.
That's Simon of the Tower territory. I saw a random German.
Plenty going on yesterday, Simon the German. You had Yogesh, and fake Yogesh, a.k.a. Aravind Sridhar.
Who's out there at the moment.
Yeah, obviously saw enough of the ball yesterday. But, we saw a little bit of spice in the contest. Dominators versus Vinerati. There's interesting scenes there. Up in the air, and 6. Maximo. As Gupta's come out in a real heater as well. This is Ravi Solanki who's come into the attack. A bit of spin. This has been really effective for PCC, their ability to take pace off the ball in the middle overs, but so far these batters are handling themselves well.
I rate Ravi Solanki. I think he's a very good bowler. I've also got Arun Ashokan as an off-spin option, who I think is underbowled, as I think you do as well. He's just been hit towards the boundary, but looks like it's maybe Smit Patel who's out there. He's hiding behind Subble and Davisi from my view, but it does look like Smit.
And Smit had a bit of an issue earlier with the ball kind of spinning around him. Dominic versus Solanki. This is a good contest. Spartans, a pretty bright start. Fraction short, doesn't quite get all of it. Guess who? It's a Tank. Took a bit of external damage earlier in the over. He seems all right now.
Oh, he's still wringing his fingers. Magic spray, Tanky, magic spray. That'll work. Has he lost a finger?
I'd have to try the WD-40 on the Tank. Last ball, the 6th. Back and punches. More work for Smit. And he almost gets done the same way he was before. This time he's good enough to cut it off. That'll be the end of the 6th over. And the score is 61-1.
It's, well, 10 and over is not bad for Spartans. They'll need to lift that run rate, I think, because PCC has got a lot of dangerous batting. And I don't think a score of 100 will be enough. But let's have a look. Yeah, well, Dominic and Gupta, they've got, it's a pretty good partnership, to be honest.
Panalit and Balakrishnan, still more batting to come. Chagi on his day, I suppose. But
He can hit a couple of big hits.
Yeah, but I think the fact they've got 9 wickets in hand, there's 4 overs to go now. And more importantly, they've got 2 batters. They're hitting the ball pretty well. But I think 110 that's listed is a kind of bare minimum. You'd imagine, even with a Prague CC batting lineup with no Beast in there, no Wickramaseka this morning. I assumed it was a little bit early for him. Yeah, 1 bounce, well dealt with by Davitsi. And that man, of course, he's been in incredible form. Imagine he'd be opening the batting in the second half of this game, especially with no Beast in there. Maybe they want to give Sridhar another go. There's another potential to open. They've actually listed Ritik Tomar to open as well. All right, this is in the air and out of the ground. Maximo. Yeah, just that kind of length ball from Smith, isn't it, Dominic? We've seen he likes to clear that front leg and kind of trust his hand, trust his eyes. And goes the other way and gets 6 runs.
He's been fantastic for Spartans in this tournament, has German Dominic, and he's scored the bulk of their runs. As I said, like they normally have Kranti who helps it along. He's asked for a loan to Bohemians in this tournament, and got him. Well, that's the end of Dominic. Smit Patel gets his man. Bowled pretty well, has Smit, and that's the second wicket down for 68. End of the very dangerous Joban Dominic.
Could be a big moment in this game because it breaks that key partnership. This is that natural variation in this pitch. It definitely keeps low. Definitely keeps lower than Dominic was thinking, and that's always the risk of cross-batting a ball in the stumps. He pays the price with his wicket. So Smith hasn't had everything go his way this morning, but I think he'll be pretty happy to break that partnership because they came together at 16 for 1. They put on 52. But Dominic has to go score 68 for 2.
Yeah, it's well, Gupta's played his part in this partnership. It was 26 off 14. Balakrishnan, he's also batted pretty well in this tournament as Kasi. So, and he does score pretty quickly. They'll need that. And we'll see. Don't really know who they're going to bowl next with PCC. It was a surprise with Prakash up top, but it was pretty effective. Riddick's taken one on the hands, so he might not. He's still blowing on his hand there. I would bowl Arun Ashokan, and we haven't seen Subbo and Divisi with the ball at all. I think he just asked him to concentrate on his batting in this tournament. But just looking around, Ashokan, Raj will not bowl. Meet Thacker might have a few overs. What do you think, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things they've got is heaps of options. PCC. They have liked going to spin in the middle overs, like with Ravi, when Karamita's been in the side as well. And Ashokan. I think they'll definitely go some Ashokan. I think he's just been really, really effective at the end of innings.
Yep.
I imagine he'll get the 8th with the opportunity for him to potentially bowl the 10th as well.
Yeah,
keeping all their options open. Last ball for Smit Patel, and it's hit away to Davitsi. He kind of backs off it, decides to take it on the bounce. Yeah, maybe it was an opportunity to pick it up on the full. Anyway, it will be the end of the 7th over, and the score is 71 for 2. As we'll have a look at a few more numbers over this. The first 40 matches of this tournament. Average score batting first 123. That's pretty much pretty close to the average score of 121 per 10 overs for either innings. Wins batting second. It was pulled ahead a lot, but it's kind of evened up a bit more recently, so it's almost dead square there. 21 wins batting second versus 19 batting first. Of course, that highest successful chase was quite incredible the other day, Bohemians against the Tigers. And this is kind of how this year compares to other years. You can see that the run rate last year 11.4, this year 12.1. I think there's a bunch of factors there, particularly the fact that this field seems even faster than last year, and it was pretty fast last year.
Yeah.
But going back to 2022, different conditions, I think different time of year. The field was a bit boggier, I think, at times, and so you had in 21 and 22 you had run rates kind of in the 8s, so kind of 85 was a good score.
It was difficult for correct batsmen because we had a lot of rain before that tournament, and it was a very slow outfield, and the pitch has been relayed, or rolled up, and then the base has been relayed, I should say, and what it's done is it's made it with a little bit higher bounce, I guess, than in previous years, which has helped the batsmen get under the ball. Also, lots of fours on this ground, as you mentioned, with the quick outfield like we had last year.
Yeah, 4 rates through the roof. Here's Tanky. That one stays down, but it actually works for the batting side. Spartans, it goes under the keeper, Sudhir Gladson, in that roll today. And speaking of roll, that's what this ball did.
It did. So Sudhir with the gloves today. We've seen a few different keepers actually for PCCs, or Hilly Ahmed. Also, we had Aditya Kadawala, but he's out at the moment.
And Sharan, I think he said.
Sharan took over from
Aditya's deputy the other night, in the air and over the top of Davitsi Maximo. So an unhit 4 and then a hit 6 as Balakrishnan goes down the ground, gets enough to get the result.
Yeah, nice shot just over Davitsi's head. He's taken him on as Balakrishnan. That's his, well, it's a bit of a slow start to his innings, but hopefully he can go on from here. Expected score is 111. That won't be enough against PCC, I don't think. This has been hit straight down to Smit Patel. Throws it back to Tomar, who seems to be okay with his fingers. No real damage. No, it's no Sahil Grover with a broken finger.
Yeah, that's a pretty nasty one. We were here the other night when we saw him just misjudge a take behind the stumps. And yeah, Sahil always seems to be plagued by some sort of injury in the European Cricket Series. I remember last year he was actually batting in a neck brace for a while, hitting the stumps. Does he touch it? He does. Well, he's going to be out. Gupta, so unlucky here. Well, the tank had a bit of a fingertip moment earlier. Now he has one that benefits his side. It's one of the unluckiest ways to get out in cricket, but the tank fires backwards and he gets the non-striker. Bit unlucky. It's 83 for 3. Balakrishnan has to go.
Yeah, look, it was hit pretty hard by Gupta. You can see there. Just got a fingertip to it. Did Tanky. And very, very unlucky Balakrishnan. I have another good batsman coming in Jinu Panalet, who's again he was opening the batting for Spartans last year. I saw quite a bit of him. He's down the order a little bit with the addition of Job and Dominic.
Panalet's not a bad replacement option to come out with 2 overs to go or so. As Gupta will get a single to finish the 8th. A bit of luck there for PCC. As it's 84 for 3 after 8. So his luck goes 2 ways. You know, had that ball that kept down and went under the keeper. That's maybe a bit of bad luck. But then the good luck just must have been such a slight touch. There was no hesitation from the umpire or anyone around. Obviously, it's something that you could hear pretty audibly. But yeah, 2 overs to go. Spartans fighting. Even, okay, they want to win the game. There's no doubt about that. But these are the kind of games, you know, if you don't win, making sure you're keeping your point, I think is pretty important if you want to hold on to your spot in the top 5.
Absolutely, and that's I like that innovation, as I mentioned before, with the extra point, because it does give teams a secondary target, and it's so important, especially with that 4 and 5 spot up for grabs, and it's going to be very close between quite a few clubs. So I think it's a really, really good addition to the playing conditions here in Europe.
Yeah, and I like the final 5. This is the first time we've done this actual final 5 system. I really like it.
Yeah.
Tell you why in a second. This is up in the air. Ashokan, former captain, does the fielding out there. Gupta has survived everything so far. Moves to 29. Jinu Panalet batting 5 to face up for the first time. Yeah, I just think you get the bronze final. Often it's kind of a match. Often it's well contested, but it's just 2 teams that have had their hearts broken. You know, and 2 teams, you know, I suppose they know they can't win the whole thing anymore.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a different feel sometimes. Whereas in this format, every single game is featuring 2 teams that still are legitimately a chance to win the trophy. So that 4 versus 5 to start it going, then the 2 versus 3 for semi-final, then the other semi-final, and then the final.
Yeah, yeah. Does the top team go directly to the final?
The top team goes into the second semi-final,
Gotcha.
and they will play the winner of 4 and 5. So rather than just a straight 1 versus 4,
Yep.
you know, that actual 4 spot is determined by the first game of the day, which is 4th versus 5th. And again, it provides the top 3 teams with passage through to the semis, automatically. Fourth and fifth have to fight with the other one. First has a bit of an advantage in that they get to play second, so that the second semi-final is actually the third game of the day. So they only really have to play, I think it's 1 p.m. match. They get the morning off.
Yep.
They also get to play an opponent that's already kind of had to win a game, and a slightly lower ranked opponent, but also an opponent that's had to play already in the day. So I think the top spot is where you'd want to be. It just kind of compresses your day, which I think is what we've learned actually over all of these European cricket series. Sometimes it's not just the playing on the field; it's just kind of being around the whole day. It's can be quite draining. Being out at the ground, we see it at Khartoum quite a lot, and then teams have to have a 1 or 2 game gap.
I saw Brno, the only game they've lost is against Bohemians, and they were very, very flat because they'd been here all day. We found out later they hadn't had lunch, which is a bit strange. But
ate it the night before in the tent, did they?
Probably.
Oh, how did that miss? Probably a buy there if they wanted it, but they decide against it. So Romani puts in a good shift, doesn't he? He'll finish 1 for 11, and after 9 overs, Prague Spartans are 89 for 3.
Yeah, still not enough runs for me for the Spartans. It shouldn't be with the batting lineup they have PCC. Should be a fairly easy task to get that 100 or so that that they'll be chasing. But you never know. A bit of pressure on the top order, a few early wickets, and the Spartans. They're a team that like to get on top, and they play with that a bit of an intensity. If they do smell a little bit of weakness against the opposition. And well, PCC not at full strength, but the players they brought in are pretty good, as you would expect from top club in the country.
Interesting they don't bowl Ashokan at all here. Maybe they're feeling that the pace has been effective. That's one of the things we talked about a lot, is they've got lots of different levers. An overthrow here, somehow it creeps past the tank. So they should never have gotten 2 there.
Ashokan's only bowled, I think he's only bowled 2 overs in the tournament, from memory. I can't remember. It was 1 game he bowled, I think the final, the 8th and the 10th yesterday. But apart from that, I don't remember him bowling, which is, well, I think I rate Ashokan's bowling. It's very effective both for PCC and the national side. This is in the air. Talking about Ashokan, he's going to do a bit of work and keeps it in. Well, no, he doesn't.
No, I think he did.
Well, I don't know. Looked like he signaled 4.
I think we run out.
Well,
I think it's a clean stop. Yeah.
I thought it was, but it looked like he'd have a look at what he signalled, because it looks. I don't know what he's doing. Like it's gone to clean stop, and then afterwards it looks like he was signalling 4.
I think he's just.
I think he's waving his arms around.
Yeah,
jazz hands.
And let's have a look. It's definitely out. Yeah. So it'll be 1 and done, 1 and run out. So yeah, nice bit of team play there from PCC, and it creates another wicket, as it will be the end of Jinu Panelit, and the score is 92 for 4.
Faiz Ahmed is the new batsman, but it's Gupta who'll get the strike, which is hit pretty well, and it's fielded by the player there, Subawin Divisi.
The thing is, I mean, Divisi actually handles that pretty well. You've got to be prepared for that bounce to do pretty much anything on the first bounce. It's almost, I think it's a bit like slips catching. If you need to be ready for it to deflect unexpectedly. Someone just opened a musical birthday card in the background, but that's fine. Okay, Faiz Ahmed gets a hit, 3 to come in this innings. They're 93. It's a decent piece of this. They want 2. 2's the call straight away. Going to take on the arm. Good throw, have him in trouble. And he's going to be out. It's going to be another 1 and run out. I think it's good running between the wickets, so even though it's going to cost them a wicket, it'll be a golden 1 for Faiz. But yeah, just trying to squeeze every run out of this innings. Had to be a perfect throw. It was. And yet another run out makes it 94 for 5.
Well, it's not a golden duck, obviously, because he's taken a run. So it's a first baller.
I like to call it a golden 1.
We don't have a graphic for a golden 1.
We don't have a graphic for a golden 1. It's said. I don't think it'd be cost effective because it doesn't happen that often.
No.
But I kind of like the idea of a golden 1 walking across the screen.
Yeah.
Right, we'll get that. See if we've got the budget for that. I know I've got Andrus in my ear. Hello, Andrus, by the way, pressing the buttons today. It's like a digit. It's like a number 1.
Number 1, yeah.
Yeah, it's like a golden number 1. Just.
Oh, I think he's off working on it as we speak. It's never going to happen again.
Hold on, Andrus is pretty good at this stuff. All right. Anyway, it will happen again probably in a week or 2. Squeezed out. This is Thumar, who is coming out. He'll get a 1 not out. Yeah, I suppose the argument against these second runs is that it's left Gupta at the other end for most of this last over, and he's the quote-unquote set batter. Batted through most of this innings. So 95. They need Maximo to bring up the triple figures.
Yeah, let's see what that's tanky bowling. Let's see if Gupta can just get that score up a little bit. It's going to go down the ground. It might be 4. It will be 4. He split the field, and it's a pretty good finish. But 99, probably not enough for Spartans. 100 the target.
Yeah, just got the placement and got the pace to get it past Davitsi. So yeah, look, 100 makes it pretty interesting. Obviously, if PCC want to take the 4 points, which again is a possibility, they'd have to go at around about 14 and over, or something like that. 140 pace. They're certainly capable of doing that. No Wickramasinghe in the batting lineup today, but they do have plenty of weapons in there. For Prague Spartans, well, I'll be buoyed by the memories of, for example, United, who defended 71 against Prague CC a couple of years ago, bowling out for 49, so it can happen. But I think PCC, they're happy with the 2 teams. Prakash Sadasevan was a slightly surprising option to open the bowling, but created a chance. Unfortunately, Struder put it down, and this one went straight down the ground. But yeah, Spartans had to work pretty hard for their runs. They've set 100 for the defending champions in the second half of this game.
Yeah, look, they did have to work hard for runs. I think they were a little bit sloppy at times, PCC, but they got a couple of big wickets. That one of there's Diresh Thakur right at the start. That was a big one. He's been in pretty good form, has Thakur, as has Jovan Dominic. They got him fairly cheaply, and it was Shubham Gupta who scored quite a few of the runs also for the Spartans. I just don't think it's enough runs, but again, with the Spartans, you see another boundary there. A bit of work there for Arun out on the boundary, but that's when Tanky smashed his fingers. But he looks okay, I think. He should open the batting for PCC, but never really dominated the bowling. Did the Spartans, but the PCC never really dominated the batting either. It's a fairly even contest, just the fact that I think that they're probably at least 20 runs short of where they wanted to have been, the Spartans. It's part of the issue for them, I think. This is the one that went through for Vyes. Kept pretty well, did Sudhir Gladson throughout this innings. So Spartans, that was the unfortunate dismissal of Balakrishnan, I think. Had to go with the deflection onto the stumps. So PCC, will they march on? They'll probably look for the 4 points. They're trying to get into the first place position ahead of Burnmo. They need 10 points to do that, and if they can, they'll have a higher run rate. Bohemians have lost 2 games, so they're pretty much out of that top spot position, or the potential of it. As you see the batsman walk off there. 99 the score, 100 to win. I think a little bit shy of the total they were after. Let's have a look. So Thakur with 8. Dominic bowled by Smit Patel. It's a pretty good spell from Smit, punctuated with that wicket. 32, and Gupta batted very well for his 39. Little contributions from others, only a couple of wide, so good discipline from PCC. We'll have a look at the bowling figures in just a moment. I was surprised of Prakash bowling up top. He did have a catch dropped off his bowling. Actually, there were 3 run-outs in the innings. One was a little unfortunate. So Davidson Ramani with 1 wicket, and Smith Patel with the other. Others had run-outs. Good bowling from Romani, though, very economical, as was Riddick Tomar towards the end. But 99, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. We'll see in the second half and see how the openers fare. See good and Dominic with the runs, namely, and wickets for Romani and Smith Patel. 100 runs to win for PCC's match number 41, the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. And we'll be back in a few minutes' time to find out whether PCC can get past that total, whether they can do that in 7 overs or less, which I think they'll be aiming at, or whether the Spartans can get early wickets and put pressure on this batting lineup. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back to lovely Prague for this European Cricket Series match between PCC and the Prague Spartans. And Prague Spartans have put on 99. It's probably a little bit shy, I think, of where they wanted to be, the Spartans. As you can see here, 99. They have to get this score in 7 overs or less for the bonus point. PCC, and for Spartans to get the bonus point, they have to restrict PCC down to below 69. Can't see that happening unless they get very early wickets, and it's two good batsmen up top, Sabo and Divisi, and also the tank Riddick Tomar. And well, they'll try to get a quick start. They normally do. Both pretty explosive batsmen. And well, they're not at full strength. PCC is a weekday, and you won't see probably that lineup, their full lineup, until finals day, just due to availability. There's no Beast today. As I say hello to Big Joe Cope, who's just noticed he's got a driver in his kit, because there's a golf course next door, and Vinarati will be playing next, but I think they'll be playing the final game of the day, so we'll come back to them in a moment. Niraj Tyagi is the bowler to open up. Big swing and a miss from Divisi. Didn't get up as high as what he'd expected. Interesting that Tyaghi's bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. He normally bowls around the wicket to push the ball across the right-hander, but Niraj deciding trying to get through the left-hander's gate. This was in push forward, good piece of fielding, but can't prevent the single. So first runs on the board for PCC. Riddick Tomar, the skipper, will face his first delivery from Tyagi in just a moment. So it's a 3-over power play, as per usual. There's a third man, and also a fielder at cow corner. Third man's come up into a catching position on the circle, and they've pushed back the long on. So they know Riddick's strength on the leg side, and this is just pushed into the covers. Nicely taken single. Well, they'll look for 2. Bit of a misfield there, and they'll get it comfortably. Might look for 3 actually. The throw came in, and well, 2 for the tank. So, just a little bit of sloppy fielding there up front. It's Balakrishnan in the covers. Comes in again, or beats him that time. And no movement from the umpire. Huge appeal. But the umpire giving it nod out. It was close to the bat. See, there's a bit of gap there. Good decision. And the umpire not pressured by the big appeal there from the Spartans. It's down leg side, turned away, attacked by the fielder. Really good fielding. Just flicked it towards the stumps. But there's a good understanding between these two, Riddick Tomar and Sabo and Divisi, who's notably improved his running between the wickets. So I'm sure they've done a lot of work with him, PCC. They've been doing a lot of work in the off-season to with their fielding and just their general concept of the game. Pushed into the covers, and wanted actually to point for a single. It's been a beautiful day for cricket today. It's not too warm, nice cooling breeze coming across. As per usual, we have a breeze here at Vinoj, one of the windiest parts of Prague. But hopefully, well, I can only see a few clouds in the distance, and a plane going over. So it should be fine all day, from what we understand. The new bowler will be Aditya Rayaprolu, who's Again, been really, really good for the Spartans in this tournament. Normally opens the bowling with Tiagi, the second of the openers, but they switched it around today. And, right, probably is bowling to Sabo and Davisi. These two haven't really gotten going yet. Been watchful. It's going to be called a wide. Only 5 off the first over. It's not a huge total. They want to try to aim for the full 4 points so they can get above Brno in the table. They need 10 points from their 3 games today. Well, not today, but from the rest of their games in the tournament. It's called a no ball. It's been hit for 6. Well, that's a win for PCC there. Let's have a look. I don't think it was for height. That was an early call from the umpire. Let's have a look. And it's a front foot no ball, as you can see there. Good call from the umpire. Very early call. Saba was probably going to play the same shot anyway, but gets a free hit, which he absolutely smashes onto the golf course. That's a lovely shot, and when you have the license to do that, he rocks back in his crease. He often does that. You'll see Saba just changes the length of the bowling by moving back in his crease. He does it very effectively. He moves on to 14. So now they're starting to accelerate the PCC batsman. But well, he's going to change to over the wicket. Is Raprolu. I think it's a good move. Sometimes it's just a rhythm thing, or it's a much better delivery there from Raprolu. Some bowlers don't mind bowling around the wicket, but it does change the angle a lot, and it feels a little bit unnatural. You've also got the whole fact that you might be running in front of the umpire and you follow through, and that can distract a bowler rather than trying to get it on line. So that walks down the pitch a little bit, and the Spartans are right up for this. You can hear the encouragement. It's a pretty well taken single though. Going to bring Riddick Tomar back on strike. So Tomar, he's 3 from 3. Doesn't need to do anything too outrageous, this Tomar. It's a nice shot through the covers, and it's got Arun doing some fielding out there. Well done, Arun. He did a lot of work yesterday on the leg side, taking a bit of break under the one near the trees there. So just a little bit over pitched from Raprolu. Gone for 19 already. Still a couple of balls left in this over. And that's a better delivery, just short of length. Let's Sabo and Davisi. He's I'm not sure if he's having a go at Riddick for not getting that cut shot away. But he is very animated. Is Davisi, as he normally is. It's a nice ball of the over. Hit down the ground. All picked up by Tiagi. Just be a single, and that's the end of the over. So 25 for no loss after 2. Vinny, what do you make of the start from PCC?
Yeah, pretty bright start, really. We haven't blown them out of the water yet. But, the Spartans certainly need a wicket or 2 or 3 or 4, to be honest. Having a look at this table, you can see closing in now on the finish line, aren't we? All teams will end up playing 10 matches, so Prague CC and the Spartans have these, well, this match here and 2 others. We're about to see United and Vinarati, who are 7th and 8th at the moment. Yep. You can't see both of them pushing their way up, so that becomes a pretty important game as well.
United's played only 6 games, Vinarati's played 8, so you'd have to, even if Vinarati win, United have still got a very good chance of getting into that top 5.
Yeah. But I mean, Vinarati, because they've only got 2 games left, you're probably looking at, probably need a couple of 4-pointers, you'd imagine as well. Have a look at the golden ball counter, 69 matches since the golden ball. Speaking of United, they are the golden ball magnets here. All 3 golden balls on Czech soil have featured United CC. Feels like a nice day for a golden ball.
Yeah, it'd be great. It's in the air, should be dropped. Will never look settled there. That's Gino Panalet, who's coming around and put it down. It's a little bit sloppy. Subbers, well, it's actually Rittic who's annoyed with himself.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't judge it from the get-go, and as we're still kind of on the move rather than kind of getting in the position and getting set. So he's still kind of moving his hands, I think. Goes fingers up. It's just an awkward kind of attempt. Unfortunately for Gino, didn't get the benefit of a second opportunity. That might have been one of those ones, especially the way he tried to catch it, might have banged him on the end of the fingers.
I think so.
And they can be really, really sore. So it looks like he's gonna come off and get some attention.
Yeah, there's the medical staff there. Will come on. Well, actually, it'll be Panalet that'll come off and get attention. But you can see he's.
Hate to see. I mean, that's the thing. Catching technique's so important, and partly there, I think he doesn't get his technique right because he's still on the run.
Yeah.
So yeah, ideally you want to be running with your hands in the right position, but I think he still hadn't made up his mind whether he was going to catch it one way or the other. In the end, ends up somewhere in between. So yes, so hopefully for Gino, it's not too serious. Also interesting to see PCC here how they attack potentially a 4-point win, because I think. And they're not too far behind the rate of that. I think the 10 wickets in hand might be something they would think about.
They have to go for it, I think. If they want to get into that top spot, which is such an advantage, they need, is it 10 points off the next 3 games?
Yeah.
Which means they need to get at least one 4-pointer. But this is a good opportunity for them with the score of 99. They need 100 in 7 overs, which is well, they're very capable of doing.
Prague CC's run home as well is obviously they've got this game here, but then they'll play Moravians, they play Ostrava. So 2 out-of-towners. Anyway, in the air, this is holding up as well. Another catching opportunity. This time it's going to be dropped. Again, oh, you can't believe your eyes here. And that's Kasi Balakrishnan. Okay, had a bit of company, but I think he knows it's his catch, and it kind of just burst straight through.
Yeah, look, Tyagi was right onto it as well. I don't know if he doesn't trust Balakrishnan, but he just runs right in front of him, doesn't make it easy for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a skill to kind of being around there in case there's a rebound, but not putting the main guy off. And I think he probably crosses that line there, doesn't he, Tyagi?
I think so.
Runs a bit of friendly interference.
Well, I'm sure. Is there calling? It's a little bit of a strange one, that one. Oh, that's not strange. That's been hammered. That's 6 runs and going towards a car park. And well, we do have a man in the chair. It's not Arun. I have to find out who it is.
That's a beautiful pull/hook shot from Toma. Watch him pick it up. And yeah, it's genuine pull really in front of square. Perfect footwork and balance. Yeah, look. Is there calling? Yes, but see, sometimes yes or no doesn't get the job done. I can tell you what. Whoever it was that ran in the way, was it Tyagi?
Yeah, it was.
I noticed they just switched out of that position now. This is going to be more runs. It is Maximo 6. This is more of a genuine hook because of where it goes, but it's just too short. And just came in towards the hip as well, seamed in a bit and disappeared. So yeah, this could be on at the moment. Yeah, so rather what Niraj is really thinking is, okay, I want you to catch it, but don't be put off by me being nearby, because in case you drop it, I'm going to try and catch it. But that, I will put it this way, Tyagi never makes an actual play on the ball.
But he did run right in front of him, which like it gets in your eye line.
Yeah, it definitely distracted him. So it hasn't worked out too well. Both openers have been dropped. And then
as a fielder, I mean, Tyaga's an experienced cricketer. He's the captain of the side. I understand he wants the catch, but at the same time, he's got to trust his fielder. And, well...
Yeah, just a big call of yours. You know, it just doesn't happen as much. Again, it's a fundamental. I think it depends the level of formal cricket training you've had.
True.
This is in the air. That's going to run away for 4 as well. Tag. It's a bit of a deflection on this. Dominic left scratching his head about how he went for 19. That's the end of the power play, 44 without loss.
Yeah, it's a pretty good power play in the end. It was only 5 off the first over as well, so they've really accelerated in the last 2 overs. Just going back to that, a couple of fielders who are very guilty of that. Firstly, Sabu Ndavisi will always go for a catch if it's anywhere around him. But he's got a good pair of hands, but it does distract fielders. The other one is Riaz Afridi from Brno, who I think it was a collision last year between he and Rahat Ali.
Yeah.
And we've seen a couple as well. Where it's just there was one where he ran from long off in front of Naveed Ahmed, who was at long on, who was just waiting for the ball.
Yeah.
And he picked it up and threw it in. So he's very keen.
Yeah, that keenness can spill over into, I suppose, unhelpful. Riaz is a former translator and interpreter. You'd assume his communication skills would be on point.
You'd think so, but that's in Italian.
Yeah, that's true.
Not in Czech, but I think his Czech's pretty good though, from memory.
I think it's been going all right. Anyway, this is full toss, hang in the air. Another opportunity, is it? No, bounces just in between. But Davizzi really should have put this one out of the ground. Miss hit when he gets away with it.
He's upset with himself. You can see him. He's practicing that shot. Well, it's Faiz Ahmed. We'll be bowling now to Riddick Tomar.
There's the bonus point equation. So 55 off 23. They're pretty much on the pace of that right now.
He's gone. That's the end of Riddick Tomar, who's not happy with himself. And see, walking off there with his looking towards the heavens.
It's a good piece of bowling. You know, he slowed it down. I think he beats him in flight, genuinely beats him in flight, and he finds Riddick basically playing across his pads. We'll check it out in the replay, thanks to Spring Media. But yeah, just genuine guile here, I think. We'll check it out. Tosses it up, kind of lures him into the stroke. And where's the pitch? Yeah, it's pretty good so far. Look, I wouldn't say it's plumb, but it looks a pretty good shout, doesn't it? Is it slipping past leg stump or not?
I don't think so. I think it's straightened.
Yeah, it straightens a touch. Yeah, I think it's a fair enough call. As Ahmed certainly deceived the tag in that exchange. And so the first wicket falls, 45 for 1. And here's Arvind Sridhar, as he's become known over the last 24 hours, Fake Yogesh.
Fake Yogesh, yeah.
Yogesh is one of the ball retrievers here, who certainly had a very busy time when I was here with Rico the other day.
Yeah.
Racking up his 10,000 steps reasonably quickly.
Well, Arun did a lot of work yesterday. And he's been turned around the corner. There's a fielder there, just be a single. So why it's Fake Yogesh is that we didn't really know who it was there. He said hi, but I didn't recognise that it was Arvind Sridhar. And so we called him Fake Yogesh, and he was the left-hand side of the screen as we see it. There's a chair just in front of the golf course, and he did absolutely no work for the majority of the day. Oh, that's been hammered. Well, that's Arun doing the fielding. He did a lot of work yesterday. And, well, as I said, Fake Yogesh did no work until he decided to go up for a drink of water, and the next ball got hit directly at that chair, and the fielder went to fetch it from the golf course. And this has been, it could be out, you know. Oh, I don't think anyone's going to get there.
Nope. So unlucky, isn't it? You know, you got to give credit to Fires here. And he's trying to force that false shot. He's almost tearing his hair out. And the 50s come up during this over for PCC. And Sridhar will get one more opportunity to face and advance the score. This 3 hits that side leg stump, but it's pretty good over there from Fires, all things considered. It's the end of 4, 53 for 1.
Yeah, look, really good over. And again, left arm spinners. He does run in front of the umpire. I've always thought that interesting, asking the umpire to go back a couple of steps.
Yeah, yeah, because he wants to run in between. Yeah, most umpires won't have a problem with it. Just depends if it impairs their ability to make the decision. I've got a bigger problem with bowlers following through in front of the umpire. It's one of my pet peeves. Sometimes I'll even see them following through all the way to the other side of the pitch, which really makes the umpire's job pretty tough. So there you go, 47 off 18 for the bonus point. Chagi gets a second over. He beats Stavicci outside the off stump. Well bowled.
Yeah, very well bowled. And, well, Mirage, he's the captain of the Spartans team. Leads them very well. He's a good, consistent bowler. Bowling to Subwan Divisi. He's 24 off 12.
Great shot.
Pretty nicely. Yeah, 4 runs.
Yeah, really good shot. He walks at it, makes it a bit more drivable. Yeah, looks like some of the United players who are just arriving, of course. Got the big clash with Vinarati before too long. But that's a very, very powerfully struck ball by Sabah.
Yeah, talking about United, I'll be looking for that 4th and 5th spot as well. I think they've underperformed a little bit in this tournament. This is hit straight and hard through the fielder's hands. Well, the fielding from the Spartans hasn't been fantastic this morning. Looks like it's Shubham Gupta who put that one down. It's been a bit scrappy.
Not too dissimilar to what happened to Toma earlier in a way. Kind of just burst through. There was an opportunity though. Stavicci gets dropped on 28. Now he's going to get an edge. It's going to fly over the keeper. Spartans just cannot take a trick at the moment. And to be honest, they're going to have to play pretty well even to hold on to their point here, which might be crucial in the wash-up.
I think they're definitely going for the 4 points at PCC here. Obviously, they're in a good position to do so with only still in the 5th over.
Good news, by the way. Panel back on the field had that issue with the finger, but he came back on about an over ago.
So the magic spray worked.
Yep, so he's got a bit of strapping on there as well. But I mean, that edge could have gone anywhere. I think Stavicci mishit that full toss out to deep square leg. That could have been caught. Hit one that just looped over the bowl. That might have been caught. He just got dropped, and then that one could have easily been caught behind if it was a little bit of a thinner edge.
Yeah.
But you make your own luck, as they say in the classics. Pretty well bowled, but Sabah able to dig it out for a single.
Well, 67, 68 now for one. 1 ball left until the halfway mark. And they're on target for that bonus point. 32 off 13. Now still at 14 and over, but that's what they've been going at pretty much throughout the innings.
Yeah, and that's the rate. Essentially, I think at the beginning it was 14.29 required to get all 4 points. Pretty well bowled though by Chagi. It's a fraction unlucky as well. Join the club. It's the end of the 5th over, and it's 69 for 1.
Yeah, look, I know you didn't see the clash between Berno and PCC. It was me and Rico.
I actually saw a bit of it, believe it or not.
But as we see here, what's coming up, still got another few days of this tournament to go. The finals on Friday, and then we're going to go to Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria.
So Rico and Charlie are going to be doing Romania. I'm off for a couple of weeks, but you and I actually are going to do the first half of Hungary together. We'll catch the train.
Looking forward to it.
From here, and I know probably your first time back there. I'm guessing since, was it 2020 when Steph the Destroyer took the 6 for 2.
That's it. And Zishan also scored about 3 million runs in that tournament very quickly.
He's a powerful player. I actually think that Fires has bowled really well here. That won't be out against the pitch outside leg stump and kind of smothered by the attempted sweep of Sridhar. But yeah, tossing the ball up to these 2 left-handers.
I think he's a clever bowler. Wow.
Oh, jinxed him pretty good, didn't we? Because that is a Gundy ball. And they're just checking if it might have gone all the way. Surely not, but this is... It's like a fall down hoik shot. Then you can see that bounces once and over the boundary, so it's going to be 4 runs. But yeah, bowled so well, but that kind of sums it up. You get it wrong once, you get hurt. He's been hurt a couple of times and he probably didn't deserve to be. 27 off 10 now for the bonus point.
Aaron's going to look for that in the grain field. They've got a new ball. It's going to be wide. And good luck. That grain, we still don't know whether it's wheat or barley. I think we've been calling it wheat, but does call it grain. It's grown a bit. It's gone a bit more yellow. Well, it's another one for Aaron to chase. That's on the golf course. Another ball, please.
Aaron's going to have to clone himself. because can't be two places at once. Still looking for that original ball. There he is. But that's not easy. The other one should be easy to find because I think it's on the fairway.
Well, the grain field, as you know, with agriculture, as you can see it there, those, whatever they are planted very close together. And that's another 4 runs.
Oh, geez, this has been somersault. To be honest, ever since we talked up Fires, he's been torched a little bit, hasn't he? It's a very powerful straight hit. Closing in on the 4 points here.
Yeah, I think they get there. Good batting from Fake Yogesh in this this over.
Fake Yogesh, but real power.
Real power indeed. It's a good bat, and it's interesting that there's a couple of really young players in this this lineup for PCC who are just bolstering things for them. Ravikumar Solanki, also David Siramani, and also Arvind Sridhar. All really good players, but this has been absolutely smashed. Nice shot. And, well, that's, as I mentioned, these 3 young players are coming in, and just, you know that they're going to be there for years for PCC as well, like Tanky and also Sabawun. How did I forget Sabawun's name? Yeah. So it's looking healthy for the club.
Yeah, big swing and a miss, puts the pace on. Bowled a lot better than his figures suggest. Their Fires all finished 1 for 32. But just a few balls getting away. You can see he's still really upset with himself, I think, for just letting himself down. I mean, some positives to take out of that as well, I suppose. And a 6.92 for 1. I feel like the end is nigh. They will have to finish it this over to take all the points, Prague CC, but with only 8 required, you'd imagine that they're odds on to do that. This is where Spartans, you just got to try and work out what's your best option. Not easy because really everyone's got a bit of the treatment so far and bowl them. So I've only used 4 bowlers, but I would have been tempted to go back to Dominic to bowl out, and that is what they're going to do. So you're not really thinking about a 5th bowler here or the 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, because it's just literally the game now for Spartans is somehow defend 8 off this over and walk away with a point.
It was big over the last one. Took a bit of a spanking, did Fires Ahmed.
Yeah.
And
Dominic, obviously his over didn't really go to plan either. He went for 19. But I think he bowled a lot better than that suggests.
Well, he's bowling to 2 left-handers. It'll be Sridhar who'll be facing it. He's 16 off 7. Sabah 45 of 18. Hasn't been very fluid from Sabah in some ways. It's a good delivery, but towards Panelet, he'll have to do fielding with his dodgy finger. Yeah,
it's a pretty good stop actually, and that was really motoring. Had to get behind it. We've seen plenty of those get away. So Davitsi's moved to 45. What a series he's having with the bat. And slight issue with his foot getting injured. He was a bit out of sorts for a while, came back with a big 100. Never really looked back. Next side to be called wide, so not what you need. Again, people sometimes aren't sure where to bowl to him, because if you give him width on the offside, he is pretty good at carving you away. And obviously getting the legs, that's definitely not right either. Somewhere in between. That's where I'd say, kind of 4th stump, where it's not so easy to go square of the wicket. But he handles this one pretty well. It's going to be 6, and it's going to be game over. And he brings up his 50 to Vitsi. Oh, it's just been one of those days really for Spartans. Another one burst through a fielder. And that is it. I don't know if they realised it, but that is game over. They have done it within the 7 overs. In fact, they've done it with 22 balls to spare. They brought up the 100, and they will take all 4 points out of this contest.
Yeah, good effort from PCC. But you've got to say that the Spartans are probably they'll be disappointed with the fielding. They've had opportunities, but really not be able to get those wickets early. And well, it's a very one-sided affair in the end. Didn't think those runs were going to be enough, but they just haven't helped themselves at all, the Spartans, this morning.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good way to put it. They didn't really help themselves. They weren't necessarily either easy either with some of these very firmly hit balls. This is what's coming up. Two teams with 2 wins. United CC versus Vinarati in match number 42. Bit of a break before that. It'll be starting in around about 40 minutes time. United winning the toss and electing to bowl. Can Vinarati get their mojo back, or can United start building a run that might take them into the finals? Let's go back and have a look at this chase. It was 100 to win. They got there within the 7 overs in the end. Davizzi, though, he's had probably more fluent innings. I think you're right. Probably didn't necessarily get the consistency, but he did hit a few big bombs. Also had a bit of luck, to be honest, on the way to another half century for the PCC opener.
Yeah, it was a good opening partnership again. Ridik Tomar hitting a couple of big ones. This is the one that Panelet put down and hurt his finger, but seems okay, Juno. But they offered chances is another one, and just not being able to hang on to anything really. The Spartans this morning. So Tuesday morning blues.
Yeah, might be right. I mean, the only wicket was an LBW. We'll see that in a second. But yeah, did like kind of this phase where Fires seem to be winning the battles, those little battles. Beat Tomar in flight there, so he had to go. But you can see how frustrated Fires was as it kind of went off the rails, and then suddenly they weren't just looking at a win, but they were looking at a big win. He likes to set himself deep in the crease. Another one off the fingertips for 6. And that's actually how the game would end as well. And before that, Davizzi got a bit lucky with that edge, flying away. Then there's a little bit of fruit salad as Fires went off the rails. And yeah, you can just kind of pick up the body language there for Spartans. And I have liked some of the cricket they've played in this series. Obviously it's just a bit of an off game, even albeit against strong opposition. And then with 6 to win, that one goes through. Another fingernail remover, and Fires, you could certainly see from his body language he's disappointed. Hey, the Prague Spartans, though, they'll have more opportunities to try and get those points required to get them in. They've still got games against Ostrava and the Prague Tigers before they finish their campaign in the group stage. Davizzi with 51 off 19 brings up the win and brings up his 50 with the assisted Maximo. The Tank with 25 off just 12 balls before he was the only wicket to fall. Srita, well, you can't doubt his talent. He's 17 off 8 there. And with the 7 extras, they get to the 100 in 6.2 overs. Spartans, unfortunately for them, just never really found the answers with the ball, but you got to say that their fielders didn't help them out too much either.
Exactly right. And look, I know that Niraj is a very competitive man as the captain, and I'll have a chat to the Spartans, and it was always going to be a tough game for them, but in the end, a very comfortable victory for PCC. They get the 4 points. They got the 100 they needed in 6.2 overs. Spartans, they'll come back hard. They've got a couple of slightly easier games. There's no harder game in the Czech Republic than that against PCC. See there, Shubham Gupta batted well. Jim Dominic as well for the Spartans, got them up to 99, but a very comfortable victory for PCC with Sabah getting that 51, and then contributions from Ridik Tomar and also Aravind Sridhar.
Yeah, so the 99 doesn't hold up as we thought. Prague CC able to cash in. We'll have a break and we'll be back with a big United versus Vinos clash in around about 35 minutes time. Still 4 matches to go on a top Tuesday of action here in Prague. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll see you after this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. We are at the Vinoj Cricket Ground, but also got the golf course right next door. Now, hopefully no one's yelling for while I'm doing this introduction. It's the introduction to match number 42 between United CC and Vinaradi. Both these teams have 2 wins in the series so far. I don't see room for both of them in the 5. Maybe one of them can make a run. Let's find out what happens at the coin toss. A little while ago, Charles Croucher had his lucky hat. He had the 2 captains. Let's see who got lucky at the toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 42 with United versus Vinrahati. Vinrahati to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a tail.
Ball first.
United have won the toss and will bowl first.
United win the toss and their captain Piyush Singh Baghel elects to bowl first. So United, they do like a chase. It hasn't been their series so far, has it? They do still have time to make that run though. They've got a 2-4 record. Just wonder who might step up for them today. Obviously Magari, last year's player of the tournament. He's always going to be a bit of a key and also a handy bowling option. I actually just think that their opening bowler, Amandeep, he's a very, very good player. Swings the ball early, always a chance of an early wicket, I think, with him bowling. Let's talk about Vinaradi though. They kind of had that resurgence, didn't they, after a tough first few games, but then they kind of lost the plot again yesterday, had a really disappointing loss to Prague Dominators. So it's hard to see them kind of squeezing their way into the finals still. They're a very proud club, maybe a couple of big wins, maybe a couple of 4-pointers. They could really push for that finals qualification still. Adnan, of course, you saw him there at the toss. He's always a key player for Vinaradi. Let's get ready for the first ball then. Daddy Hudacek is getting ready to take us there. I'm going to try and avoid some golf balls. Might even find a few souvenirs out here, but let's get over to the commentary box to the start of match 42.
Thanks, Vinny, and welcome back here to lovely Prague for this European Cricket Series Czechia match between United and Vinaradi. It should be a pretty evenly matched contest. See here, United 2-4, Vinaradi 2-6, but neither team, I think, has really performed up to their expectations in this tournament. So it should be a really good game. Vinaradi have been sent in by United, and well, they're still missing one of their big players in Abdul Muiz, but Adnan's there. Paris Tanwa will strengthen the team as well coming in, but and also Alfie Solchek. But the batting of Vinaradi has been a little bit sketchy. They've got a decent bowling side with Joe Cope there, and also Nitin Meal will play his part with the bat as well, the big hitting right-hander. So, as per usual, will be Amandeep Singh to open the bowling. 65% to United, 35% to Vinaradi as what the supercomputer predicts. As I said, I don't think either team has really played well in this tournament. A big plus for United is Ruturaj Magari, who is really good with the bat up the top. But they've got a decent bowling side to this United team. Pramod Bagoli, another very important player for them. As we see the first ball, and slashed outside off stump, and just a dot ball. And here's Paris Tanwa to open with Praveen Sharma. So the first runs to VCC to VCC, Vinaradi Cricket Club. First runs off the bat. As Amandeep comes in again, it's a good delivery. Good bowler is Amandeep. Keeps it normally pretty tight. So left armour. He's been around with the club for quite a while. Often picks up a nice wicket. Well, it's a good in-swinging Yorker. That's just Joe Cope from Vinaradi. 2 left armours, probably open. As this is hit over the top. Nice shot there. Player will have to do well to get there, and he won't. And that's first boundary for Vinaradi. And it is Sharma will get there. So Praveen Sharma, he's the wicketkeeper for Vinarati. He's done well with the gloves throughout the tournament. Deep. See how he can come back from that little setback. Nice shot over the top. There's a man back there as well. Just was wide. And always a good comeback there. He's hit the batsman, giving him no width at all there, Amandeep. So as I said, United, I don't think they've had the best of tournaments. They've only won the 2 games. They're a very competitive side, and we see them every year improve and strengthen their depth. And this is over the top again. 2 fielders out there, 4 runs again. A nice shot there from Praveen, and just gave him a little bit of width there, and the Vinarati batsman was right onto it. It's a bright start from him. A couple of boundaries, 10 on the board. Still 1 ball remaining in this over. Should be a tight contest, depending really on the Vinarati batting. And big swing and a miss there at the end of the first over. Vinarati are 10 for no loss. So it's pretty much at full strength, I think, are United. Just looking at their lineup. Here's the upcoming events. So this tournament will conclude on Friday. Then we're going to see some international games, some ECIs, women's and men's, with Greece coming to visit. Then we're going east to Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria. Then going down to lovely Croatia for some ECIs and T20Is, and also some ECSWs. Then to Rome and Malta for the Valletta Cup. This is hit just on the leg side for a single by Tanwar. Bring Sharma back on strike. So hitting the ball pretty cleanly outside off stump. It's Rudraj Magare, the bowler. Again, so features well with the ball and the bat. Does Rudraj, as does Pramod Bagoli, who's not the captain this year. Pramod, it's Piyush Baghel, the captain for United. And again, and good line and length. Can't reach that, the batsman, but still within that tram line. You can see the blue line. It's, as it swings away. Anything that passes over that blue line or catches any of it should be called a legal delivery, and that's really fine outswing bowling here from Magare. And well, Praveen is not using his feet to get to the pitch, moving across slightly, but I'll have to change that as Magare comes in again. And same result. Fantastic over from Magare at the moment. If it works once, it works 4 times against Praveen Sharma. Let's see if he can finish up the over with a similar delivery. Comes in again. This one, I think, has caught that line. It's just over the line. Let's have another look at this. And it's right over that line. And the umpire with the correct decision. And that's a fantastic over there for Magare, keeping it nice and tight. Only 1 from it. Let's see the table here. So United and Vinarati are 7th and 8th on the table. Both have won 2 games, but United still have 4 to play, including this one. Vinarati, they'll end up playing their 2 games today. So they'll like a couple of victories under their belts. As Amandeep continues, called it wide. Just lost it a bit there. It's Tanwar who's facing. Another look. That one is close to no ball as well, height-wise. Full toss. Really pushing it away from the batsman. That one, inside that line. They're getting it mainly right. These bowlers from UCC. And the Vinarati batsman will have to step across to do something. This one's hit nicely, but straight to the fielder. Well, that's the end of Paris Tanois. He tried to slice it over the top of the infield, but only found the fielder there. So it's the first wicket down for Vinarati. They are 1 for 12, and it's got to say it's from good pressure from these bowlers. Really good over from Magare, just to starve the runs, and it's Amandeep who gets the wicket. Adnan's the new bowler, the new batsman, and that's hit through the infield. He's picked the gap beautifully between the infield and then the two players in the deep. Lovely shot from Adnan straight up. He's important to this this Vinarati side, mainly because he's a good batsman, but also is the captain. And without Abdul Muiz in this lineup, there's a lot of responsibility for him with the batting. Amandeep comes in again and finds that line. It's well inside that blue line. It's a good indication, though. It used to be that it was just an indication for the umpires, but now it's the line belongs to the bowler. Reaches for that. Just take a single, shy at the stumps. Good work there by the keeper. It's Abhimanyu Singh, who's come into this United team in the last few games. Haven't seen him the best with him with the bat, but is a very, very good keeper. So Amandeep with one ball left of his spell, and it's hit over the top. Nice shot, and just one bounce, I think. It's the about just before the rope. Let's have another look. It's a nice shot over the top, still in the power play, and bounces just before the rope. That's a good end to the over for Vinarati. So a wicket goes down in that over, but a few runs. Let's have a look at this. So 10, 1 and 10. It looks like the Twin Towers there, the Manhattan. And, well, end of the power play. Not a great one for Vinarati. They have lost one wicket, 21 runs. Not the best power play we've seen. 7 is the current run rate, but it was Magare who bowled very well in that second over, just to again put pressure on, also keep the runs down. The new bowler will be Kapathi. I thought came in and bowled very well for UCC. Just be a single out to the deep. It's Amandeep who does the fielding. And we'll bring the keeper Praveen Sharma back on strike. So Vinarati like again to get about that pass score, 120. A bit slow at the moment. We've got some capable hitters. Well, Praveen Sharma has missed another one. That was the over from Magare, where he got it to swing away from the batsman, and Skapathi is doing the same to him. Coming again. A little bit of swing, straight to the fielder, caught at point, and it's another wicket down. And Praveen Sharma, well, I think he was a bit frustrated not being able to get bat on ball, and he's gone. Another wicket for United. Fairly simple catch, nicely taken. So the new batsman will be Gautam Nirmal. And Vinarati, not the start they would have liked. Not enough runs on the board, and what's the Richie Beno score? 2 for 22. So Nirmal will be facing Kapathi. And again, good line outside off stump from Kapathi. The batsman not being able to being able to get bat on ball. Again, just a little bit of outswing. The breeze is into the bowler's face, so that will naturally get the ball to hold back a little bit and move. That's another one. Well, difficult at the moment for Vinarati. You can see already the supercomputer says 9%. They have to get bat on ball, have to get some runs. And it's been a really good over here. Just 1 for 1 for Kapathi. 1 ball left of this over. And just push down the pitch by the batsman. They'll just take a single. United won't mind that result. That's the end of the over. End of the 4th. And Vinarati are 23 for 2. I think they're going to have to get Adnan on strike. Let's have a look at this. So it was bright start, 10 from the first, and it's just dipped. Really good over from Magari, the second one. Only 1 coming from it. And a really good over from Amandeep, and also a Kapathi there, just to keep the runs down. So 2 wickets down. The run rate is under 6 now. I'm sure it'll increase. They've got some hitters in the team, in Nitin Meal and Joe Cope. But I'll have to see if they can get Adnan on strike for the moment. So Vinny, welcome back to the marshmallow. Well, Gautam Nirmal is finding it difficult to find the white thing at the moment.
Yeah, hasn't been a promising start really, but look, he's got time, but maybe not that much time. He missed another over or two like this, and I think that 9%'s going to plummet. So well, let's hope that he can get himself going here. It's always frustrating when you find yourself in this place, but yeah, he's just really struggling to deal with the movement. And now Ali Hassan Sita kind of reproducing a little bit of what we saw earlier on from Bharat Kumar Kapathi.
Well, I mean, Ali's just going to put it on the same spot every time. He gets a good movement, clever bowler, and well, same again. Well, Adnan's at the other end. He's the captain, and I think he's going to have a bit of a chat and see if he can retire Nirmal, because at the moment he just can't find the ball. He had a single off the last ball of the last over, which hasn't helped things either, as Ali comes in again. And, well, gone. He doesn't have to retire him, because that's the end of Nirmal. Not the greatest innings ever in ECS history. And that's another wicket down for Vinarati. They are 23 for 3.
Yeah, it was a tough one to watch, really, wasn't it? And again, it was the movement, the angle in. And this one, I think he plays for a bit of spin. It goes through the gate. So, yeah, Nirmal won't be hanging that one on the mantelpiece. Well, that's cricket. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. You got to give credit to Ali there. Kind of quite clever bowling. Went wide of the crease, kind of angled it in, whereas the other ones were leaving and beating the outside edge. That's the 3rd wicket down, 23 for 3.
Savinda Jayasuriya is the new batsman, and it's not looking pretty for VCC at the moment. As I said, they do have some batting still in the sheds. Adnan is watching this from the non-striker's end. Jayasuriya faces his first ball from Ali, and that's another really good ball. So I think Adnan, the skipper, will have to insist on taking the strike, because this is not looking good for Vinarati. None of the batsmen are really getting bat on ball. There should be 1 ball left, I think, for Ali Hassan Sitar. Jayasuriya, I'm not sure what the delay is, but the umpire's chatting a bit. So basically, he doesn't want a single. It was a boundary or nothing here, does Jayasuriya. It's been a pretty good over from Hassan, from Ali. It's well, he's taken 1 for none off the 5 deliveries so far. Comes in again. And will not get the single. I think that's a good move from Adnan, who just says no. and he'll have to do a lot of the heavy lifting here for Vinarati.
Yeah, we say heavy lifting. I think they're getting weighed down pretty significantly with 23 in that first 5-0s. But Vinarati, it's been a funny old series for them, hasn't it? I mean, they're the 2020 finalists, the 2021 finalists in the European Cricket Series, and both those occasions went down to PCC. But yeah, right now, obviously need to try and find a spark, try a couple of different combinations, but nothing seems to be working. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Danny here to check with me. Rico's off today, but welcome to a beautiful sunny day in Prague, the heart of Europe.
Yeah, the heart of Europe, indeed. It's it's a beautiful day again, and hopefully this will continue for the whole of the summer. I know that we're going around to different places in Europe, but living in Prague,
this is the happy zone right now. There's a certain temperature and conditions. I'll sneak an extra one here. There's a certain temperature and conditions which I think I call it the Goldilocks zone. We kind of had it, remember when we were in Milan last year?
Yep.
Kind of 22 and quite pleasant right now. Yep, 22 and quite pleasant. Not too hot, not too cold. We'd certainly get some extremes of weather though, don't we, on the network?
We definitely do. It's, hit down the ground and it'll just be a single.
Shukla getting a ball here. Adnan just hasn't quite met himself so far, but he's been stuck at the wrong end for a lot of this innings.
It's been just slow going. Again, it's going to be called a wide this time. But, well, United haven't had the greatest tournaments either, and it's a bit flat and out there, even though they're taking the wickets. It's just no sting in this game at all. And, well, Vinarati, they need to get this score at least to about 80. It's not what it's looking like at the moment, as this is a big swing and a miss from Adnan this time. And Shukla is the bowler. It's not the greatest game to watch, this one, at the moment. But hopefully they'll get a few runs. 27 for 3. The halfway mark.
67. That's actually an increase from the scoring rate you got right now. But United, they've probably played a bit under themselves during the tournament as well.
Definitely.
Vinarati, maybe their spirit's a bit broken. It's a very tough path into the finals, if there is one at all. This is going to be a wide. But yeah, United, they can feel like they can play themselves in, and I just think there's a certain optimism about their game so far when it's selecting the ball, and it's gone pretty much perfectly so far.
Vinarati, what they've found it hard to do is to get a consistent side on the park, which is a shame, because their full strength team is actually one that would be looking for that one of those top 5 spots.
Yeah.
And there's nothing really between these two sides in normal play, but it's not been their tournament at all.
Just mindset, I think. It's a mindset. There's a kind of a bullish mindset about United, I think. They've had a bit more recent success as well in ECS cricket. Outperformed Vinarati last year. But there's just a lot of balls not getting hit at the moment. Adnan makes that look wide, but he never really moves the feet towards it. And Shukla, I think credit to United, they're keeping the pressure on here.
Yeah, they are, indeed. Well, United have got a good chance here. Well, not only just in this game, but to get into those top spots. They've still got 4 games to go after this. Well, 3 games to go after this. And that's going to be called a wide as well.
Not a bad spot to miss, though. They've been pretty disciplined. One side of the wicket bowling. That's one thing United, they like to do. They have to pack one side of the field. They typically will play without a fine leg, which was quite risky. They've got kind of a floating backward square at the moment in the circle, but they like to have that extra man across on the left of screen.
Hit in the air, could be out and dropped. Well, it's unfortunate. That would have been Adnan, who's again, he hasn't really got going either as Adnan, the skipper.
Haven't been hurting the scoreboard, but it kind of illustrates my point. They pack that offside field. Okay, he's dealing with the sun there. I think that's Bharat Kumar Kapathi out there. But, okay, no real damage. These two aren't hurting you so far. And let's see. Adnan gets lucky. Dropped on 6. There's one guy you probably do feel has that potential to still kind of get Vinos out of trouble. But, they've been, again, brilliant one. Tramline bowling. Not a wide. Another dot ball.
Well, they've come in with a definite plan, have United, to aim for that area. It's defensive bowling in a sense, but it's very good bowling, really good line again.
And if you give up 2 wides and over, doing that, probably a fair price.
Yeah.
If you're not giving hit me balls, giving 4 balls or 6 balls to hit. But yeah, Shukla has been pretty good here. Again, it's something as a team you need the bowlers that can execute it, not just 1 or 2, but you kind of need all your bowlers buying in. Just misses again, so it'll be 10 off the over plus still a ball to go.
Well, they've pumped the score up to 33 for 3 off just about 6 overs. Have VCC, and I know it'll be frustrating for all those Vinarati supporters watching out there. And well, well, got a bit lucky. That'll be 4 buys, sorry.
Abhimanyu Singh, he's got a good-looking face. He almost didn't because this second one hits the edge of the pitch where the pitch joins the regular grass. And well, I think he did the right thing, just trying to avoid it. The buys will come and go, but the pain could have lasted a lot longer. That's the end of the 6 over, 37 for 3.
Well, I know a lot of, I mean, if you're keeping up to the stunts, you have to have a helmet. And but keeping back, I have seen it a few times with helmets.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. People used to kind of have a bit of a snicker at it. But the truth is that, especially in this form of the game, a lot of slow balls getting bowled. Sometimes they bounce twice and they're awkward. Also, I found, so if you're comfortable doing it, there's no real reason not to. That's the thing. Okay, kind of a bit heavier on your head, I suppose. Some people would find it uncomfortable. But the thing is, even, for example, if you've got the helmet on, when you're running to the stumps to take a throw, it gives you a lot more confidence, I think, to have your head protected, because, you know, you get some of these throws that bounce just in front of you, or they might bounce near the edge of the pitch, and it can be quite dangerous. So, yeah, I think we're seeing more and more of it for a reason. Also, children, it's kind of being mandated they wear helmets, whether they're back or up, to a certain age. So they're a bit more comfortable with it, I think, than in generations past.
Yeah, no, look, I think it's a good thing, and I mean, I remember playing without helmets for many years, and you know, it was, I think the first time I ever noticed that it was a dangerous thing was back in that 77 test when Rick McCosker got hit in the jaw, and he came back with a, it could be gone, nice catch. That's the end of Jaisaria, who again had a frustrating time out there. Just need someone to be able to hit the ball. It's Big Joe Cope will come in, and I think he won't mind swinging the bat.
He's not a bad guy to come in. I mean, they've tried a few things. I feel like Cope's batting very low, but I mean, 6. So I suppose it's around about where he normally bat, maybe even a bit higher. But I'm always calling for him to kind of get up there, because I think he's got a good technique and he's got good power. And I know that he's kind of, he'd think of himself as a bowler who bats a bit. But I think in this format, especially in the absence of kind of better options, I think he's probably going to have to be played as a genuine all-rounder.
It's well, at the moment, it's looking like it's a tournament that VCC would like to forget somewhat. They played against the Dominators yesterday, the winless team from the 3rd division. In fact, they've gone down to 2 3rd division teams in this competition, but then they've beaten Bohemians and Barbarians. Yeah. So it's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, that's the thing. They had that one good day. I think it was on Thursday last week.
It's called a wide.
Well, again, no fine leg. So Joe just pretty much makes up his mind straight away. I'm going to try and go in that region. He's a bit lucky not to lose his leg stump, but he will get the wide.
Yeah, it's again, strange shot. But he's standing there. There's no one on the leg side, so I think it's a strange shot first up. Ali comes in again.
See if he tries it again.
There you go. He's hit through the ball, and it's found a fielder. Brings Adnan back on strike, and well, 2 for 3 at the moment for the bowler. 40 for 4 in the 7th. They've got that run rate up to 6, Vinny.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's an achievement to an extent. I want to say quick hello to Jules as well. Jules Udebridge, who's watching from the UK. Hope the weather's like this in the UK today. Because here it is beautiful. Adnan, can he get going? Not really.
It's just been hit to Magari down there. In fact, it's Pramod Bagoli. We haven't seen him with the ball yet.
Momoi's in the side, hurts him as well with the bat, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
Adnan's kind of left holding the baby, having a bit of an off game and not really having too much support.
Again, at times he's batted well in this tournament. At times he got bogged down, and this is just one of those times that nothing's really worked for Vinarati. Cope. It's that one that covers. It's misfielded. They come back for a second. Adnan's pretty quick, and we'll go to Cope's end.
Yeah, it's pretty well run. It was fumbled in the infield, went to pocket to space. They identified the chance, and they got the double into 7 overs. And Vino's 43 for 4. Ali Hassan Sitter, what a spell from him. 2 for 6.
Yeah, he's very consistent.
Allotted 2 overs. Okay, I'm going to play a little bit of ECC roulette. Okay, I'm going to pick a team at random using my supercomputer in front of me, and it says team number 11. So that's Serbia. Okay, so they'll actually be in the same group as Czechia in the Challenger division. So Serbia, I do have them as kind of underdogs there, but I think they've got some talent there. Adrian Dunbar is a guy who scored a century on T20 I debut. You've got some really good young native players like Nemanja and Vukasin Zimanic, who come out of a program. Again, it's probably not as big in Serbia, even as Czechia, as far as the amount of teams and things like that. But you know, they've come out of. It reminds me a little bit of kind of the academy here. They go into schools and the kids that find it interesting, they continue with it. So you know, you're seeing some of that influence in the national team now, and. Probably one of my favourites as well, Wintley Burton. Watch out for him as well. So, yeah, Serbia are still finding their way in the international game, but they're gaining experience all the time. I think they would be roughies to qualify out of that group, though. The top 2 will go through to the playoffs. Czechia, I'm sure, would have an expectation they'd be one of those 2 teams to get out of the group, but it's not going to be easy.
Well, we'll see another team that will be playing in that group in Greece coming up. I think the Czech team has pretty much been announced. We don't know. We haven't got the details exactly, but it seems like they're using it as a preparation for the qualifications that are coming up in Guernsey a little bit later in the year, which is a good thing to do. As this one is going to get through the field, and it's a boundary finally. Joe Cope gets the 4. And it's a big over for Vinos. It's looks like Shamal Joshi out there, I think, who stuck a foot out but couldn't quite stop it.
Well, if you don't count the 4 byes, it's the first boundary we've had since the last ball to power play. So that's over 4 overs.
50 up for VCC.
You're searching for some nuggets of positivity in here.
Any joy I can get out of this performance as this one gets hit straight to cover. But well, it's frustrating, and as a member of the Vinarati Cricket Club, I've got to say it's not been a great tournament for them. Been some highlights, but not enough. Big swing and a miss there from Joe Cope. Shukla has always gone for 17, so
a lot of those have been wides though.
Yeah, true.
Wides, no balls. Gonna have a look at. I've got some prospective teams in here. So this will get dragged away with the speeders outfit. That's going to be 4. So yeah, I suppose Cope making a bit of a difference here, even though they're a long way behind in the game. This one not quite off the middle, but has the power to go to the boundary.
Yeah, look, again, a little bit of relief, and it'll be. I mean, they'll probably end up with around about 70 probably, which is a total at least to bowl to, but it's not going to be enough against United, I don't think. But this has just been absolutely hammered by Joe Cope. Well, they're on 60 now, so there's still a couple of overs left, and Cope is finally, as a batsman that's starting to hit the ball pretty cleanly. As he moves to 17, Adnan the other end, 10 off 11. He'll be facing the first delivery of the of the 9th. Well, it was 10 off the first, and then it was just dried up pretty much. A few wickets falling throughout. So Adnan will be facing, looks like it's Magare to come back, who had a brilliant over with the second one. Ball might not be swinging as much, and this one's hit over the top, going towards a boundary, and we'll get him another 4. That's another boundary for Adnan, who's stalled with his innings pretty much. But it wasn't the greatest of shots, a bit dodgy outside edge, but they'll take it at this stage. Vinarati is 64 for 4. Well, if they can get another 20 off these next couple of overs, the expected score's 81. They're finally having a bit of a swing at it, and the ball's not swinging as much as it was before. Well, in saying that, that's a good comeback from Magare.
Well, Magare didn't appreciate it. And he's been used a little bit as his closing role. He's trying to keep things tight at the end.
Well, that's not tight. That's a little bit short, and work for the ball retriever out there, who is the fake Yogesh, I think we'll call him. It's he hasn't had much work to do so far. It's a nice shot from Adnan. It's a little left it late for their charge of VCC. They're now on 70. Magare will come in again, bowling to Adnan, who hits another one. Well, it's 76 for 4 now. Still an over and a bit to go.
It's almost like Cope has kind of just given Adnan some hope, and he maybe feels a little bit less pressure. He's just seems to be hitting the ball cleaner. It's been a tough old innings to watch for most of it.
What sounded like plastic. Not sure if it was, but Adnan, he's not indicating any discomfort, but definitely did not sound like anything but plastic, leather hitting plastic, I should say.
Yeah, did seem a little bit uncomfortable, but hey, I mean, who knows? Magical finish, they could still get a real ugly 100 here. See?
Good. Well, it's another nice shot from Cope, and that'll go all the way as well. Well, Joe Cope, he's on 23 now, another 6. I'm surprised that Cope didn't come high up the innings, but also Nitin Meal is in the side as a big hitting batsman, and again, there's it's the second time.
It's a little bit out of sorts. I mean, now how's it looking about all those balls that were kind of wasted, if you want to call it that?
Yeah.
They were burnt up in the middle. I bet they love that bat because they've got a bit of momentum going here. At 83 for 4 after 9.
We just needed someone to hit one out of the sticks, and now both of these batsmen have woken up. So it's going to end up being a reasonable total probably. Kapathi's only gone for 2 off his first over, but Magare was hit a little bit in that last one. He only went for 1, and that's a good start there from Kapathi. Adnan's on 26 now. Cope is 23 off 8. And, well, expected score 96. It's a total to defend. They've got decent bowling, but they'll have to get early wickets. Will Vinarati, if they have any chance in this game. And reaches for that. Hits it through the gap, going towards the boundary. Good piece of fielding. They come back for 2. Well, Joe Cope doesn't know much about it. He's lost his bat as well, and end up they got the 2. I'll have to go and retrieve the willow. Not sure if it just plugged and he dropped it. Well, might have a look at this. So he's gone down the other end, and nope, just left his bat behind. Tried to pick it up, thought it was unwise, and he's off for the sprint.
yeah, crazy last over madness that we love so much here on ECN.
So then moved on to 28. Was definitely improved that run rate. I think he was 10 off 11 at one stage. So the last 7 balls, he's gone on a pretty good rate. Been a good over so far from Kapathi, who's impressed since coming into this United side. He's bowled pretty tightly. Comes Comes in again, bowling to Adnan. Gets a good one. Just clamps down on it. They look for two. They should get it pretty comfortably. They do. The throw comes in, and well done by Abhimanyu behind the stumps. Well backed up by two other United fielders as well. 87, 3 balls left. And look, VCC's, according to the supercomputer, is now back to where it started at 22%. So,
what a journey.
Kapathi, though, it's been a good last over. Let's see if he can keep it together. Still 3 balls left, I think. As we just have a slight delay. 3 balls left. Adnan on strike. Bowler comes in and hits it pretty hard down the ground, and well done there from Bagoli. He gets right behind it, has a quick look at the rope, and he's saved 3 runs. Really good work down there by the experienced Pramod Bagoli. I'll bring Joe Cope on strike. Again, it's been a really, really good over here from the bowler Kapathi. Come around the wicket now, bowling to the left-hander. The leg side is fairly open. So if he tries to turn it around the corner, comes Kapathi. And, well, it was there to hit through the leg side by Cope. Just missed it. And it'll just be a leg by. Last ball of the innings, 89 the score. Well, it's a target. They came back pretty well, Vinarati, but whether it's going to be enough against this United lineup, who, again, haven't had the greatest tournament, could be a close finish. Could it be a golden ball, Vinny?
Well, it is United, isn't it? Here we go, last ball.
It's been hit firmly. That should be 4 runs as well. So, don't know about momentum going into this second innings, but 93 for 4 is a lot better than what they're looking at halfway through this innings. They brought it back slightly, Adnan and Cope. 93. Well, it's probably about 30 under par, but for a struggling team like Vinarati, it's not a bad effort to come back. And United, well, they're not having the best of times either. So
yeah, I mean, it gives them a bit of momentum going in. I mean, imagine if you had kind of 1 or 2 more overs to build a score. But in the end, all right, it is what it is. At one point, looking like it might be something like in the 60s or something pretty ugly. 93, not going to win too many beauty contests, but it is a defendable score, particularly if someone like a Joe Cope can swing the ball around early and get into the top order.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think it's a pretty bright start off the first over, but Magare's first. It tied things up, and Amandeep took a wicket, and then I'm not sure why Praveen Sharma is batting so high up. He absorbed a whole over, only hit that the one little drop catch there from the fielder. That was the unlucky bounce there. It went through for byes. It almost took off Abhimanyu's head. Good catch there. It's Shaimal Joshi makes that position his own. Seen quite a few good catches from him throughout the years here with this series. But it was Cope who started the hitting, and they got a few runs late. Be interesting to see how many they got in the last 5 overs. So Cope hit another one for 6. Pump up the score a little bit. That was the last one. Went to the boundary. So Vinarati, they've given themselves a chance. They've got a pretty good bowling lineup. As we see a lovely shot of the helmet and the stumps. Nice work there from Spring Media. So Tanwar couldn't get going at 2 off 4. Praveen Sharma, 12 off 13. Adnan, 35. It's actually Gautam Nirmal who was the one, like 1 off 7 for the next two in Nirmal and Jayasuriya. But Joe Cope with 23 off 9 has given Vinarati a little bit of a shake. Look at this one. So Amandeep takes one. Ruturaj went for 22 off his over, his second one. Only went for one off his first. See how bogged down they got right at the start of the innings. Kapathi bowled really well. His two only went for 11, took a wicket. And look at that with Ali Hassan Sittar, 2 for 6 with an excellent spell of bowling. 12 wides, 93 the score, 94 for victory for United. As Vinarati, they limped early and then started to run late. 93 it's a total, and we'll see in a few minutes time whether United can get the 94 they need to get this victory over Vinarati. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
So welcome back to this European Cricket Series match between Vinaradi and United. Vinaradi, they limped early and then started to run to get a decent total of 93. Whether it's going to be enough to keep United out, not quite sure. Vinaradi with a pretty strong bowling lineup today, but there's Big Joe Cope will take up the bowling. Yeah, left arm. In fact, it won't be. It'll be Alfie Selchek who'll come on. He's had a little bit of problems with his control early in the tournament. He's a good young bowler, and well, first innings, as you can see, the total is 93, 94 to win. If United can get there in 7 overs or less, then they'll get the 4 points and have to restrict United to 65 to get the bonus. Vinaradi at this stage looks more likely that United will get the bonus point. They'll have to bat well to get the 93 and 7 though. So pretty good bowling lineup for Vinaradi. Starting up with Alfie Selchek. He's only 16, very tall for his age. His dad, a former national team player, so he's very athletic. So it's suffered a little bit with his control. Magare will be facing Ayush Sharma, will be the batsman at the other end. Here comes Alfie. First ball to Magare. Good ball, hit over the top, and I think it's gone all the way. Well, a little bit short. He's got it on line, but just a little bit wide, and given Magare a bit of a free hit at that. Not the start they wanted Vinaradi. It was where that tram line was, where United have bowled most of the deliveries. It was just a bit short. Alfie does bowl a pretty heavy ball, and he likes bowling it just short of a length or on a length. Gets really good bounce, and his first wicket, I think his only wicket in the tournament, has been that of the beast Sudesh Wikramasekara when they played PCC. So hopefully it doesn't knock his confidence. He'll come in, bowling to Magare again. And hit over the top. Well, it's not. Straight to Joe Cope. Wicket! Big wicket. Alfie gets his revenge. And 6 and out for Magare. He mistimed that one. And that'll do him a lot of confidence into the safe hands of Joe Cope. And United lose the big wicket of Ruturaj Magare. And it's 6 for 1 at the moment off 2 deliveries. Well, that's pretty big for Vinaradi and for this game. Ruturaj, they rely on him quite a bit to get a lot of their runs, but they still have very good batting. Another good batsman to come in will be Pramod Bagali. Pramod is again former captain. He's the mainstay of this United side, and a bit of a father figure in some ways. Maybe not age-wise, but generally the aura he provides for this club. And Alfie, we've got 1 for 6 off 2 deliveries, so couldn't have really shifted much in the fortunes in those 2 balls. That's a good one outside of stump. We like a leave, says Big Joe Cope, and I think Joe's a good influence here. He's right next to him, giving the ball back, and he's always going to be chatting to him. He's got limited experience in senior cricket, has Alfie, but he's bowled pretty well in the leagues. He's bowling pretty well today. Coming again, bowling to Bagoli. Big in swing, we'll hit to the covers, and a bit of a false shot. Look for 2. They'll get 2, I think. Well, yeah, it was a pretty good throw there from Adnan. Really good running between Bagoli and Sharma. Have a look at the throw. Well, if a direct hit would have been out. Wasn't a terrible throw from Adnan. Keeper probably not in the right position. But Bagoli, they look for that straight away, that second run, after the a slight misfield there in the covers. Couple of balls left in this over. And 94 the target. Right on line has Alfie in this over. It's tucked around the corner, straight to the fielder, who has a shy at the stumps. Good backing up from Adnan. So 9 for 1 at the moment. 1 ball left of the first. And it's good for Vinarati and for Adnan to give confidence, having confidence in getting Alfie a chance with the new ball again. It's paid off, that big wicket of Magare. See if he can get another one here. He's bowling to Ayush Sharma, who just plays it into the covers, and it'll just be a single. So 10 off the over, 1 wicket. So that's pretty much right on target run rate wise for United, but that 1 wicket going down is a real plus for Vinarati. 70 matches since a golden ball. This is a pretty good candidate for that as well, especially if they can get another couple of wickets early. It looks like it will be Joe Cope who will be bowling. United involved in all 3 of the golden balls here in Prague. They've won 1, lost 2. The one they won was spectacular though. So Helix saying hi to me and Rico. Well, Rico's on a break today. He's exploring Prague. It's Vinny who's here with me. I'm sure will join me eventually in this innings. He's just doing work as he normally does, away from the microphone. So Joe Cope comes in, bowling to Ayush Sharma, and well, it's hit down the pitch, away from the bowler. They'll get a single. There's a feature of their running between the wickets, or the feature of United is the running between the wickets with the opening few batsmen. Good understanding between Bagoli and Sharma. Here comes Cope. Bowling this time to Pramod Bagoli. And this is in the air. It's over the top of the keeper and will go all the way, I think. It is over the top. Uses the pace of the ball to get a top edge. Let's have a look at this. It's a false shot, but goes all the way. So it's another 6 runs to the total. 17 for 1. Bagoli. It's the first 6 of the innings. It goes to him. Cope. I want to try to get it through the gap between bat and pads. A bit short again, and that's put away again. That's another 6. And Cope, he should be pitching it up. He does have a very good in-swinging Yorker, does Joe Cope. That one gets it wrong. Too short and too easy for a batsman of Bagoli's class, and not a good over so far from Joe Cope. You need a couple of wickets just to get into the soft underbelly of this United side. Still got a lot of batting to go in with Piyush Paghel, also Abhimanyu Singh. Got one of the big guns out in Ruturaj. So just a bit of a delay as the batsman adjusts his gloves. And Cope, well, let's see what his comeback's going to be. He's just been hit for 2 sixes. Comes in again, and again a little bit short, and over the top again. That's 4 this time. Well, not good bowling from Cope. He's a lot better bowler than that. I think he'll take a little rest after this one. So we'll see who they turn to. Probably Alfie will get another one. It was a pretty good over. Nitin Meal is one of the bowlers. Also the captain himself, Adnan, will no doubt have a crack. And also Kuteta, Tanmay Kuteta is back in the side. You can see him having a bowl as well. So Cope, well, he changed things up, and that's a better delivery. Just prodded there to mid off for a single. And we'll bring Ayush Sharma back on strike. He's only faced 2 deliveries. Pramod though is going pretty well. 20 off 7, 28 for 1 the score. 1 ball left of the second, which has been pretty expensive. And that's his hit down the ground, straight to Adnan, chance. And they'll look for, well, they'll get the overthrow. And they might get another one, you know. It's ping-ponging all over the place. Adnan is not real happy at something. Let's have a look. So it's a good field at Adnan, and it would have been gone if he'd hit. So I'm not sure if he's trying to get Joe Cope behind the stumps. But, well, in the end, they took the single off the overthrow. As we see here, the standings, Vinny, what do you make of this game so far?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, United with a win here, they could potentially go up to around where the Tigers are, 14 points. Could even get the 4-pointers still, don't forget, and got to 15. So I've called this for a while. This middle of the table is going to be pretty congested. Yeah. So the difference between a 3-1 result and 4 nil result is pretty significant. Got to say, always a fan of seeing Alfie Socek, who's coming back for a second over. Does move the ball around. He just looks a natural, doesn't he? This one grabs a bit of the pad, and I think they're going to come back for 2 leg byes. But yeah, he just has a nice kind of easy action. He's been well coached, you can see that. Seems to have a pretty good head on his shoulders for such a young guy as well. There's a couple of times I've seen him disappear out of the ground but come back and take some key wickets in the series.
He looks exactly like his dad, his dad would be a 16-year-old. Same hairstyle, same facial expression. But he's still growing. He's it's another good ball, hitting the covers. Then was a bit of a chance. Mix up with the running.
United normally very, very busy runners. This is something I think that maybe sets them apart from some of the other teams who just rely on hitting. It's not they don't have the hitters. It's just they really try and find every single run. Yeah, you saw it on that overthrow there. And they generally have that understanding. Can go wrong sometimes, but I think it's a trade-off works well for them.
I think it's Bagoli that breeds that as well. He's always looking for the extras. Good cricketer is Pramod Bagoli. And it's pretty good delivery. Bit of a random appeal. That was always going down leg side, but
not a great appeal. But I want to say hello, Helix, and Rico is off today. I wonder. No, so you said it'd be a good idea for him to go into museum, which is kind of the main metro station here.
One of the main ones, yeah.
Yeah, so I feel like it's the main one, just because it's got the biggest building attached.
Yeah. Well, it's at the top of Wenceslas Square.
Wenceslas Square, yeah.
And the traditional place in the past, I don't think it's the same now. In the past, where you'd meet would be to meet at the Horse.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good ball from Alfie.
I still think that's a bit of a meeting point.
It is to a point. I think down the bottom of the same square is also a big meeting point because that's where the yellow and green lines meet.
Yeah, Mustek.
So, whereas museum, it's the green and red lines that meet. So, but definitely going down there's the Horse, which is Svati Václav. Good King Wenceslas. This is going to be gone. Good catch, Alfie. And that's the end of Bagoli. It's a big wicket. And look at the congratulations for young Alfie Socek. He's taken 2 for 10. He's got 1 ball left. Bowled very, very well as Alfie. And he's got his man. It's cost a bit. It was Joe Cope that got the battering in the previous over. But Socek, let's have another look at this. It came in a bit, hurried the batsman, and just a missed shot and a really good catch there from Socek.
Yeah, really identified that pretty well. Knew what he had to do. Got down to ground level, and yeah, you can see he's just such a talent. Kind of just got on Bagoli a bit quicker than he thought. Kind of hit him high up the bat, and so well, really United making heavy work of this so far. A lot of it is thanks to Alfie Socek. 2 for 10. Last ball of his spell coming up. He's bowling to Abhimanyu Singh.
Yeah, another good batsman. Hasn't really shown it so much in this tournament. Well, that's a big wicket. They've got probably the 2 batsmen who have hit a lot of their runs United in this tournament in Magari and Bagoli. So that's a huge breakthrough. And let's have a look here. So it was 10 off the first, 19 off the second, 4 off the third, but 2 wickets to Socek. And well, they're slightly ahead in the power play. Venerati at the same time, we're 21 for 1. But that's a big over, and that'll give him a lot of confidence. Alfie, that he can play at this level. Doesn't look out of place at all. So he's going to be fielding in front of us. And a really, really good last over. Those 2 wickets. It'll be Kateta who'll be taking up the bowling. Again, he bowled pretty well earlier in the tournament for Venerati. Haven't seen him in the last couple of games. Again, it's got to do mainly with availability. Bowling to Manu Singh, the keeper for United. Dab down to the gully. And well, they run so early. Good communication again between these two.
I'm going to try and find some links I put in the chat so people can check out the museum, the square, the Wenceslas Square. So yeah, I learned about this when I went, it was about a week ago, I think I went to the Carlsberg. Karlstein, St. Carlsberg, I think beer.
The beer.
Karlstein, well, it's kind of like beer, Stein. Karlstein Castle, and yeah, you see Charles everywhere here, don't you? You see Charles everywhere, and his son, and he actually had worked pretty hard to get a son. I think he went through 3 or 4 wives to get it. Then became King Wenceslas, right? And
no, different guy.
Different
Wenceslas.
Guy. Okay, I failed.
So Wenceslas is Good King Wenceslas from the Christmas Carol.
Yes.
And he was king. Oh, it says hit in the air. It's 6 runs. Nice shot there from Ayush Sharma. He hits it straight down the ground. And UCC move up to 41 for 2.
I love Sharma to click. He's just been a little bit off this series. It's actually made a funny sound. It was like a bat breaker down the bottom of the bat, but it still flew a mile.
Well, Abhimanyu's in the same with the same thing. He's a very good player as Abhimanyu, and was there or thereabouts in consideration for the national team a little while ago. But he hasn't really clicked either. So if these two can start getting going, and just to pump up their not only just in this game, but just to get them started in this tournament, I think it's going to be very, very handy for United. So yeah, I don't know if he's the prince or the king at the time, but he was murdered by his brother.
Wow.
And so became he became the patron saint of Czechia, of the Czech Republic, and that's who you see on top of the horse at the top of the.
So this is not the Wenceslas,
that's Václav,
the child of Charles the, I want to say 4th, 3rd. Now we can have seem to have forgotten most of it.
Well, Václav, Wenceslas is Václav, but no, it's Charles Karel, the 4th, Charles the 4th, and he's listed, was named as the greatest Czech. I'll give you another story about that in a minute, about the greatest ever Czech. And it's just turned around the corner again. Good running by these two, straight to the fielder. But
so you're telling me it's not Sudesh Wickramasinghe,
the greatest Czech?
Okay, go on.
So Charles the 4th. After which Charles Bridge is named, and Charles Square. He basically brought the capital of the Holy Roman Empire, because he was Holy Roman Emperor, to Prague, which basically made Prague one of the most important cities in the whole of Europe.
And it's like in the 1300s, right?
In the 1300s.
Yeah.
And he founded the New Town, which is 700 years old. Yeah, pretty much. The New Town.
Yeah.
And then just completely changed the city, and just brought a lot of wealth to the city. And it was the fortunes of Prague were based on what he did for Prague. So he was highly influential.
Yeah. So yeah, I remember this was part of the tour I did last week, because that's where they kept the crown jewels, and then suddenly they had 2 sets of jewels. They're the Czech, but they had like the imperial jewels, because he'd now become an emperor. So which I still wasn't quite sure how he became an emperor. Is it just, how do they decide that? Because he's unifying different territories.
No, I'm not sure who it was. If it was his dad, I think it was his father, as Nitin Mill. I'll take the ball. I think it was his father. It was, I don't remember. Is it Luxembourg? The Duchy of Luxembourg or something like that, I think was his lineage. Again, if someone in the chat can tell us, can look that up quickly. And pretty good start from Nitin. So, but he brought the capital of, he was the Holy Roman Emperor.
You're right, by the way.
Luxembourg.
His dad was John of Bohemia, also known as the Count of Luxembourg.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right.
So, but what he did is he moved the capital of the Holy Roman Empire, and was the emperor. It moved that to Prague. As Nitin will come in again. It's down leg side this time, called a wide, and so he completely changed the city. The bridge. There's only one bridge at that time, which was the Charles Bridge. That was 1357 was when it was. It was the construction started on that. There's again so many little nuances with the story. So Nitin will come in again and got him straight through him. Big swing and a miss from Abhimanyu, whose tournament has not really gotten going yet, and that's another wicket for Venarati. So interesting game here at the moment. We're into the 5th over.
You know, we say never judge a game too early, and Vinos were so far behind after the first few overs. They were, I'm going to pull up some numbers here, but yeah, they were 23 for 3 at the halfway point. That was after a wicket maiden from Ali Hassan Sita. And then I wouldn't say they got motoring that quickly afterwards. It was these kind of last 3 overs that they were able to grab 50 runs off.
Yeah.
That made all the difference. And okay, 3 wickets. You got Piyush coming in a bit lower than usual. He's skippering this side. Still feel that United are big favourites here. The numbers agree, but you also feel VCC, if they could just grab a 4th and a 5th wicket here, it's game on.
Well, these two, I mean, Ayush really hasn't gotten going in this tournament. He hit that 6 in the last over, but is not as clean hitting as we've seen him in the past. Piyush missed the first couple of games, but again hasn't really shown much form, and it's a bit how it's gone for United. Oh, this is not a great delivery. Turned over the keeper, down to fine leg for 4 runs. Yeah,
it's outside the hip, easy turn for Piyush. Doesn't get in the middle of the bat, but doesn't need to. Just needs to get a touch. Runs away for an easy 4.
So Nitin, I'm sure he'll bring it back. It's a big wicket though, and if they can get one of these two, it'll put pressure on either Sharma or Bagel to with this innings, because probably the last of the recognised batsmen are these two. The others can definitely hold a bat, but not quite as well as these two. 50 does come up for UCC. It's hit beautifully. That's a lovely shot there from Piyush, straight through the covers for 4.
That could be shot of the day. Just if you're a cricket purist, you're loving that forward press and the kind of the jab at the right moment. Very safe shot, very effective shot. So yeah, despite the 3 wickets down, obviously they're well ahead of the run rate required at the moment. So 50's up as well during this over for UCC. It's a bit of a banana peel game for them. They're in such a good position. Surely they're not going to let it slip.
Well, as I said, they've not really. Oh, this is going to go through 4 as well. Well, it's this one's slightly overpitched by Nitin, who made the breakthrough earlier in the over, but Piyush has come in, and well, I don't think. Oh,
I think that when he hits
close.
it's below the waist. I think for me, he's also slightly crouched, so I think that's fine. But yeah, he's pushing it there, Meal. He started so well, but now finds himself having gone for 13. Venarati once again looking down the barrel.
Yeah, there's 1 ball left of this over. Nitin will be disappointed. There's a big wicket, that of that one of Abhimanyu, but it's brought out Piyush, who looks in the mood. This one's been hit out towards a boundary, and it's another 4. Good timing, and Piyush Bagel, 16 off 4. It's not a bad run rate.
Who says that T10's a slogger's game? This is such another. Another handsome drive from Piyush, and that'll get him 4. Close to the target, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo in the cube. Got Danny Hudacek with me, and we're talking a bit of Prague, some things to do around here. I've got to say that I did go to, since I last was commentating, which was Friday night, I've been to a beer festival, a wine festival, a food festival, an ice cream festival, and that's not it. And I rode I rode a boat on the river for the first time.
Well, welcome to Prague. It's summer in Prague in a nutshell.
And it wasn't even stressful. It was magnificent. So yeah, I do recommend, if you ever get the chance to come to Europe. I've got to admit, when I was in Australia, it's not top of my mind as somewhere that I'd want to visit or I'd find interesting. But yeah, every time I come here, I love it even more. Anyway, this is up and a sound to the ground. Maximo from Sharma, who seems to be getting his batting boots back. You can see past Tumwa's come on, but he couldn't find the pitch. Solid strike out of the ground.
Yeah, nice shot. And used his feet well. He's batting very deep in his crease. Saw the full toss coming, and that was smashed. So looking good at the moment. UCC, they've got past that 66 miles, so they will get a point out of this game minimum. But the way these two are going, they should get the victory as well. 1% for VCC now. 26 off 11.
All the points.
Oh, this could be, well, what? Oh, Alfie. Again, it's that thing. I don't know what's going on, but I've seen this so many times in this tournament.
It's not really super high. I know what you're saying. He backs off it a bit.
I agree, but I mean, no one's called catch, I don't think, and I've just seen it so often in this tournament where players have just not attacked the ball and gone for the catch. I mean, yeah, of course you're trying to protect the runs, and there is that opportunity. Oh, this is going to be another overthrow, and a good little comeback for 2 as well.
Yeah, 1 + 2 is 3, and yeah, especially when you're looking at that bonus point equation at United, this could be a big boost for them if they could get the 4, because they're a little bit behind the 8 ball at the moment. They're sitting out of the 5. Difference between 3 and 4 for them is pretty significant, and yeah, even those 2 extra runs for nothing.
Oh, I tell you what, Nitin Mills going off. He's pretty hot-headed, is Nitin.
I saw that yesterday.
Oh, that's a huge hit. Well, Ayush Sharma, as I said, hasn't had the greatest tournaments with the bat, but it's starting to click, which is looking good for United, because they're one of the teams that'll be looking for that 4th or 5th place, and it's important that Ayush Sharma should get a bit of form, because Abhimanyu's not batting too well. Piyush has come in and played beautifully here.
Yes, I haven't seen him battle a lot in the middle order, but he's come out and he's hit the ball so nicely from the get-go.
Oh, it's a better delivery. Squared him up.
Changed his mind there. Kind of wanted to go across, and then he basically tried to keep it out, played down the wrong line. Good comeback from the bowler.
Yeah, very good comeback. And well, 1 ball left of the 6th, 78 for 3, and again a pretty good delivery. Just got a little inside edge and I'll scamper through for a single.
Yeah, takes the end of the over, so it's 79 for 3 off 6. So yeah, well, they need 15 runs off this over, United, if they're going to take all the points. So yeah, I'd be treating this like it's the last over, trying to get 15. You got nothing to lose, really.
Exactly right. Well, Joe Cope was probably my obvious choice for a bowler, but he got hit by Magare, and so who are they turning to? They're turning to Kandeta as well. Kandeta, I think he 17 off the last Tanwa over. Kandeta is a good bowler. They need to keep them down, so VCC will get the point.
Yeah, that's what Vinarati are playing for, to keep their point, I suppose. If they can defend 15 this over, here we go.
Oh, he's got him. Inside edge, and that's the end of Sharma, who batted pretty well for his 24. And Kateta went for 11 off his first, but gets a bit of revenge with that wicket.
Yeah, it looked like he edged it onto his body, and it just dribbled back, for want of a better word, onto the stumps. We'll see what we can make out. Yeah, kind of it's edged onto, I think, the back pad. There you go, and then back onto the stumps. So Yeah, not the greatest start for United here in the 7th over, as they lose a 4th wicket. And it'll be 79 for 4. That'll bring Kumar Kupathi to the crease. And yeah, I mean, Buggell's just looked so well put together so far. I mean, I think you want to get him down there. So minimum, you're looking 1 here. You don't really want to dot. Again, this is one of those games that the bonus points kind of breathe some life into it.
Yeah, exactly right. And I'm sure we'll get that single. I'll look for it just to get a bat on ball and hit it pretty well. Goes down to Cope, and it'll just be a single, and it's got the right man on strike in Bagel, who's 19 off 5. And we had 4 fours in a row in the first 4 balls of his innings, and they ran that 3 off the overthrows.
Yeah.
So 80 for 4 now. So they need 14 off 4 for the bonus. Comes Kateta, and nice shot, but just to the fielder. That's another single. I think now they're just going to look for the win. UCC, Kupathi on strike. Don't think. Well, 13-3. It's still very possible.
Yeah, I mean, I would have been tossing up whether to take that single or not, to be honest. But I mean, Piyush has done most of his work along the ground so far. Yeah, credit to Vinarati if they can hold on here. And one thing's for sure, you need 2 score off this, otherwise you're relying on extras. Although we did see that, didn't we, over the weekend as well?
We did.
We saw the classic 7 off 1. I think Bruno were able to steal the points.
This is in the air and dropped. Never looked like taking it. They'll just get the 1. That was Paras Tanwar out there. He was always moving forward, trying to get to the ball. It's a good effort from him, but couldn't hang on to the catch.
Yeah, I mean, they still should do it, shouldn't they, Vinarati, as far as keeping their point. You need to see back-to-back 6s here for Bagel. Yeah, credit to the bowler, Kudeta. But let's see, Maximo or bust.
Oh, bust, I think, and taken. That's the end of Bagel. Surely not, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, this is always the downside, if you want to think of it as downside, is being aggressive, trying to go for the 4-pointer, get a set off a chain reaction that sees a collapse, basically, see him lose the game. I don't think so, although we have seen it once or twice before. I still think it's the right approach from Piyush. You'd hate to not try and you know, say miss out the finals by 1 point. So they still should do it. I mean, they need 12 off 19 with 5 wickets in hand. Shaimal Joshi, one of my personal favourites, coming into the crease at number 7.
Yeah, look, we'll see. I mean, they've got through probably the last of the recognised batsmen. Shaimal can get a few runs pretty quickly. But, well, 5 wickets down, 2 new batsmen. Kadeta's got 2 for 14, 1 ball left. Bring back Joe Cope, I think. See if he can pick up a couple of wickets. As I see the Barbarians coming in, and the slow ball, didn't get much of it, just be a single. It's by 1 more to the total for Joshi, and it's the end of a pretty good spell from Kateta. 2 for 15 off his 2, 83 for 5 are United. So well, here the European Championships, Cricket Championship for women, going in December. That should be a really good tournament video.
Yeah, and it's going to be a big challenge, I think, for Czechia in the Challenger division. I know the plans are for it to expand to 3 divisions next year. They've been thrown in the deep end there a little bit, I think, when you look at the players that are actually eligible to play. But I mean, we've already seen so much improvement with them in such a short period of time. So it's still a long way off in December. Stay tuned from the 9th to the 20th. It's meant to be the final one of the season.
So the new bowler is Nissan Durai. Starts with a dot. Joshi, the batsman on strike, and this is fair according to the umpire. Another dot ball. Let's have a look at this, and yep, good decision, good call. So still 1% for VCC, but 11 off 16.
Just got to try and win the next battle. You've got 2 new bats at the crease, essentially.
It's been hit down the ground, fielded by Socek, goes down, just a single. It's a good start from Durai. Just one off the first three. Kapathi, he's 2 off 2. Surely they'll get there, United. And again, there's just going to be a single. I would tighten the field up completely if I were Adnan. I'm not sure why he's sitting on his heels there, just watching for this this game. I'd definitely put a couple of feelers in and block those singles.
Yeah, I think you need to be looking at that. You might still cover a couple of boundaries, but yeah, you want to be tight on the one.
I don't know why that doesn't happen. Oh, exciting news, Vinny. Says he's hit down the ground. There's Mason Hassa.
Well, I've promised everyone you'll give us a pie review before the start of the next game.
Sure. Well, I can see Voita. He's there with the pies. He's watching Vinarati, and he's been a long time player for Vinarati from early on. As Sai comes in again, and dot ball. Been a good over.
Hanging in there. Durai does really well. Only 3 off that one, keeps the game a little bit of a heartbeat. The score now is 86 for 5 off 8. So 8 runs required off the last 2 overs. So not only did they survive the 7th, they survived the 8th.
Well, one of those overs will be from Joe Cope. And the other one looks like the ball has been thrown to Praveen Sharma. Let's have a look. Oh, Marzi's coming with the pies. And there's mash and salad as well, Vinny. Couldn't
have been better timing, really. Big thanks to Marzi. If you want to see more of Marzi, just come to Prague. He's all about the city.
Yeah, he likes it here. He's a bit of a comedian as well. It's just, well, they got to slip in. And it is, in fact, it's Nirmal. Gautam Nirmal.
Yeah, he's in a weird position. He's very close and square. It goes to probably where the traditional floating slip would be. So there's half the runs they need.
So a pretty good first up delivery though from around the wicket from Nirmal. And well, it wasn't Praveen Sharma who's going to be bowling because he's the wicket keeper. So
yeah, no, it's definitely not him. No, this is Nirmal. Let's see if he can provide a personal highlight. Do feel now that pretty much puts the game to bed.
Again, no movement from the skipper to bring the field in. Again, I don't understand that from with 1 run to go, he'll definitely put the field in for no reason at all. This goes to Adnan there, and just be a 1. And 91 for 5 now, UCC. Hi, Dave. How you doing? Good to see you back in the chat early. I know we stepped out for a while. And just in time to hear me talk about pies. Well, not yet. We'll be talking about pies in the next game, I think, because I'm going to tuck in soon. So Kapathi on strike. And that's a nice shot out towards the boundary. Just be a single.
How did Rico enjoy his pie? His first pie experience?
He said he liked it. I mean, I don't know. It was a nice pie yesterday. I think it was a Melbourne. I'm not quite sure. And we have a chicken pie today.
Yeah, well, I'm looking forward to making light work of that. Thanks to the crew from the Down Under.
All right. So
could just go to a last over, make another dot.
Ball. 2 runs, and again the field. Well, he's brought himself in a little bit, and there's still on the offside. There's an easy chance for a single.
Well, you got to think what the batter's trying to do. The batter's probably happy just to kind of knock and run here.
This is in the air over the top, and that should be it. And that's it. 4 runs. Nice shot there from Josh. He finishes on 12, and it's a comfortable win in a sense for United, with some good hitting in the middle overs, getting that score up to the to somewhere winnable. And that's United with a victory over Vinarati. Probably made a little bit closer than what they should have, United. But I think a couple of performances, especially from Ayush Sharma, have definitely improved their chances in this tournament to get into the finals. So United still got 3 games after this. Venerati will play their final game later on this afternoon.
Yeah, they play Moravians in match 45. Next game up will be the Barbarians taking on Moravian, who have arrived for their final block of 5 matches to make their case to push up the ladder and potentially qualify, although it will be a big ask for them, currently at 1-4 record. Back in this game, well, Alfie Sarchek is a guy that I've got a lot of time for, and he just seems to be able to be quite resilient bouncing back. Yeah, the Suchek magic just creating that first wicket. Bagoli was able to bang that one, but Joe Kovia didn't have a great time, did he, in this second over. Ended up going for plenty. This would have been run out. In the end, they were able to grab an overthrow again. United, they've got that scramble about them, don't they? And they normally try to squeeze as many as they can out of the innings. This is Alfie, who goes for a little bit of a journey down into his lap, taking the return catch. Bagoli went for 20. Now, Ayush Sharma is probably trying something with him, putting him to the top of the order to try and get him going. And he was able to get a couple away. And we saw Abhimanyu Singh play all around that one from Nitin Meal, but then Meal, again, he had his own issues with the rest of the over. Piyush Singh Baghel, he came out, he made 20 of 7, but there were 4 boundaries in there, and some of them were pure cricketing shots.
Absolutely lovely, that last one. To see him hit through the covers, but yeah, Piyush, I think that was the start of, well, he stabilised it. They lost that wicket in the over. It was a big one, that of Bagoli, and then when Piyush came in, just changed the momentum slightly again towards UCC. There's a drop catch going down there, but he was to go shortly after there at Piyush, and he just thought that possibly the would have had a bit of a chance here. Venerati with 5 wickets down, but that was the streaky one through the slips for 4, and this is the final one that Joshy hit. Good win from UCC. Maybe again still not firing on all cylinders, but did enough to beat Venerati.
There's the teams for Barbarians. A few new faces to this tournament for Moravians, led by Om Sharma, of course, as Akshay Babu comes in to do the wicket keeping. The Barbarians, Murali Vandarasi listed open with Devendra Singh, 2 very, very good players. Medhat's done some very good things in the series as well. Pradeep Gangappa has the gloves for them today. Interesting that he's listed as the keeper instead of Devendra Singh. Interesting choice.
Yeah, very interesting.
Let's see if that's correct. But anyway, we will be back in around about 25 minutes with that one. Bit of a team effort, you'd have to say, for United here. Ayush Sharma with 24, the top scorer, but 20s for Bagoli and Piyush Singh Baghel. It was Shamal Joshi that was able to drag them across the line, along with Koparthi. Bowling-wise, well, some good efforts in there. Alfie Sochek with 2 for 11. Very good performance from a young player. Kuteta with 2 for 15, kind of got his team to that point at least. Nitin Meal with a 1 wicket in there. And Durai with a pretty good over. Something in the player to watch as well. For Venerati, only 3 came off his over. We'll take a break then. We'll be back in 25 minutes with the next game. It's the Barbars versus the Moravs. Let's see how that one goes in match 43. Until then, Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. Time for a quick pie and some lunch. We'll see you the other side of this break with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Beautiful day here in Prague, and continuing the program on day number 9 with match number 43. We'll get to see Prague Barbarians taking on Moravians in this one. Charles Croucher down the other end with the 2 captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 43 with Prague Barbarians versus Moravian. The Moravian to call. Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
Bat first.
Barbarians won the toss and will bat first.
So Barbarians win it and they want to have a hit. Didn't surprise me really. They've got a pretty long, strong batting lineup, and look, they are currently just outside the 5, but they've still got 3 games to play. They've got a 3-4 record. It'll be interesting, of course, really important for Barbarians, but I think Murali Vandrasi, he just seems to be a bit of a barometer for them. I think that when he clicks, they click, and they're taking on a Moravian side with just the 1 win out of 5 matches played so far. So I suppose the positive for Moravians is they've got this block now in the next couple of days where they'll play their 5 remaining matches. If they can get in a real heater, I mean, potentially they could still qualify as well. So there's plenty to play for as we get ready for the start of match number 43. Also, we might have a pie review from Danny Hudacek. Let's get ready for the first ball. I can tell you, Barbarians are going to bat first after winning the toss.
Thanks, Vinny, and there will definitely be a pie review sometime during this innings. And welcome back to everyone here in lovely Prague, or to lovely Prague, I should say, for this European Cricket Series from Czechia. This will be a good game between 2 good sides, Prague Barbarians. They'll again want to try to get into that the top 4 or 5. They've 3 and 4. Moravians, well, they've got a good player in Abhishek Parker, and just got to see who can play around them. Om Sharma's there as well. And for Barbarians, they decided to bat first. So Murali Vandrasi with the leading run scorer at the moment. Devendra Singh have been batting okay. Maybe missed out a little bit in the last couple of innings. Hardeep Medad, I think, with the 3 stars with the batting for the Barbarians. So it'll be an interesting game. Good to see Moravians again. Of course, they come from Brno, so they play their matches in blocks, as we saw with Brno Cricket Club, and also with Ostrava from the 3rd city here in the Czech Republic. Joby Samuel, I think, a really good addition to Moravians. See him with the ball. And Barbarians 60%, Moravians 40%. So Moravians, they're a club that started a few years ago. They broke away from Brno Cricket Club a few years ago during the 2020 season. I've seen them on the network a couple of times, but they're again probably in the shadow somewhat of Brno. There was a bit of a cult figure early on for them. A player named Felix was around about 130 years old. Really a real character for this Moravian side. I might ask some of them what's happened to Felix. That was about 4 years back. But in the present, they've got a real opportunity here against Barbarians to try to get themselves up into that top echelon, into the finals at the end of the week on Friday. And as per usual, looks like it's Devendra Singh and also Murali Vandrasi who'll open the batting for the Barbarians. So Barbarians lost a couple, lost to Vinarati, as did Bohemians, which is, looking at how Vinarati have been going in the last few games, it was a bit of a blip. But Barbarians, I think they've dropped off a little bit with the intensity. I want to come back with a big win here. So it'll be Devendra Singh to face Prem Yadav, the one-arm bowler. Not one-armed in the same way as with a former Barbarian in Sahil Grover, who has got a broken finger, but only used one arm to bowl, does Prem Yadav. It's an interesting action, very effective though. Let's see, a dot first ball. Nice shot from Divi into the covers. Just be a single. There's a fielder there who finally finds the ball. So comes to Prem Yadav again. Hit firmly. That's straight to Om Sharma. And dot ball. As I mentioned, Abhishek Parker. You look at him as the star of this Moravian side at the moment. New addition is Charlie Trotter, who has to go and fetch that one, as there is no Arun sitting in his seat. No one covering that part of the ground with the ball retrievers. That's the first boundary for Barbarians. It's Devendra Singh who'll get it. Been a pretty good start from Yadav though. Just 4 from the first over, a couple of balls left. Well, Moravians, as I mentioned, will want to get a good win on the board. They'll be playing 5 games in the next 2 days. This is the first one of them. This is hit over the top, nice shot. It's an action replay for the fielders. Go and fetch that from the shrubberies in front of the golf course. Just a little bit wide there from Yadav. 1 ball left, 8 from the over. Devendra looking in the mood this morning. Well, is it this morning? It's not. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just after lunch. Lunch provided by the Down Under and the Pie Shop. And let's just see. I think it just bounced in front of the line, or in front of the rope. Yeah. Going to be looking for the ball for a little bit. They'll get a new one out. So it's Devendra Singh, who's got the run so far. Murali Vandrasi has got the majority of the runs for the Barbarians throughout this tournament, the captain. And this is flicked away on the leg side. Good fielding. Will it go all the way? It won't. That's really nice feeling there. It's Joby Samuel. We'll come back into this Moravian side. I'm sure we'll see him with the ball a little bit later at Joby. At the end of the first, the Barbarians. Actually, before we go back to that, this is the European Cricket Championship for women. The 2 divisions this year, the Challenger Division and the Premier Division from Malaga. A lovely Kardama Oval. That starting on the 9th of December, going through the 20th, and it'll be great to see international women's cricket here on the network. It'll be T10 games. 2 very, very good divisions there. 2 tournaments running sort of. Well, this is in the air and got it. Well, it's the end of Divi. Devendra Singh hits it pretty high in the air. Pretty well taken catch there. And that's the first wicket down for Barbarians. So 9 on the board, 1 wicket down. Bring a new batsman in. But just didn't get much length on it. Tried to flick it away over the infield. Didn't quite get there. Taken on that 30-metre circle, and he was not real happy with himself, is Devendra Singh. So big wicket for Moravians. The new batsman will be Medat. Habib Medat. Again, I think he's batted pretty well in this tournament. Hasn't really gone on with a big score, but hits the ball very hard. And expect maybe a couple of big sixes from him. This is turned around the corner, and it is the same fielder who took the catch. Will pick it up and just underarm it back to the bowler. It's a good start from Abhishek Parker. He's a quality performer in this Moravian side. Really good with the bat and the ball. There's Abhishek. It's Vasant Kumar who took the catch. Comes in again, just prodded down there, and well, it's a good piece of work there from the fielder. Throw a little bit high. Well taken single by the Barbarians. Let's have another look at this. Just dab down, and oh, you know what? If it had hit, because he didn't slide his bat, lost it as well. Could have been a chance. 11 now on the board for the loss of that 1 wicket. That of Devendra Singh. And really good ball there from Parker. Just pushed out into the covers, no run. It was the Barbarians that won the toss. They elected to bat. Now the win probability, it's 53%. It's too early to tell. They need a good partnership to the Barbarians, and these two are both very good batsmen. This has been pushed through the to third man, and that's 4 runs. Nice shot there from Medhat. It's his first boundary. Really good shot, good placement. Didn't overhit it, just guided it through that area. So Barbarians, they're one of the original clubs here in Prague. PCC and Bohemians, well, PCC were the first club. Bohemians were an offshoot of them. Barbarians formed with 2 guys called Jeff and Steve. They decided to form a cricket club. Oh, it's well bowled. A little bit quick there for Medhat was Parker. And so it was very much a social type team, the Barbarians at the start. Got a bit more serious a little bit later, and a very solid cricket club here in the Czech Republic. As we see here, 7th place, played 7, won 3, lost 4. The Barbarians, Moravians, down towards the bottom of the table. They've only played 5 games. This is their 6th, so they'll be looking for a big win, and they'll look to get themselves up towards the upper reaches of the table. They're playing Vinarati in the last game here. I think they'll fancy themselves with a victory against Vinarati, who have struggled throughout the tournament with player availability and just through inconsistency. Well, it's Om Sharma, the bowler. He's pushed that one down leg side. It's called a wide. And there's a good player here for Moravians is Om Sharma. Here's the captain of the side. And this is down leg side again. Gets a bit of pad onto it. It'll be leg by. Keepers after it. Just get the single out of it. Possibly 2 if they'd been on the same page, the 2 batsmen. And it was Vandrasi. In fact, it was Medhat who said no. He keeps a strike. Vandrasi just 1 off 2. Medhat 5 off 4. Sharma comes in again. And swing and a miss. It's called a wide. There's been a couple in this over. Trying for that wide line. As you can see, the blue line there. It belongs to the bowler now. So if you bowl it and it goes over that line, or it's any sort of contact over it as the plane goes, then it is not considered a wide. Difficult to judge for the umpires sometimes, but usually it's pretty clear. Sharma has a little bit of a chat. Umpire there, that's Shobit. Farouk, the umpire at the at square leg. Oh, it's gone through the fielder there. It's a little bit sloppy, and that's 4 runs. So it's just couldn't quite get down to it, the fielder. And that's another 4 runs for Medhat. Moves on to 9, 22 for 1. It's a long way to go in this this innings, and if these 2 get going, you can get that score up to something which is almost ungettable for Moravians. But they're bowling pretty well. Sharma gets one outside off stump. So Moravians are a 2nd division side. So they formed in about 2020, and they played their first European cricket series. And it didn't start well for them in that series. Didn't win a game against some very good Brno opposition. In fact, their first ball ever in the Moravians as a club, it was a wicket that went down, so a bit of a rough start for them. But they've come back well, and they're well established now in the leagues. Sharma, 2 balls left in this over, bowling to Willie Vandrassi gets a dodgy top edge. It's going towards a boundary. It'll be 4 runs. Not really in control of that shot. Just a little bit shorter there. And tried to tuck it away around the corner. Got a thick top edge and 4 runs. So Mike gets his account opened. Vandrassi with his boundaries at least. 27 for 1. 1 ball left of the power play. And hit down the ground, straight past the bowler. Good fielding there. That's Pawan Jaswal. We'll see with the bat a little bit later. We'll probably open the batting for Moravians. He's a good batsman, is Jaswal. So at the end of the power play, have a look at this. 28 for 1 are the Barbarians. Pretty good over for them, 13 from it. Still a very even contest. I don't think either side has won that power play. As we see the disco wave from umpire Farouk, indicating that the field restrictions are no longer required. Let's see where they're going to move fielders back. No one deep on the leg side at the moment, except for the long on. Everyone else in the circle or thereabouts. Maybe the fine leg is pretty square. In fact, it's more a backward square leg. It's still within that circle, I think, as this is pushed out to point just for a single. Interesting, they're keeping the field pretty tight. There's looks like there's 5 in the circle for Moravians. There's a third man. There's also deep cover and a long on and a long off. So it's Abhishek Parker come in for his second over. It's pretty quick, and probably a little bit too quick there for Medhat, who sticks a bat out, can't quite get onto it. The wind's starting to pick up a little bit here. It's coming from right to left on screen, so it'll push the ball away from the right-handed batsman. Also means that you're hitting against the wind if you go cross bat to the leg side. Oh, dodgy edge! It's gone down to the player at third man. It'll just be a single. Good bowling from Parker. Again, pretty quick. I'll bring Medhat back on strike. 30 for 1 now are the Barbarians. Been a really good spell of bowling here from Parker. Yeah, comes in again. Bowling to Vandrassi this time. And again, another dodgy edge. Going towards a boundary. That'll be 6. Well, he's really rushing the batsman, is Abhishek Parker. We've only got 1 man down there. They haven't found him yet, the Barbarians batsman. Nothing controlled about that shot. And it goes down towards that grain field. Been a little bit unlucky here, Parker. He's taken the only wicket so far. Gone for 14 runs, but quite a few of those have been pretty streaky. Comes in again, bowling to Vandrassi. This is nothing streaky about that. That's been smashed over the covers for 6. Got a juicy half volley outside off stump, and well, Willie Vandrassi, he's been batting well this tournament. He's very economical in his stroke play, is Vandrassi. Not much of a back lift, not much of a follow through, but all the runs, and 6 to him. He moves on to 19. Barbarians 42 for 1, going at just about 11 and over. There's Parker again, and just dab down there to third man. Makes no mistake. That's the end of a pretty good spell there from Parker. A little bit unlucky in a way, took the only wicket. He went for 21 off his 2, and Prague Barbarians are 43 for 1. Have a look here. This doesn't tell us too much. Just that it was the second over of the wicket. Just lost a bit of momentum. But going at, as I said, just about under 11 and over. It's not about rate at this stage. The fact they've only lost 1 wicket, the Barbarians, puts them in good stead. See some spin coming on. It'll be Manish Vashni will be the bowler. It's a good time to bring spin on just after the power play. And this is the 5th over. After Parker's been bowled out, Vashni got a good chance against these two. Vandrassi's on 20, Medhat 11. Just keep them honest and in their crease. These Barbarians got plenty of cover out on the boundaries now as well. Does the bowler come in bowling to Vandrassi, who hits it pretty well, and that'll be just out of the reach of the fielder for 6. Nice shot there, juicy half volley. So look at this, boom, nice shot there from Vandrassi. He's been, as I said, in really good form with the bat throughout this tournament. So 49 for 1. Vinny's back in the marshmallow to join me. What do you think of the start from Barbarians?
I always think Vandrassi's dangerous. Anywhere, anytime. Obviously getting Devendra Singh early was handy. But yeah, they kind of need that additional breakthrough. I think Vandrassi, who hasn't really had the majority of the strike early either. It's a no ball for off the pitch. I think we've got a free hit coming up here.
This could go a long way. Oh, it could be missed. Good bowling.
Yep. Had to go for it though. But yeah, look, it's been an interesting start to this game. I think Barbarians pretty happy where they're at, and they're slightly outside the 5 at the moment. I want to put on a good performance here. This one just not escaping the infield. Yeah, Barbarians coming to this with a 3 and 4 record. Interestingly, for example, they've got the same record as United and Tigers, but they have 2 points less. And it shows the importance of kind of holding on to your points or being able to convert 3-point wins into 4-point wins. So that's actually the difference at the moment. But yeah, no, they've got time to make it up. And yeah, they'll play this game here, obviously against Moravians. But then this one's high and it's going to be out of the ground. Catch attempt and completed. So I suppose you get partial points for that. Parker just showing off a little bit. But the result will be 6 runs to the Barbars.
Yeah, nice shot there. Just got enough of it. And well, it was a nice take by Parker over the boundary.
After this, they play United in the next game, and then they have one more game against Ostrava to press their case for finals qualification. Right now, we're halfway through the first innings, and it's 58 for 1 after 5. Barbarians winning the toss and electing to bat here in match number 43. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo in the commentary cube. And joining me, of course, is Danny Hudacek, who I think has commentated every single ECN event we've ever had here in Czechia. True?
Definitely, yeah. There's been 5 altogether. I think there were 2 in the first year.
Yeah, well, you had the Czech Super Series and you had the actual ECS. So Czech Super Series is won by Bohemians in 2020. But then Prague CC won the ECS in 2020 against Vinarati. I think it was just a 2-day series that year in October. Must have been pretty cold.
Yeah, it was chilly.
A little bit. And then, of course, I was on the tour in 2021, and we did it together in 22 and 23. Rico is also part of our commentary team for this one, and Phil G's been making a few cameos as well. So it's great to have you with us, and thank you for your service. You racked up quite a few games down the network as well.
Not wrong. It's been great fun. Just going back to how cold it was, the only time I've ever seen a fielder field in earmuffs was down here. And
that was 2021 though, when I was here. That was when we were here in May. It was Gangappa.
That was chilly as well, and windy.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, Pradeep Gangappa. It was funny. He's fielding in earmuffs, and then I was walking from the bus stop, and a car pulled up, and I was wondering who it was. I looked in, and on the passenger side seat, there was some earmuffs. So I didn't have to see a face. I knew exactly who it was. So he gave me a lift in a couple of 100 metres into the ground.
Probably not great for communication, the earmuffs, I imagine.
No.
Did the sound get through them okay?
Well, at least he didn't bat with earmuffs. That would have been interesting.
Don't think I've ever worn earmuffs. Oh, have I? Just earmuffs. I don't know. Anyway, here's Premiadov. Gets hit straight and out of the ground. Maximo! It's a fraction short there. And Medhat, or the Medhata, as he's now been anointed in the chat, has put that one comfortably over the top of long on.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. And he's a powerful hitter of the ball, is Medhat. And a good addition to this Bohemian side. Just stiffens up the batting a little bit with Vandrasi and also Divi Singh. Maybe a little bit thin with others. Oh, this is gone again.
Oh, Mazi.
Mazi.
He's rushed in and he's almost taken out the scorer's tent. It's actually hit the post. And Mazi's a bit of a rookie error rushing in and doesn't get a hand on it. Well, I mean, Mars, he knows how to bring a smile to our faces. And he certainly kept us entertained there. The result's going to be 6 more.
The thing is that with Marzi is that he is a limit to where he could go before he got into the sun. And I think maybe he just misjudged it slightly because he couldn't go past, because he is a bit of a vampire, is Marzi. He doesn't really like the sun much.
It is true. You don't get a look at it all the way off the bat, so we'll give him a pass on that. This is into the gap. This is going to be 4 as well. Well, Marzi's going to cop that one, I think, in the ankle. So he's been busy. But how about the stroke play here? This is absolutely laced into the gap. This is some batting from the Barbarians at the moment.
Yeah, not bad. Well, he's targeting that tent as Marzi takes a bow. I hope he doesn't target us because he's hitting it pretty well, is Medhart.
We already had a crossbar challenge successfully achieved on the cube this morning, didn't we? End of the over at 76 for 1 after 6. So I want to say a quick hello to Emmanuel Robbins, who I think is watching from Brisbane. Hello to Wayne as well. And if you want to drop us a message, it's always a good time. Pie review, I enjoyed mine immensely.
Yes.
It was the chicken pie.
A chicken and mushroom. Yeah, very good.
Yeah, and so thanks to our crew at the Down Under, there's a chance that the proprietor Vojta might be in the Vinarati side later on.
That's the rumour. Yeah, that's the rumour I've heard. There's a bit of a change in wicket keeping as well, possibly.
Yeah, we'll keep that close to our chest for now, but expect the unexpected. Here's Varshni, who's going to come back to bowl his second over. Just 4 overs remaining in this first innings.
Oh,
it knocks him over, yeah. I mean, it's short enough. It looked pullable, didn't it? And Vandrasi kind of took the bait, but a lot of overs been hurried on. Didn't bounce as much as Vandrasi thought. And so, yeah, maybe some clever bowling. We'll give the bowler the benefit there. Varshni comes up with the goods, and at 76 for 2.
I've been impressed with Varshni. This one's a bit quicker. Darted it in, and well, he's a leg spinner, but that was pretty quick. And he's, well, he's just got another leg spinner out as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the thing is, it wasn't the quicker ball. It was kind of like, it was still spun. You know, it was still a kind of just a quicker leg spinner.
Yeah.
But it really did gather some pace off the pitch.
Well, it is pretty Gungappa, their man, formerly with the earmuffs. It's too warm here for earmuffs, I think, at the moment, Vinny. It's really nice weather. And he comes in and joins Medhart.
He'll always be muffs to me.
Muffs.
Anyway, Varshni, does he try something similar? He tosses up slightly, big swing and a miss. Wide will be called. Hello to Dave B, of course, watching in France. And I've got Sachin Jangra saying hello from India. So hello to you as well. Hello to Anisha Telecom. Great to have so much company here. That's the quicker one. And it's just going to be called good. Kappa sees 2 different paces in those 2 deliveries. Let's check it out. Yeah, it's pretty much straight over the line, so it's not wide. That's been the adjustment. It's well bowled though. I like his control here.
Yeah.
Varshni. Even when what looked like a mistake, I mean, I kind of fell for it the same way that Vandrasi did. I thought, oh, well, that's going to go. But it hurried on and crashed into his stumps.
It's a good addition to this side. Oh, that's quicker and called a wide.
Yeah, that was the genuine, just like, I'm hurling it down there.
It was,
yeah, it's almost, yeah, it's like a seam up grip. Most, it's a little bit of off cut on it, that one. But next one, Gungappa will get off the mark. Just a little stab to the leg side. And yeah, the result is going to be 4 carreras, 4 runs. Finished a pretty entertaining over. Oh, actually not. We've still got 2 to come. This over's gone. Those 2 wides have thrown out my clock.
I said I've liked his bowling. He does vary it a lot, but it's always great to see leg spinners in any format. of cricket, as long as they're pretty good. And Varshney is pretty good. Oh, this is high in the air. A player under it, takes a catch, gets another wicket. Does Varshney? Neat catch out there, and that's the end of Gangappa, who goes for 4. Well, I've always wondered where the runs are going to come from, apart from the top 3 for Barbarians. Haven't really come from Gangappa, and it'll be Tree Lal. He'll be the next batsman in. I was just watching the a little bit with Felix, is the guy who used to play for Moravians. So I will ask about it. He was about 130 years old, and opening the batting for Brno was Tree Lal.
Yeah.
I don't know which one of the Brno sides. It might have been the second team, because those were was it the Rangers, the Raiders, and the Raptors? Who are all playing there.
That'll be a trivia question. Put them in order. I'm going
to try. High in the air.
Well, this is catchable. Well, Marzi had no luck, but luckily the fielder on the field, Jaswal, he is able to take it, and he's going to get Tripurari Kanyalal for a golden duck. Well, it's a long way for Tripurari. It's a long way to go. He walks all the way out. He walks all the way back. It's a golden duck. This game has changed. It's 82 for 4. And Varshney's going to be on a wraparound hat trick because he has 2 wickets in 2 to finish his spell.
We'll see him bowl later in the day, but I like the shape of his bowling. Very clever bowler, and as I said, a really good addition to this Moravian side. So, as you see here, this is what's happening in the European Cricket Series for the rest of the year. Vinny, Czechia here finishing in on Friday. Then we have Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria, and then Italy and Rome this time.
It's hard to believe that I think this is the end of the first half of the season. Only half.
Yeah.
It's a lot of matches.
Yeah, it is a lot of matches.
It's so many matches. It seems like forever ago that we started the season in Cyprus. Of course, we've been back there since. And around the start of the season, I was in Gibraltar for a night series as well. Since then, we've had a night series in Portugal as well. We've had T20 international cricket we've shown from Romania, from the Netherlands as well. And just plenty going on. So stay tuned and make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, where you can catch it pretty much every single day. Anyway, this is Yasir Kumbala Parambil to come back and over number 9. Bowling for the first time. And the first one goes down the leg side for a wide. So yeah, suddenly 115 predicted. It seemed like it would be a lot more just a few minutes ago. 3 wickets in that last over.
Look, I mean, Medhat's still there. Hemdev, the new batsman. I just wonder, even if they do get into that top 5, whether Barbarians have got the depth in batting to be able to trouble any of the top teams.
Well, that's the thing, though. They'd almost be gambling that their top 3 does the trick a few games in a row. This is a nice little whip away, though, from Medhat. As it just gets a little bit leg stumpish. 4 runs to the total.
Yeah, it's so fast down that part of the ground. It's almost, they've got a fielder down there, but how many runs do they actually save? Because as soon as it's a few metres away from them, it's just going to run.
Yeah, true. You've got limited range on this field, don't you? Pretty good comeback from the bowler. Just knocked away for a single. Yeah, I'm going to go with wheat or barley. It's certainly changed colour significantly. The first day we worked here in this current kind of stretch was the first day of the CE Cup, which is now 11 days ago. It's amazing how much it's grown and changed colour.
Yeah. It is lovely though. It's got that nice little yellow greenish hue to it.
It's a long way across, shows a bit of the furniture here, but I think it just misses that leg stump. Umpire says, yeah, I'm going to have to call that a wide. If the ball was over the top of the leg stump, it would be all right, but Hemdev certainly getting a long way across there. Does something similar again, but Kumbala Parambil's a little bit off target. Yeah, Emmanuel Robbins saying he remembers playing a game in Perth, Australia, where in the wet ground due to the frost, it was hard to grip the ball. We actually had one of the ECCW games last year at Kartama delayed due to frost on the field, because I mean it is pretty good weather there in Costa del Sol, but in December it is one of the coldest months of the year, and had these relatively early starts compared to when we're there for the ECL, the men's ECC.
You wouldn't really expect frost in southern Spain at any time of the year.
Yeah, it can happen. Had some strange weather events. You get the Saharan sands coming over occasionally as well. Loads up a drive, gets the gap, gets the boundary. Medhat is going to try and lift this score as high as possible. And this is just, good batting, I think. Hits through the line of the ball, not too many gaps there, but he finds one.
Yeah, good batting. And I just see a helicopter. Looks like it's going to land on the field. Is it Rico coming?
Yeah, it could be the Rico copter coming over the top. It's part of his Prime tour that he's on right now.
So, can we call it wide?
So, speaking of fun things to do on the day off, I mentioned it earlier. I did go, amongst other things, I went to the ice cream festival. I know a lot of you have been asking me what was it like. I had a few different flavours, but there were some pretty interesting flavours there. Some had been sold out, unfortunately. All right, this is a little jab to the leg. That's going to go all the way over the rope. Maximo for Medhat. This over has gone a little bit off the rails. It's gone magical, in fact, now. Still a ball to go in the 8th. So just the tonic for Barbarians to get their innings back on track after that 3-wicket over in the 7th. So one of the interesting ones was kind of like roasted garlic.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Umpire says not out.
Only question here, is it actually straightening down the line or is it angling down the leg side? We'll get a look at it. Will be the end of the over. 103 for 4. I think it's a good call. I think there's no real evidence that's going to straighten down the line. I think it probably hits him barely in line with the leg. So excellent umpiring, and 103 on the board with 2 overs remaining. The one what else was there? There was kind of like lemon and dill and olive oil.
Yeah.
That was one. And that had an interesting taste. But one of the things they had was, of course, this is Czechia. And what do they do in Czechia? Beer. So they had a beer stand, Raven, Raven Brewery.
Yeah.
And they had done some special kind of ice cream related beers, and one of them was I can't remember exactly what they were, but one was like a milkshake IPA, one was a blueberry sour, and one was like a salted caramel stout.
Oh, that sounds delicious. Raven, got him straight through him, and well, that's the end of Medhat. Om Sharma's come back, and it's gone for 44, 103 for 5 now. Barbarians with only a couple of overs left. That's a big wicket. Ravens will hope to keep this score down, because Medhat took the previous bowler apart slightly.
That's really well bowled. Maybe just angled in slightly, but he lured Medhat forward, and he wasn't really in control of his stroke. So again, it's been kind of punch and counter punch here, hasn't it, in this innings? And so at the start of the 9th, Medhat has to go, but not before a well-made 44. The score is 103 for 5. Yeah, the salted caramel stout was probably my favourite. I went back for another one of those.
I probably would have as well. Raven's a really nice brewery. It's down in Pilsen, which is kind of like the home of beer in a sense for Czech Republic with Pilsner Urquell.
Yeah.
And so Gambrinus comes from there. But yeah, look, it's I know the brewer. He's a nice guy.
Oh, maybe we have to make an introduction.
There you go.
Say hola to Monica, who's watching from Colombia. Buenos días, Monica. ¿Cómo estás? And who knows? One day ECN might even make the journey to South America. As this is a bit of a false shot, but Pandya will take it. It's a thick inside edge. It's going to run away to the fine leg boundary.
So yeah, the Raven brewer. He's the head brewer and the co-owner, Philip Miller. He's an Australian.
Is he really?
He's an Australian.
We need to invite him to the ground, don't we? That's a missed opportunity. So is he in Pilsen?
He's in Pilsen. I don't know what they do with non-alcoholic beers, but that'd be great to get Phil up here. So but he's a really good guy. Last time I spoke to him was I was at a beer festival, and I vaguely remember speaking to him. I know he was there.
I know finals day, technically you're off now, so maybe you can make a selection. That's a good looking pull shot. That's going to be into the gap, and that's going to be 4. So Pand, you're finding back. This one's a lot more, I suppose, the batter's doing. Just leaned back on that back foot, heaved it away in front of square leg for a boundary to Barbarians. Boundaries, wickets. It's had a bit of everything so far. Funny thing is they're headed for 123. It says that anyway, which is actually kind of an average-looking score, but anything but average the way they've gotten there.
Well, whether Moravians can get to that depends on, I think, on Abhishek Parker a lot. Now, they do have some batting. Om Sharma's a good bat. But that's the end of the 9th over. 1 over left. Nelson for the Barbarians. 111 for 5.
Kind of a team effort, I suppose. I know that Yas is over. Didn't really go to plan, but you look at those economy rates for the other 4, between 10 and 13.5. Imagine they would go back. Well, I was going to say, it's probably one of these situations where you might try a 6th bowler, obviously, because Kumbala Parambil didn't go too well at all. He went for 20. So
then again, the batsman who hit him all around the ground is out now.
Yeah, exactly. But it looks like they're going for a 6th bowl. It's going to be Vasant Kumar to bowl this 10th. So, yeah, it's a good point you make. Sometimes, okay, you look at how the over went, but then you also say, okay, let's look at the circumstances. Who was batting? How were the runs scored? You know, was it convincing from the batters? Or was it bowler error? Anyway, Vasant will get an opportunity. And it's 10th overtime. First time we've seen him bowling the series. Not a bad start at all. Dragged out, needs some help from his fielder. Gets it, although they will get back for a pretty comfortable 2.
So tell us about their roasted garlic ice cream.
Okay, that's the one that I wanted to try, but it had sold out. So obviously a few people had the same idea. So I had to settle for... keeper not able to handle this, be called a wide. I had to settle for... I had a durian. So durians are tropical fruits. Very. I got to admit, I've never actually eaten it, but actually tasted really good. It's very kind of strong smelling fruit, tropical fruit. And then I had some sort of hazelnut with crushed hazelnuts. Those were the things I remembered. Then there was a lot of Prosecco flying around as well. It's really good running there to hustle through for an overthrow, searching for every possible run. There's another one of the light planes that's flying around the ground right now.
Yeah, Prosecco and ice cream sounds like a fun day.
It was.
Well, I think it's going to be a no ball. It looked like it was over the hip.
I think the thing is, he charges, right? So you'd have to kind of peg it when it's passing the crease. So I think this is going to be a wicket, honestly. We actually saw Vasant take a wicket last year. He bowled 1.1 overs. This probably looks like it's high, and it probably is when it passes him.
Oh, it's
but here, let's see. By the time it passes the crease, it's
down lower, isn't it?
It goes below, yeah.
Yep.
So, and you can actually see where it hits on the stumps. If it hit the very top of the stumps, then that might be possible, but it hit fair way down. Still, it's the right idea from the batter, but MDev's going to have to go for 5, and the score now 116 for 6 with 3 balls remaining.
Very achievable total here for the for Moravians. They'll have to bat well, but they've come up here. They're fresh. They haven't played for a little while, and they'll probably look back at what they did in the previous games, and they've seen where they can rectify any issues.
I think they got that advantage for sure. Purohit gets a bat. Actually quite like this over from Kumar. I know the way the wicket came wasn't exactly textbook, but he's off an economical run-up. I think he'd be a tough guy to time up. He's been attacking the stumps. He's been reasonably full.
Yeah, coming around the wicket as well just changes that angle. Makes it a bit more difficult for batsmen, just like that.
Yeah.
Pushing it across. Good bowling.
Been really good last over. So now we're talking fractionally below par kind of total for Barbarians. But again, Moravians, if they want to kind of be in this tournament, this is the kind of game they need to win.
Yep.
They're in that position at the moment, probably 50-50, close to. lures him outside the off stump, and that will do it. It'll be 117 for 6 off the 10 overs. Here's that last ball. Again, feet not really going anywhere. And I think, yeah, it's pretty much straight in the line or maybe fractionally inside. Good call from the umpires. I think they've been excellent, not only today, but throughout the whole tournament. So, yeah, a brilliant last over from Vasanth. 1 for 6. Takes his second ECN wicket. And Barbarian's going to finish 117 for 6. Moravians 118 to win the game.
They're really into this this game of the Moravians. And well, they kept a couple of batsmen quiet. Divi Singh didn't really get going, as you see here. It's a good start from Divi. Hit a couple of fours, but then fell pretty early. That was the catch he hit. Nice take. What was that? That bowler at the end who took the catch. It's nice take. See, this has gone through the infield, but yeah, it was a little bit of good hitting from the batsman there from Vandrasi.
I think Vandrasi is always a key. That partnership with Mehta was probably the foundation on which the innings was built. They put on 67 runs in 5 overs. But, you know, some good work as well. I think Parker's catching has been a bit of a feature of the tournament, even though that one was off the field. But, yeah, they had to get those two, and you felt that would change things. Marzi had a go. He couldn't take the catch. To be honest, Marzi, don't feel too bad. You're not alone. Love this one from Varshni. It looked like it was a half tracker, but it hurried on, slammed into the stumps of Murali Vandrasi, who had to go for 33 off just 14. Never had a lot of the strike while he was there, but was productive when he did. And it was kind of harder going, wasn't it? Medat was still there for a while, but yeah, he lost Gangapo, who went 4 and out. Then we had 2 and 2 because Javeri Kanyalal, he holed out pretty much straight away. So yeah, fighting back into the second half of this game. I think Moravians on their return, they would love to take the scalp of the Barbarians because Moravians, they still have 5 matches, including this one. It was good bowling late in the piece. That one did get Medat. That's on Sharma, who came back. From there, they never really did too much else. And now, well, I think we're set up for a bit of a grandstand second half.
Agreed, Vinny, and look, they've given themselves every chance here. The Moravians. It's a really good last over there by Vasanth Kumar. And again, I was very impressed with the bowling of Manish Varshni. And well, Barbarians would have liked a few more runs. Still a reasonable target to bowl at. Moravians will have to bat very well to get there. See Devendra Singh missing out slightly after a bright start. Vandrasi 33 off 14, Medhat with 44 off 23. The rest was just little bits and pieces. 9 wides, 117 for 6. Is it enough? Don't know. Moravians need a win here just to keep themselves within the tournament. And as I said, they have 5 games, including this one, to come. Barbarians only a few left. And Vasanth Kumar right at the end takes a wicket, 6 runs from it. And it was Varshni with 3 for 20. I think bowled very well. And wickets for a couple of the bowlers. Sharma with 1 for 20 as well. But Barbarians, well, 118 to win for the Moravians. They'll have to bat well, but they're very capable. And we're back in a few minutes' time. The second innings of this game, match 43 from the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. See you then.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back to Prague for this ECS European Cricket Series match between Barbarians and United. So it's a fairly healthy total, maybe around about the par score of 120, 117 put on the board by Barbarians, and United are very capable of getting there to get the points in this game. I have to bet well though. Barbarians with again a fairly good bowling attack. Probably not playing at their best in this tournament so far, the Barbarians, but neither are United. But a little bit resurgent. They would have a Vidarati earlier. So 117, pretty good total. As you can see here, 81 is the first mark for United to get to. If they can be restricted to under that, Barbarians will take the 4 points. Otherwise, they'll have to get the 117 in 7 overs. It's fairly tight for that. I think they'll be happy if they can get a victory, United, to keep their tournament going. Barbarians likewise. There's Pruitt, the left armour, who'll open the bowling. Bowling to Jaswell. Parker, the batsman at the other end. This is hit over the top of the field. There's a player out there. Gone, first ball. Well, Jaswell, he's batted well throughout this tournament. He'll have to go. He's complaining about something, not sure what it is, but that's the end of the opening batsman. And straight away, big breakthrough for Barbarians. Got it right at the end of the back. There's a player out there and takes a neat catch just around the boundary. It might have even been 6 if he hadn't have cut that off. So a big wicket early on for Barbarians. I'll be delighted with that start. End of Jaswell. First ball. Well, in fact, the first ball of the innings, so it's a royal. That sounds good. It's Derek, the Royal, King Derek. So Pruitt bowling his second delivery. First one was a beauty. Comes in, and that's not quite as good. Well, the umpire says it's fine. That was angled right across. Looked pretty wide to me. Let's have a look. It's yeah, well in. Just went wider to the keeper. It's a good bowling from Pruitt. Very difficult to hit that sort of delivery. Comes in again, and that one's in the same area. Well, the angle across, the batsman doesn't like it, but that's pretty good. Well, not really sure what you can do with that. If you can bowl 6 deliveries there, that's a maiden over, because batsmen are really not gonna get there. Also, it's a great ball, moving away from the right-hander. What an over this is from Pruitt. Let's have a look at this. Just a little bit of shape in the air, and going off the pitch a bit as well. Right across Rowan Murphy. I mentioned he's bowled well throughout this tournament, has Pruitt, the left armour. And that one's another one. Well, could be a wicket maiden here to the opening bowler, Manyak Pruitt. Rowan Murphy can't get near it. Parker's at the other end. He hasn't faced a ball yet. See if he can keep this together. Pruitt comes in. And, well, it's been hit down the ground. It should be just a single. He tried to get it over the boundary there. Murali, he got a foot in the way. Ended up really good first over here for Barbarians. And Moravians are 1 for 1 after 1. Vinny, pretty good start there for the Barbarians.
Yeah, couldn't be better really. 71 matches since their last Golden Ball. Look a bit like United MCC, but they're not. It's Moravians. Hey, who knows? Maybe they've got a Golden Ball.
Am I? Oh, it's been a long day already.
Yeah, don't you worry.
When's my day off?
Yeah.
Couple of days.
Don't you worry, it's coming. Hey, interesting. Few calls there. I mean, you've got to realise that if any of that ball hits the blue line, even if it's a fraction of the ball, when it passes the crease, then it's a legal delivery. The tough thing is judging when the ball's passing the crease, because you're 25 yards away probably from where the umpire's standing. So, also think it was interesting field change. They put the long on back last ball, the over, and it went down there. As we see, someone's having a good time, speeding away. Hey, but yeah, interesting they're going to Tripuri Kanyalal here in over number 2. Well, keeper's end might be on here. Oh, they like it. I'm not so sure. It took a while to get the keepers a bounce throw. Pradeep Gangappa's actually got the gloves for Barbarians instead of the regular keeper. Devendra Singh. Check it out in the replay. It'll tell the story. He is, I'm going to say, in. Did he get that bat down in time? I think so. Yeah, that looks like it. A clean in to me. But, yeah, rough start. I was going to say Abhishek Parker doesn't face a ball in the first over. One of the things I would say, put who you think your most dangerous opener is, put him on strike. Statistically, they'll face more balls in the power play, which is what you want. Now he's been sitting at the other end. He's probably under more pressure than if he just faced the first ball, Parker.
Yeah, true.
I know Jaswal's not a slouch with a bat either, but I feel for them to get this total.
Tree's a good bowler and probably a good option in the second over. He's awkward bowler is Tree.
Yeah.
Parker just pushes that down the pitch just for a dot ball.
Yeah, he's got this action. I would say it's kind of like it's like an Anil Kumble type action. It's kind of fast, like bounding over the wrist spinner. That's cut away very nicely, and Parker gets 4. We can see the class there. Just got a little bit of length, a little bit of width, and punches it away for the first boundary of the innings.
Yeah, lovely shot. Just a little bit of width there from Tree. It was very hittable, and a batsman of Parker's class will not let the one slip by. Still a good start there from the Barbarians, even though that was a boundary. First one of the innings, and Tree sure will come back strong.
Yeah, one thing about Tree, once people realise he doesn't actually spin the ball that much sideways. So, it looks like we got another ball search attempt. Looks pretty certain about where it is, just doesn't need. I think we need the poking stick. Did we have that the other day?
That was Yogesh with a poking stick.
That's a feather. Nice try though. What else we got? Oh, now he's disappeared. Was this David Copperfield? No, there he is. New ball comes out there. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening with that ball. Oh, is that a bird box?
It is a bird box.
How have I never noticed that?
It's a bird box or a squirrel box? I think it's a bird box.
Need to do some interviews up there. In the air. Oh, just into the gap. It was an uphill shot from Parker. But look, he hits it well enough. He'll get 4 more.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a chance, but gets it just wide of that cover fielder. That's another 4 runs. Oh, Tree, 2 from 2.
Just got to go a bit straighter. Got the very straight fielder. He's actually coming up now. Vandrasi, they put the long off back. So what this does do, does encourage Parker maybe to go over mid-on, which might see him hitting across the ball a little bit. Instead, he just steps, hits, and that's pretty well fielded out there. Just one more thing with the wides in the first over. So the umpire's got to make a judgment there. Is the ball completely outside the tram line when it passes the crease?
Yeah.
But what I will say is there are a few, particularly when you've got those big angles at play, where you're not sure. And if they're not sure, they probably should call them wide. But hey, if he was sure that's hitting someone line, fair enough.
They were, I mean, okay, so I agree with the that wide line, and especially with the right arm bowlers, they'll generally either bowl directly towards that tram line, or just with a bit of a swing out, as we see the standings.
We have a quick look. So at the moment, Tigers are in 5th place with 14, and you imagine they'll probably end up with kind of 18, 19, or those teams around their wheels. So I still kind of end up at, you probably need something like 18 points minimum to make the final. Yeah, but you were saying with the wides and the angle of the left armour.
Yeah, the angle, I mean, okay, if you've got a right armour coming around the wicket, that increases that angle as well. But the shape that Pruitt has, it's pushing the ball away and it's cutting inside that line. But as a batsman, it's almost impossible to get even near it as that tractor comes on the field again.
Have we got some action here? Is it time to cut the wheat?
It did the same thing yesterday. Might have cut a bit yesterday, I'm not quite sure.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it for you.
It's
a farm watch. Yes, what I would say is, even though it ends up there, when it actually parts, say the batter's there we go, batter's a metre out of his crease, it is actually closer to him. It's just, it requires planning. It requires a bit more footwork as well. So if you're just reaching, it makes it look so wide. So you can also make an argument if the right arm over is nicking the outside line. It was actually never in the batter's zone. This is a good example. So have a look at kind of where it passed the crease, but actually where it passes the batter is closer to the batter because of where it's coming from, right? But he just misses it because it just doesn't deal with the angle.
Well, that's close, but if you're cutting that line, that's it's pitching probably outside off.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Let's see if he does it this time. It does it exactly. Oh, that was close.
I think this one probably is wide. But this is where it come down to the fact that it's a tough call to make.
Let's have a look. So, okay, no, I think they cut that line.
Maybe.
Right.
So
but it's difficult for the umpire as well.
Very difficult.
For a batsman, I mean, that's perfect bowling.
Yeah.
With this rule in place, but it's almost impossible for the batsman to get anything on it, especially if it's coming at a
Well, I mean,
at a
what
good
it
pace.
means is, you know this guy, that's his plan. It requires maybe the batter to step across and get closer to it in the first place.
True.
And dare like a game of chicken, dare the bowler to change his plans.
But with the angle, look, if you've got a right arm bowler, I totally understand. But with the left armer, and this has been, well, it's gone, tucked it around the corner. That's the end of Parker. Well, the plan has worked, if that was the plan.
I think the plan was ripped up, thrown away, because I actually think it's the worst ball he's probably bowled, but it doesn't matter. Yash Bhagat has taken the catch in the circle, and Parker seems somewhat in shock because this seemed like an easy put away for 4 or maybe more, but he'll have to go for 9. So, hey, credit though to the bowler, Pruitt. I think he has bowled with good control. It's funny how the wickets come sometimes. I think Moravian are laughing right now, though. They find themselves 14 for 2.
I think it's been a fantastic spell from Pruitt. 2 for 3 at the moment. A couple of balls left in his spell, but as I said, that control, he's been getting it just inside that line. Very difficult for the batsman to be able to reach it. Even with footwork, it's tough. And then that one just slightly straighter, or a lot straighter, tucked around the corner, and well, the plan worked. If it was a plan, indeed.
This is Akshay Babu. Watches the first one pass by. Yeah, I think I would say it's not impossible, but it's difficult to hit, and so that's why I think it is good bowling. It's reachable. You know,
that's why I differ. I don't think it's reachable.
I just think you need to have better footwork. I don't think at this level we see that. Look at where that left foot goes. The right foot stays on leg stump.
That was slightly closer. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but a lot of those deliveries, say if it's cutting that line, it's pitched.
It depends where you're starting, and honestly, it comes down to the fact that I think still at a lot of the batters at this level, they're not very good at hitting balls outside of stump.
Sure.
So they make it look impossible. I mean, I think if you're spotting that, a higher level batter would be sneaking across a bit every time, and then playing like an orthodox drive, a bit like Pierce Singh back did earlier.
I don't know. I mean, what kind of shot would you play?
Cover drive.
Cover drive. I don't think they're really getting it. The ball's going away from them.
Yeah, so. It's just it's the movement as well. It's not just the line. This is a nice looking shot, and that saying, I think Ramamurthy's going, yeah, this is what I can do outside the off stump. Tripper Kanyalao being bowled out here in the 4th over. Moravians need a turning point.
They do. It's a nice shot, that.
Yeah, I do like even like that the bowler does get a little bit of something back. But also, like I said, the batter has the tactic of you can stand with your heels on off stump if you want.
Sure.
But it's a gamble, because then if you do get a straight one, you could be in trouble.
If you get in the air, could be gone. Nice touch. Very nice catch. And that's another one down. 3 wickets down now, Moravians, and that's the end of Ramamurthy.
Wow, that's Neil Pandya out there. What a fantastic catch by that fielder with Barbarians on fire right now. Vardy is going to go 4 and out, and Tree causes 1 to fall. Moravians now 18 for 3.
Isn't he happy, the fielder?
Should I say 18 for Tree?
18 for Tree. Indeed. No, look, you can see what Pruitt was doing. It was fantastic bowling and very accurate. But as a tactic, if you're a right-handed pace bowler, right-arm pace bowler, I should say, coming around the wicket with that angle, aiming just for that spot, it's going to be very difficult. And we will see that in the future, that's the normal angle of attack for a right-arm bowler.
I've thought about this a bit, right? But I still come down to the fact that normally when the batter plays the ball, they're in front of the crease, right? They're in front of the crease by, half a step. Sometimes they're behind the crease. But generally speaking, you play the ball from just in front of the crease.
Sure.
So even though we're noticing that, I actually think they're getting beaten by the angle more than anything, because at the moment, just before it hits the crease, it's further in the batter's zone.
Yeah.
Okay, it's just difficult because of the way it's moving. So it's less about the line, it's more about the way it's moving. In the air, 6, Maximo. Om Sharma trying to turn things around for Moravian as he takes them up into the 20s. So, counterpoint. Let's say an in-swing bowler, a right arm over the wicket, that can start the ball outside the line and just nick the line. In a sense, I feel that is probably harder to hit in theory, because it's never been really in the batter's zone.
Yeah, true.
Just we don't see that much of it. So I don't know if it's just a kind of perception thing. I'm not saying it's not hard to hit, it is. It's a really good shot. Om Sharma's come out 6 and 4. He's hungry for more. He's not too bothered about the off-stump line. It's a very well-executed cut shot.
Yeah, really nice shot from a good player, Om Sharma. But with the angle as well, I know what you're saying exactly, and that it's hard anywhere near that line to hit it. You can move across, and you can tell as soon as you the ball's kind of reachable. With that angle, I just find it a little bit that it's cutting the line, which is fine, but still it's a long way to go.
Yeah,
to get across.
I think it requires bravery in a sense. Number one, you should be batting 2 stumps across. So if you normally have your well, this is in the air. Fielder takes the catch. They've caught well, haven't they? And it's Hemdev this time who will grab that opportunity. It's going to be 6, 4 and out for Om Sharma. And Tree grabs a brace to finish his spell. 2 for 25, his figures after 4. Moravian in some wicket trouble now at 28 for 4.
Yeah, a lot of trouble. And with most of the recognised batsmen back in the shed, there'll be a new one coming out. It'll be Manish Varshney. Well, he was good with the ball, was Varshney. That's what he can do with the bat. The leg spinner, as we see here. Well, there's a little bit of difference there. 2 wickets in that over, and the Moravians only going at 7s at the moment. They need 11s from the start, almost 12. So behind the 8 ball a bit are Moravians. But you've got to say it's been good bowling, but really good catching also from Barbarians. And this could be another one, it was the bowler who was chasing it, couldn't quite get there. It's a mistimed shot from Babu. And Hemdev is the bowler. So 29 for 4. And 82 is the target they're looking for to get the point out of this Moravians at this stage. It's looking like it's fairly difficult at 15 and over to get the runs they need. The 118s. The tractor's back.
Yeah, tractor's back. Was it more like a practice run? I
don't know what they're doing.
Anyway, this will just be one down the ground.
Phil G called me an agriculture nut the other day, a couple of times, which I was a bit surprised at, because I like the substances that barley and wheat make, but I don't. That's not out. Pitched outside leg. I understand what he's asking for the bowler. Let's have a look.
I assume it pitches outside leg stump. And
By a long
does
way.
by a lot. It's probably going over. The only thing it had going for it is he doesn't play a shot, which makes you look guilty.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you're saying, but not a great appeal.
No, it's a terrible appeal. But I'm just saying, whenever you don't play a shot, this is the next ball, by the way. Does play a shot that time. Whistles past the outside. This is in the air. It's dropped. Yeah, well, you're talking about the angle during the batter. It kind of does the keeper here as well, Gangappa. You see that he's kind of reaching. His feet don't go anywhere. If anything, he's creeping forward, and he wasn't prepared for that outside edge.
Well, everything's kind of stuck for the Barbarians. I'm amazed it hasn't stuck for Gangappa. And well, let's call it wide. So
yeah, Pradeep, I know he's a part-timer, really. But yeah, he kind of over-attacked. That didn't need to. I mean, you're more likely to be able to take a catch than sneak a stumping, which I think is why he was moving forward. Right now, it's Moravians trying to move forward as Babu goes Maximo to cap off the over. 5 overs in, 37 for 4. Big hello to all of our viewers watching on Fangoat in the subcontinent, as well as everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN, European Cricket Network. Let's have a look at some of the upcoming events, and it won't be too long before we're finishing our time here in Czechia. On the weekend, we'll have the ECIs, both men's and women's. Romania, the next stop. Charlie and Rico will be taking you through that action. I'll be off for a little bit, so will you, Danny, but we'll be back to take through Hungary. Nish will be doing a bit of that series as well. Then Bulgaria. We have a bonus weekend in Croatia there, in Rome for European Cricket Series, and also the Meltul Shield, which is basically the women's version of the Western Shield you might have seen earlier in the year. Valletta Cup, a bit like the CE Cup here, is now a women's event in 2024. So stay tuned for more information. You can always go to europeancricket.com to check out some of those upcoming events.
who were the some of the stars that'll be in that Meltul Shield? So it's on those 2 Meltul Shield.
Yeah, well, I don't think it's been picked yet, but there's I think a maximum of 3 per country. Tossed up in the air, Divi can't quite get it out of his regular keeping position. Devendra Singh, I think he does get hands to it, but he couldn't quite hold on.
That's one of those ones where a lot of the, as I mentioned, it's been a weird thing with this this tournament. Maybe it's elsewhere as well, where fielders haven't really attacked the ball, and that's a good effort from Divi Singh, and it did cut down on the runs as well. So that's very good effort. Well, nothing on there for a catch. It's
no.
It's Arun out there.
Arun had the chance to not have to turn and chase it, but I don't know if we got this on the camera. It ends up blasting past him. Let's have a look at it.
He did a lot of work yesterday, Arun. And at one stage, he was multi-balling it, throwing the ball in, going to the car park, going towards the pitch. We did have Simon of the Tower to help us out as well, the random German. This is hit nicely through the offside. Good piece of fielding.
Well fielded.
The fielding's been actually very, very good from the Barbarians.
Agree.
Not much has got through them. They've held their catches pretty well. So Barbarians looking a bit resurgent today. Looking pretty fresh as well. So 46 for 4 the score. We're almost at the end of the 6th.
Oh, an awkward one here. Does well to stop it. Will concede 2. It doesn't concede the boundary. The ground fielding's been excellent, I think, in particular. Just making sure those awkward ones don't find their way to the rope.
Exactly right.
But again, it's a technique thing. Does give himself the best chance of blocking it there, Pandya, rather than kind of offering a foot or a kind of a half-hearted hand.
Yeah, we haven't seen any foot fielding today.
Well,
we saw a lot of it yesterday.
We saw some there from Gangapra down behind the stumps, I think, there, because I think it pretty much bangs off his pads and runs away for 4 byes. Again, you got to stay as low as long as you can. You see, it just gets up a bit too much. Ball keeps down, and if there was such a thing as keeper leg byes, that would have been 4 of them. That also brings up the 50 for Moravians at the end of 6 overs. They're 52 for 4.
Yeah, a long way from this victory. They'll, I'm sure they'll aim for that that 1 point. Moravians have still got 4 games after this in the tournament, and well, it's looking far away. 82, so they need 30 off the next 4 to get the point. I think they're very capable of doing that. Lost 4 wickets, 118 off. Well, they need, is it 66 off the next 4 overs? It's possible.
16.5 and over. Need to have the big overs keep coming. But yeah, they've got hitters. This kind of the gap. That's going to be 4. So yeah, how do you get 16 and over? Feel like you need 3 boundaries and over. Yeah, it's not easy to do. Even 2 and over probably doesn't get you there most times. Low full toss, pretty well put away. Maybe partly good luck as well as good management, but Varshni gets 4.
Yeah, I like what it seems from Varshni. Handy with the bat, it seems, 13 off 5, but also I thought bowled very, very well the leg spinner with good variation, and with a wicked fastball, a couple of different ones actually, and the fastball was pretty quick for a leggy. Oh, this is in the air and over the top of the fielder, 6. Aaron goes and fetches that one. So Varshni, he's hitting the ball pretty well. Made it into a full toss. Good footwork. Just makes it over the fielder.
Yeah, well, there's 2 of them. You've got them in the first 2 balls.
Gets hit down the ground. Just a single that time brings Babu back on strike. But Naga the bowler. 3 balls left in this over. It's, I don't know what Gangappa's just said to him. Let's have a look if it works.
Just Kushi Bhatnagar with the ball now. Right, goes for it thick outside. There's loops away, and there's your 3rd boundary of the over. So Moravians making a run here through Akshay Babu.
Yeah, look, it was a bit of a sketchy one, but they'll take anything they can get at this stage, Moravians. But Vamshay, the other end, he's hit a 4 and a 6 so far this over. Just that 4 from Babu. Been an expensive one already from Bhatnagar. Couple of balls left of it. 67 for 4. Remember, 82 is the first target, then 118. Still need to go to 15 and over.
In the air, big moment, because this is catchable. That's Hemdev, and he's shelled it. You wouldn't believe it. Hasn't looked like dropping anything. And well, that's a real life for Babu. Gets to keep going on his run.
It looks like he got his hands into position really late. Let's have a look at this. So he's there, and then, well, kind of snatched at it.
But you're right, it didn't have the hand set. Just beaten in flight. So last ball of the over. You know, they needed 16.5 and over before this over. They get 18 off that one, and they score off every single ball. And it kind of fits my theory, doesn't it? They got 3 boundaries in there, and they get enough runs. End of the 7th over, 70 for 4.
Here's what's happening next. It's the Moravian lookalikes United CC against Prague Barbarians. So I'm going to get confused and call them Moravians next time.
Barbarians might not even realise they've changed opposition. You'd hope they would, but they are dressed pretty similarly. And I can tell you, United won the toss, and they'll be bowling first in that one. I shot a bit of a piece on the Scott Page bench as well.
Oh, yeah.
Before that game, and you can tune in around about 40 minutes to match number 44. 2 teams with pretty similar records going head to head.
Yeah, they're both good sides. Both that again, looking for those finals berths. As Moravians are still in with a shot. So they're going at 10 and over at the moment. They need 16 and over from here in. Hemdev's the bowler coming around the wicket.
Oh, gets a piece of it. Again, fielder pulls the shoot, doesn't he? Vandrasi deputising for Hemdev down there. Just a single. Well, Dr. De Soto is tuned in from Australia. He says that Aaron is covering more kilometres than an AFL boundary umpire. For those of you know that sport, they do run a lot. This one does go a little bit too wide. It will be called. Another ball will be bowled. Check it out here. It's one of those ones, yeah, that can be hard to judge. Umpire satisfied it was wide of the mark. This is carved away. That's going to be 4. Varshni representing Moravians. Still keeping the dream alive. At least it seems like it's for sure they'll go past the 82 now to at least secure a point, but I think they want the whole pie.
Yeah, absolutely. Varshni as I say, he looked really good with the ball. The leg spinner looking good with the bat. I wonder what kind of level he's played at. He didn't look like it looks like an experienced campaigner. So, but obviously, I think he's played at a pretty good level somewhere around the world.
You can just tell sometimes, can't you?
This is that one. So
Checks it pretty well.
you can see Arwen there in the sun without his umbrella today.
I saw he had the umbrella a little bit earlier, but he's dispensed with it at the moment.
He did. It's called a wide. They'll take another one. He did quite a bit of work when Subwundavisi was hitting balls over there, and the fielder on the other side did almost nothing.
Yeah.
Now they're swapped over, and it's Aaron doing all the work, and the shades come in with the fake Yogesh, who's underneath the trees, who's enjoying the cricket. It's like he's at Lord's. If he had a
looks very comfortable over there.
very comfortable.
Not a bad seat in the house when you can sit in it and you're not trying to fish balls out. Oh, tractor's back. It's teasing us over there, isn't it?
Hope the ball doesn't go
I
under
want to
there.
see it go through something. Thick edge and gone. Wow, pick the right fielder. So Babu is going to have to go for 18. I think that's Piyush Bisht that's taken the catch. Had to climb the ladder, but yeah, nice bit of fielding there. Otherwise, it would have been 4 as Barbarians get firm in favouritism for the game. Varshni is going to have to find a new partner because Babu goes for 18 and the score 78 for 5.
Yeah, for the most part, they've held the catch as well. There was that one that went down a couple of overs ago, but in general, just everything's gone to hand. Looks like it's going to be caught. And it's Kumar who come in to join a Varshni. Varshni's on 24 off 9, and 78 for 5. Again, difficult to get up to that total, but very possible. And a good ball there from Hemdev.
Yeah, remember they needed 16 and over as of the start of this over. This over they've only got 8. So it seems like no matter what happens here, they're not going to get that. It really makes it difficult.
The 82 is only 4 runs. Well, the 82 they've got, because that's been absolutely hammered. Well, it's Vasant Kumar, who he bowled pretty well at the end of the Barbarians innings. He took a nice catch and he rocked back in his crease, lifted that one over square leg for 6. Nice shot.
Yeah,
so
I mean, look,
too far away.
Yeah, they don't get the 16, they get the 14. Okay, that means you'll need 17 and over, I can tell you, in the last 2. They've kind of surged past that blue line. They've got the red line in their sights. But again, 2 calm overs here, or even just 1 calm over here in the 9th. You probably can leave something magical in the last, which you don't see happening very often, although I've had a couple of extraordinary ones. Of course, you did that game in Italy where we saw 32 to tie the game off the last ball and it went to a golden ball. We had Calpe Giants in the ECL take 32 off the Norwegians, Oslo CK, to win the game, actually knocked them out of the competition. That was crazy. Charles Packard on that occasion. Anyway, Vandrasi is going to take a wicket. They've caught so well. This is Tripurari Kanyalal this time to his right. It was there to cut, and that's exactly what Varshni did, but he's found the fielder. And so Moravians lose a 6th wicket now and really seem to be slipping on the chase, 84 for 6.
Yeah, they've been very fresh today, the Barbarians. They looked rejuvenated, and that's a nice catch there by Tree, and he's happy. So it's another good wicket. 6 down now, Moravians, and 84 on the board. Well, they've got the point. It'll be difficult to get any more out of this, and if they can hold on, Barbarians, it'll be a good win for them. But it's just through good play rather than good fortune, I think. Some fine bowling, and they've produced the catches. They've held most of them.
Here's Charlie Trotter getting a bat for the first time in the series. That's a pretty nice looking shot. First up. Yeah, Charlie, nice to see him back in the ECS. I do remember when Moravians did play, well, last time here, I'm going to say it was in 2022. He played a couple of matches and he now equals his high score.
Well, good effort, Charlie.
But to be fair, hasn't had too many opportunities.
I'll get 2 out of this one, I think. And well run.
Yeah, fortune favours the brave. I think you're trying to get back for as many as you can at this stage. So yeah, 31 off 9 required for the win. Where are these boundaries going to come from?
Yeah, it's looking unlikely. He did hit a pretty big 6 in the last over Vasanth.
But you notice how Vendrassi's not playing that game anymore, where he's tossing it up, kind of daring them to try and hit a boundary in the pursuit of a wicket. He's more happy just to say, all right, you can have the one. I don't really care at this stage.
Yeah.
So he's not kind of gambling, or not, Corey would say, he's not going shopping for a wicket. I don't think it'll stay pretty much the same. Oh, no. The new batter, he has a go.
I'm not sure if he's back or not.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that he's out, but I got another feeling Gangappa might have gone in front of the stumps because of the way he took it.
It was pretty slow, wasn't it?
No issues with,
that's
with
all right.
that. How about the foot? Foot's out, bat's out.
Gone.
Yeah, you see how the foot dragged a bit, and that's pretty clear. So, hey, credit to Gangappa. He was very, very quick to grab the ball, flicks the bails off, and yeah, you got to feel for Charlie Trotter because yeah, he's just doing the right thing. He's trying to get on with the game because this run rate required has crept out of control now. He'll be stumped, and a wicket for Vendrassi, who does go shopping, and he picks up a nice little bargain. The score is 88 for 7.
Yeah, clever bowling.
The difference there for me, I think he's more willing to do that to the new batter than someone like Kumar, who's already seen clear the boundaries. Prem Yadav comes out to bat at number 9.
We saw one yesterday where the batter got the bat back and it bounced. I don't know if you noticed that one on the feed.
Yeah, well, I've seen it happen a few times before. Like if it's a stumping, it's different than if it's a run out.
Yep.
It does confuse a few people.
It was right in between frames as well. So if it had been like it bounced up, and so he had his bat back, and then when the bails came off.
I think so. This time he's been called for encroachment. The stumping was close-ish, but I mean, he's called it. If he's called it, then well, so let's see what we see on a replay. Yeah, okay. So he's just basically saying he's gone in front of the stumps before the ball's passed. So
yeah, fair enough.
That's a good call.
Yeah, very good call.
Yeah, and he's calling the field. That kind of confirms. That was what I suspected he might have done. The ball on the stumping. But anyway, we've got a free hit then. Bit of a lifeline here for Yadav. And not able to cash it in. So that'll be the end of the 9th over. Vendrassi finishes with pretty good figures. 2 for 16. And the score 89 for 7. Yeah, some people wonder, okay, how come if your bat bounces on a run out, how is it different to a stumping? But they're kind of fundamentally different because in stumpings, you kind of need to establish that you can remain in your ground after completing a shot. Okay, so you got to think about it. Think if it wasn't the bat. Imagine if you had your toe kind of in your ground, and then it comes up and then bounces again. So this is why the rules are fundamentally different. In fact, it never used to be different until recently. I've legislated now because they actually found, for example, if you're running between the wickets and you don't ground your bat, but you run in 4 or 5 steps. When you're running, normally there's a time where your 2 feet are in the air at the same time. Otherwise, by definition, you're walking under the Olympic rules. So if the ball hits stumps, you'd be out.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really make sense either. So it's almost like they've closed that loophole in the running between the wickets, but still, with stumpings, it doesn't really apply. You need to have something grounded behind the line, whether it's your bat or your body. Okay, 29 required off the last over then. Bhagat is going to get the ball. And he's going to start with a big Noe off the pitch. Hello to Filthy, who probably is tuning in, I imagine. That was a bit of a filthy start to the over.
It was a filthy start. And, I haven't seen Phil on the chat. Have you seen him on the chat?
I think he might be busy doing some of those tasks he was talking about last week. Yeah, another free hit is missed out. So good comeback from Bhagat. Yeah, Terry saying good call, umpire. Yeah, he called that on the field, that encroachment. Encroachment, no ball. Yeah, pictures backed him up. just misses, according to the umpire. Bhagat does get a little bit of late away movement, just naturally. You'll see it go here. Just leaving slightly. That's good umpiring.
It is. I still think that's easier to hit than the one going across, though. Well, it's talking about being hit. That's nicely hit. There's a player out there. Just be a single.
Yeah, I suppose the difference here with Bhagat is he is swinging it slightly right to left, whereas compared to, I'm talking about a guy that's always outside and then just at the last moment nicks it in. Hey, you'd probably get called a wide for that anyway. Because, yeah, again, it's all about the human perception here. 4 to come. Pulled away by Yadav. We'll finally get off the mark.
It's been a fairly good effort from the Moravians, especially after losing early wickets. That one of Parker hurt a lot. So, as you can see, Kumar batted pretty well. Get that down the ground just for one in this match. Well, Moravians will get a point out of it. I think they'll be a little bit disappointed for not getting the full 3, or the 3 for the win. But as this is called a wide, Barbarians, they'll be fairly happy with their performance, I think.
Yeah, win's a win, especially because according to the numbers, it's slightly below par kind of score. But I think their catching's been a real key difference, I think. They've taken important opportunities. Bhagat trying to close the game out. I want to say quick hello to Naeem Lala. I spotted him in the chat, saying that the outfield looking fast, no need to hit too hard. Yeah, let the outfield do the work. But Naeem, hopefully you're well. It's not a bad looking shot. Lands the outfielder though. And so we'll go to the last ball. 97 on the board. Yeah, it's been a good defence from Barbarians. And they're jostling for one of those qualification places.
Well, definitely a shake of it. Just hit in the air. Well, it's gone through Murali. Looks like he's
thumb, I reckon. I mean, that's the last thing you really need after the last ball of a game when you've already won it, essentially. So look, it'll be 17 runs the difference, or 16, I should say, in the end, with Prague Barbarians 117 defeating Moravians 101. Moravians are good enough to get a point out of that. Barbarians will take 3. And yeah, Moravians, obviously, it's always going to be tough for them after only won one of their first 5, make that one out of their first 6 now. But still, they've got more cricket to come. We'll see them a little bit later against Vinarati. But first, we'll see United versus Barbarians in match 44. And that's starting in about 25 minutes' time.
Yeah, look, United 3 and 4. According to that, it's 3 and 4 for Barbarians, but they're actually 4 and 4 now. But not much between those two sides, and they'll be jostling to get into those finals on Friday. It was a good effort with the ball. It was a wicket first up for Purohit, who bowled beautifully.
Yeah, he bowled these really tough areas to score, didn't he? He saw Tree come out, and again, I think he bowled pretty well. If you look at his numbers, the Moravians just found themselves slightly behind the 8 ball and never quite able to kind of get ahead. And that one really hurt, didn't it? Parker, after getting a lot of balls outside the off stump, he got one. His eyes lit up, really, but he turned it around the corner to Yash Bhagat. He was out for just 9, and we kind of suspected as well, with no Parker in the picture, and it was going to be really tough for Moravians. That was a nice catch out there on the deep point boundary. But yeah, really, I think the catching was a key feature of Barbarians. And I actually think when you look at the margin, 16 runs, it might have even been the difference between winning and losing.
Yeah, I agree with you. It was really good hands there from Barbarians. A couple went down, but nothing too important. They kept on getting regular wickets. Some good hitting from a few of them, but again, it was just a lot more confidence, I think, in this Barbarian side today, and some good bowling, but also the catching. You're right, was very, very good for the Barbarians. See another catch there. That was Tree. So Murali picking up a wicket. There was good stumping there by Pradeep, who's filling in for Divi Singh. That was the last ball there that went through Murali. Who's looking at his hand. It's his left hand, luckily, right-handed spinner. So we'll have a look in just a moment. The scorecard. So just well went first ball. Abhishek Parker, that's a key one. It was Pruhit who picked up that wicket. So a couple of wickets early for Pruhit. He went for 9. Most of the runs, Manish Vashni was very impressive with both the bat and the ball. And it was Babu was also who got a few. But Pruhit, right, look at that.
Yeah.
2 for 3 off his 2 was fantastic.
Really set it up. Talk about the fielding, but his actual areas up front were incredible. 2 for 3. 2 wickets also for Tripura Kanyalal. And also we saw 2 also taken by Murali Vandrasi. The other one went to Hemdev. We will take a break and we'll be back in about 20 minutes time. Well, we won't change the uniforms, we will change the teams. It's going to be United taking on Barbarians in match 44 when we return to Vinos Cricket Ground in Prague for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and I'm sitting on the very famous Scott Page bench. It's really a special piece of furniture and of course commemorating the life of Scott Page, who this field is named after at Vinoj, who lost his life here just 4 years ago. But now we're moving forwards and we're moving into a pretty interesting game between United CC and Prague Barbarians. It's match number 44 on the calendar. A little bit earlier, we had Charles Croucher with the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin toss.
Match 44 brings us United CC versus Prague Barbarians. Barbarians to call. Heads is the call, and it's a tail. United have won the toss and will bowl first.
So I can tell you the news from the toss is that United have won, and once again they want to bowl. Obviously they were pretty good earlier on the chase, and look, these two teams, they do seem to be competing for potentially a spot in the 5, so when they play each other, it becomes an even bigger game. For United, I think Pierce Singh looked really good. He only came out in the number 5 spot. Pretty interesting decision for him to bat in there. Pierce Singh Bagel, who's leading the side. Ayush Sharma was elevated to open the batting, and I suppose he was able to get a couple away as well, but I don't think he's quite the player we know that he can be. For Barbarians, another opportunity, I think, for someone like a Devendra Singh to get amongst the runs. I've got to say that Medhat and Murali Vandrasi have been pretty solid in that top 3, but some concerns that when you get through that, there's not a lot in the middle order that can hurt you quickly. Anyway, I'm sure there's plenty of stories behind the bats here on the Scott Page bench, and there's plenty more stories that will be created in the middle here as well. As we get ready for the first ball, Danny Hudacek will take you further. Match 44, United winning the toss and bowling. It's over to you.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back to this European Cricket Series here from Czechia and lovely Vinoj in Prague. And again, a beautiful day for cricket, and should be a good game here between two good sides in United and Barbarians. So United and Barbarians will be well, looking for that 4th and 5th place. Barbarians with a good win last game against Moravians, and United with a win earlier against Vinaradi. They're going to be a tight tussle. Two very evenly matched sides, and United have won the toss, elected to bowl, which I think is pretty good. As Vinny mentioned, the Barbarians, once you get past their first, the top 3, it's a bit of an underbelly. United favoured for the game slightly. It's going to be very close between these two sides. So it's match 44. Only a couple of days to go until the finals, and looking forward to that as well. But well, we know 3 teams in the finals in PCC, in Bohemians, and also Brno at the top of the table at the moment. But there are 5 teams in the final series on Finals Friday, which will come up, as I said, in a few days. And it'll be a good bowler opening in Amdeep Singh, the left armour, and looks like he's going to be bowling to Divi Singh. He missed out in the last game. Vandrasi has been really good this tournament. So United, they're well led by Piyush Bagel. And some talent in both sides. So just about underway here with this match. Just moving the field around. Amandeep having a bit of a chat to the fielder. Well, in fact, looks like it's Piyush having a chat to Amandeep. Not sure what the message is, but it does play in the batsman's mind sometimes. As we get underway with this game, United and Barbarians, and well, hit the mid wicket, just a single, gets Divi Singh off the mark. Vandrasi will now take strike. First runs for Barbarians. Interesting toss for the Barbarians, for United to win, to elect a field. They've got a pretty good bowling lineup to United, and this is just over the top. This is coming towards us, just to the left of the marshmallow. It's Vinny Sander who does the fielding. That's the first boundary for Barbarians. In fact, first 6 for Barbarians. That's a nice shot from Vandrasi. So 7 for no loss after 2. And this is hit in the air. This could be caught. Well, he's misjudged it. That's Magare there, who started to come forward. Looked like he slipped a little bit. There's a possible chance if he'd taken off early. Just a single though. But, Vandrasi hitting that one in the air straight. Didn't quite get hold of that one. Divi Singh back on strike, and Amardeep will go back to his bowling mark. It's just about that time to dig into a lovely non-alcoholic beer. To describe that in just a moment, as this has been hit down the ground, and Magare will pick the ball up. So this one, well, it's green. It's not what I expected. So it's a Polish beer this time. It's from Magic Road. It's called Free Pretty. Talk about that in a moment. Looks interesting. As Amardeep comes in again, bowling to Vandrasi, and nicely hit into the covers. Hit pretty firmly, and so hard that they don't take the single. Really good feeling there. It's, I think the skipper Piyush Paghel gets down nicely and right behind it. This ground is very, very quick. So if you're not on your game with the fielding, and there are a lot of runs out there. Barbarians were very good at the fielding against Moravians in the previous game. This one's hit in the air, and I think Sandhu's doing the fielding again. Missed it. Well, he's quickly out of his chair, and it's a Maximo, fielded by Maximo. Well, good start here for the Barbarians, hitting down the ground very nicely, and Amardeep has gone for a few in his first over. Looks like it's going to be Ridarash Magare who'll take the second. So let's go back to this. It's very green. It's a kiwi pear, peach and sweet roll alcohol-free pastry sour, which has been a bit of a style that have come up recently. As you see here, Czechia, we have the tournament concluding on Friday. Then Romania, Hungary. I'll be there with Vinny in a few weeks' time. Charlie and Rico bringing you all the action from Romania. Lovely ground down there. Good start here from Magare. It's also a good start from the Barbarians. 15 off the first. Magare to come in again, and lined up and cracked through the cow corner region, and that's 4 runs. Hit it very firmly, and it looks like Arun's having a rest under the trees in this game. They've changed sides again, the 2 ball retrievers. So maybe it's his first boundary. Moved on to 19, have the Barbarians. Trustees on 13. And I'll say that once they get through these this top 3 of the Barbarians, there are sketchy runs around, but nothing fluid. These 3 up top are very, very good, and have provided the majority of the runs for Barbarians throughout this series. Magare, well, that one was a rank full toss. It was just fielded there by Ayush Sharma. He's looking to come pretty good with the bat. Let's have a look if it's a no ball. It was a full toss, and I think that is going to be called a no ball, you know. Let's have another look. Oh, it's touch and go. Maybe it's just dropping enough. And it hasn't been called by the umpires. Gary comes in again. It's a hit into the covers. Just take a single. He moves on to 14. 21 the score. Still a couple of balls left of the second. Gare 6 from it. A bit scrappy though. That full toss might have got away with it. Oh, big swing and a miss there from Divi Singh. And again, probably just got away with that slightly. Did the bowler. Comes in again. And full toss. It's got past one. Fielder on the boundary. Just be a single. Well, looks pretty good on the board for McGurry. Only 7 from it. But it was a decent over for Barbarians. Here we go with the standings. Burno, PCC and Bohemians at the top. See Barbarians in 5th there, looking to get into that top 4 or 5 to get into the finals. United just behind them. It's a very even race. A whole clump of teams vying for that spot. Only a couple so far will looks like they're going to miss out. Barbarians 22 for no loss after 2. So Vinny, you're back in the back here in there, Marshmallow.
Save some for me, by the way.
I will.
5 over Comcam. I would like to maybe have a sip of that. Looks very, very interesting. Here's Bagoli, who's going to get hooked away. 1 bounce 4. Nice shot by Devendra Singh. Missed out in the earlier game. He tries him out upstairs and pays the price. Well hit by Devendra Singh. Back, kept his weight back there. He had a good little quiz question by Terry in the break. What happens if you bowl a bouncer and the batter tries to evade it, hits him in the helmet and goes all the way over the boundary on the full? And a lot of people think that's 6 or 6 leg bias, but actually it's 4 leg bias. The 6-run boundary only applies to balls that are hit. So it's weird. If you edged it onto your helmet and went for over the boundary, it would be 6. But otherwise, it's it's only 4. And I have never seen it, but I feel like it's on my list. Oh, what a grab! What a grab! Unbelievable. Sharmal Joshi, take a bow. How has he done that? The big man has hurled himself to the left. Oh, a bit of the shake and bake from Sharmal. What a catch.
Yeah, we've seen him take some great catches on the network in the past, and that was up there. What a catch. Let's have a look at this. You'll get a good look at it from this angle. One-hander. Sticks the left mid out. Abmanew's the first man to him. That's a great catch.
Tell you what, that camera behind him is such a great angle. Pretty much what he sees. Look at the ground he has to cover. And you know, it's so clever. He uses his right hand to break his fall to make sure that the ball doesn't jar out. But, well, stop the voting. There's your HCL software player today. Right there, Sharmal Joshi prowling around. Well, he got back up. It took about 7 more men to bring him down. Thanks, Sharmal. Golden ball hero, but now he's a flying hero for United CC.
Yeah, what a catch. And big wicket as well. It's Pramod Bagoli, who gets that one down leg side for a wide. And it is Divi Singh, who missed out a bit on the last game as well. Missed out here, I think, after a pretty good start. Medhat, the new bowler, sorry, the new batsman. Bagoli's got 1 for 5. Medhat, again, batted very, very well in the last game. And hit the ball very cleanly. So that's one of the top 3 gone for Barbarians. Pretty even, the supercomputer at the moment. UCC just ahead. It's a little bit shorter.
Especially when we talked about the top 3 being so important for Prague Barbarians. And I know they kind of are for all teams, but it just feels that even more important for them when you look at how their side's made up at the moment. And Barbarians, to their credit, they caught really well. I thought in that last game, the win they had over Moravians. Yeah, but just think about it. If he's not able to pull that catch off, it probably goes for 4.
Yeah.
And this has a very different feel.
Ooh, that's close, you know. That's very close. And not out, says the umpire. Well, Bagoli's down on his haunches, bleeding.
Look, here's the thing. It's ducking in, and he thinks it's going past the leg stump eventually. Because have a look. It comes in, hits him in line with leg.
Yeah,
I actually think it's probably a fairly good decision. You know, I think it hits him in line with leg, and it's not like it's straightening down the line. I think if that carries on, it's just missing. One more time, and then we'll put it to bed, because here comes Bagoli again.
I think you're right. That's called wide. But, he is angling it in. I think you're right, Vinny.
And that particular ball gives a little bit of left to right. So I would have been tempted to give it, but you can see 2 stumps there. Hits him in line with leg. I think more likely than not, that's just missing. Good umpiring.
Agreed. If you're not 100%, you don't give it out. You disagree with me to a point with certain things, but I think you have to be 100%. So
It's definitely in the realm of doubt. Yes. If he'd given it, just a hustle. If he'd given it, you can make a case it might be getting some leg stump, but now we're using words like might. And
Yeah,
so
you
I
can't.
think not out had to be the correct decision.
it's got to be will, not might or may.
Yeah.
Could.
As humans, we're not very good at processing things in between definitely or not, or even 50-50. There's a whole spectrum, but the umpires, they're faced with these kind of decisions all the time. That one swings a lot. Breeze has just picked up a little bit, hasn't it, in the last few minutes?
Terry. Oh, not Terry. Not that bad yet.
Well, Terry Richmond has some wise words in the chat as well. And I say big hello to Mandrake. Good to have you with us. And yeah, hopefully hope you're enjoying the day. Can't control the swing at the moment, can he? Pramod. 50-50 match right now.
So it's Bacoli's 1 for 10 at the moment. He's the swing is getting a little bit out of hand for Bacoli. Vandrasi is on 14. Medhat is yet to score. 32 for 1. Still a couple of balls left in the power play. And there's Bacoli just hit down the ground. It's Ayush Sharma who gets behind it. I thought Sharma bowled batted very well in the last game.
It was funny, they kind of changed positions. Piyush Singh Baghel went to number 5, Ayush Sharma went to the top.
Yeah.
But they both batted pretty well in each other's position. I think
True.
sometimes you just got to change things if things aren't going your way. Piyush was saying to me, watch some of my batting, and I found I was trying to kind of drag balls from outside the off stump, either straight or even to mid-on. So he just started hitting through the line of the ball. And
Worked pretty well.
The beauty of the videotape, self-analysis.
Just been stroked into the covers, a little bit forward of that actually, and just the single. That's the end of the over, end of the power play, and Prague Barbarians are 34 for 1. Let's have a look here. It's well, good first over, good last over, and I'm going to say that probably United won the middle one. That wicket though falling for Bagoli with a fantastic catch there from Shaimel Joshi.
Pretty even power play though, I think.
I'd say so.
Something for everyone. And Mandrake's in the chat, and he is the owner of the first ECN tattoo.
Oh really?
Yeah, you can actually see it in his profile picture. Looking pretty cool.
Of the logo? Or?
Yeah, it's got the ECN, got the version of the ECN ball that says ECN. That's fantastic.
been
And
a while
still
since
to my knowledge, it's the only one.
You never know.
I was trying to get Corey to agree to it. Anyway, it's going to be Ruturaj to bowl out. Interesting, he's bowling pretty early here.
Yeah, look, he's an important player for United. We've got, it's good ball outside our stump. They've got some decent bowling. I don't think we saw Bagoli bowl too much in the in the last game. Is Ali Hassan Sitar bowled well. Kapathi's been good since he's come in as well.
Yeah.
Again, good bowling from Magari. It's got Medhat swinging and missing. When he does hit though, Medhat, he hits it very hard.
Yeah, that's true. Good location though from Magare. He's made him miss a couple of times in the same spot.
Well, this beer is interesting, Vinny.
Yeah, well,
I'll leave you quite a bit.
give me a little bit.
So, well, it's got through the field, and there's a dive there from Piyush in the wide extra cover, as you can see there, and then couldn't catch up to it.
It's a good shot. That's a good shot. Again, the outfield does the work. Just over pitch slightly. Medhat, unlike, he's composed enough to kind of play the right shot to that, even though he'd missed a couple before that. And it was very, very well placed.
So a big swing and a miss.
Difference between getting the length right and not getting the length right.
Exactly
They're the
right.
same kind of line, aren't they?
So this beer is very green, as you can notice. Kiwi pear, peach and sweet roll. Do you know much about pastry sours?
I've drunk them, but you could probably tell me more.
they've got lactose in them, which gives it the sweetness.
Okay.
And so
it's similar in the chemical composition to a pastry, is that why? Or is it?
Possibly, yeah. I think it's very difficult to get a sweet beer because the yeast eats all the sugars.
The sugars, yeah.
So it's a way to get a sweetness in a beer. And some people don't love them, but this one's pretty nice and refreshing. It's a little bit more like just a fruit juice more than anything, but quite nice. And from Magic Road from Poland, who have got a pretty good beer industry there, quite creative.
40 for 1 then after 4. Barbarians kept reasonably quiet in that over. 3 dot balls, a 4 and 2 singles, just 6 off that one from Magara. He finishes with a pretty tidy none for 13 off his 2 overs. Time for a change, and it's Bharat Kumar Kapathi. You just mentioned he's been good since he's come in. And he's going to come to the attack here in over number 5.
He's bowled very tight, and it didn't seem for the first couple of games. And then since he's come in, he's bowled good overs in the middle, just to keep things a little bit restricted for the batting team.
So quick hello to Jacob as well. Dead 8 to you. He's watching from Estonia. Now, hopefully it's nice and bright up there in Estonia. Of course, just having the longest day of the year in the last few days. I'm sure there's plenty of sunlight hours. Here's Kapathi.
It's a hit over the top towards the boundary. Nothing the fielders can do. 4 runs. Nice shot there from Vandrasi. Building a little partnership here, these two.
Normally there's a gap there. There's a deep cover. So you play the line of the ball. You can elevate. It's a safer shot than trying to drag it away to leg side, even though most players might have a bit more distance in their hits to leg side, but I think it's very smart batting. Now they do make the change and they bring the deep point up, they put the deep cover back.
So you wouldn't want to get too wide. This is hit straight, could be gone, but just away from the fielder. 6. Well, it's just wide of the fielder there, and that's the Pramod, who is a very good fielder. Hit it well enough.
We need Simon of the Tower because there's no one going back to get that. Magara is going to have to make the long run. But yeah, it was a good hit. I still think, in this format of the game, yes, you've got the field on your mind, but when it comes down, if you play the correct shot and hit it correctly, you can really hit 6s anywhere.
Sure.
So especially on this field, even if they don't go for 6, it's very hard to kind of move sideways and stop 4s, as we've seen. This game's back to a coin flip now.
Well, 50's up for the Barbarians. And this one's hit over the top again. Nice shot, 6 runs. Well, that's hit something firm. Not quite sure what it was.
Might hit the coffee machine.
Oh, no.
Over there.
They better not have.
But this is kind of illustrates my point. Even though there's a fielder right on this line, it's in his zone. He feels he can get enough of it. And then, well, it's could be an Nespresso tragedy over there. Hopefully not.
That would be an awful waste. We'd have to go
wasn't.
to instant.
Protect the equipment. I suppose over there, the coffee machine is part of the equipment.
It is. Very important part. It's a low full toss. Just pushed into the covers just for a single.
Kapathi put to the blowtorch a little bit. His first 3 balls go 4, 6, 6. And just a single off the next one. And they'll want him to be able to come back strongly, and then I imagine they'd want to give him a second over. So I think a lot riding on these 2 balls.
Medhat, he's 6 off 8. Really hasn't got his innings going, but he's a big hitter of the ball. And well, this is high in the air, and that's going way back. As I said, he's a big hitter of the ball. That was just too short from Kapathi. Got under it, hit it straight, and that's 6 runs. Let's have a look at this. So just got under it. Didn't look like it was going to carry, and it just kept on going and going and going. Got a good piece of it. So we're almost to the end of the 5th over. 63 for 1. It's been a good start here from the Barbarians, even though they lost the wicket of Divi Singh. These two forming a good partnership. And this one's a bit short. It's hit straight. Pramod will pick it up, and it'll just be a single to end up the over.
Yeah, so end of 5 and the score 64 for 1. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. with Danny Hudacek, and we're going to go a little bit early into food and drink chat today. So yeah, let me just show everyone what we've got. So this is an alcohol-free pastry sour. And there you go. They say it's a Polish brewery, right?
Polish brewery.
Okay, and
That's what
kiwi,
it looks
pear,
like.
peach, and sweet
It's
roll.
Very, very green
It's
for a beer.
very green. You know, it smells like you know those icy poles that are. I like it. Okay, I haven't had a drink yet. Okay,
Right,
my
go for it.
turn first. Yeah, it's like drinking a lolly.
It is. It is. Lolly, for those of you who are not Australian, is any sort of sweet.
But it's not like overly like aftertaste. Not kind of real sickly sweet.
It's
It feels
pleasant.
quite drinkable.
I like sours. I like sour beers. Had
Am I able to have the rest of this?
Yeah, that's yours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
So I brought in some non-alcoholic beers over the last couple of days. I mean, all a little bit different. And goes, well, it's the fourth game, and that's what you need.
And it's funny in a way. A lot of people have an attitude towards non-alcoholic beers, but I mean, in a lot of times, you know that, especially here in Czechia, the limit if you're driving is 0.
Yeah.
It's actually 0. So it's not like in some other places where you might be able to, you know, legally have a small amount. Oh, well, that's going to disappear. Time to get to work. It's Maximo. Vandrassi is still there. With these two at the crease, obviously United still a little bit at risk. Top 3 operational for the Barbarians.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what's the risk. They got that early wicket. It's Ali Hassan Sitar, who's the bowler. Just got that, just dropped it a little bit short. But with these two in, well, only halfway through the innings, they could get pretty much anything. It's 1-2-4 is the expected score. I think it might be a few more if they can stay there well, and do that. That's another 6. Well, more work for the ball retriever who's playing multi-ball. Throws one in and goes and fetches another. Well, this was what Aaron was doing all yesterday. Don't know who the fake Yogesh is today, but he's had a lot of work to do.
Yeah, it was really well picked up. Hey, good question. I've got Nafiz in the chat saying, hey, Vinny, are you missing the general manager? And by that he means GM Hassanat of the Prague Tigers this season. And actually, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, another one. That's gone way back. And, well, Pramod just puts a hand out to knock it down. So it's Ali getting smashed. He's not very happy. But, well, that's part of Ali's makeup is he's very mechanical with his bowling. Puts it on pretty much the same spot all the time. It's a spot that Vandrassi seems to like.
When consistency equals predictability.
It's a better ball. Just puts it down to the point area for a single.
Yeah, the GM.
Yeah, I
from
forgot
Prague
about the
Tigers.
GM.
He's always entertaining. We haven't seen him this year, so maybe you can shed some light on that for us. Right now, it's the end of the 6th over, 84 for 1. By the way, Vandrassi has brought up his 50 in such a quick time that probably eluded us. But yeah, he raced away to 52 to 16 balls during that over.
Yeah, it's fantastic innings from Vandrassi. Got a little pet here. There's a little pet spider on the corner of the soundboard.
I know I was, I don't want to be shill for the head office, but I was in head office ECN HQ yesterday, and I did remark about things that it was nice not to have the threat of ants crawling through my hair during the meeting. Which
haven't seen many ants actually today.
Yeah, ants
Scared
on
away by the
strike.
spider.
Yeah, maybe. But yeah, other things like being able to read your computer without having to squint in the sun, or not that I'm complaining. Occasionally, water threatening to shut down your whole desk. It's probably most developed countries now with offices.
Being assaulted by cricket balls being hit towards you.
Yeah, that I don't mind. That's kind of exciting. It's Begoli coming back to bowl the 7th. Doesn't bowl this one.
My left leg's starting to cop a bit of sun. So that's.
So I have it in the morning. You have it in the afternoon.
Yeah. It gets worse though. I saw Rico was like, oh, it's getting warm in the marshmallow, and he's in full sun. Wondering why that cross breeze isn't working anymore. It's a nice shot, but it'll be cut off. I tell you what, I walked into the production bunker yesterday.
Yeah.
Just randomly to put my bag in there, and they have air conditioning in there.
They do.
I'm very jealous. Look, I like this breeze. It's really nice, but nice little air condition office.
You want to be an inside cat.
I like the outside, but occasionally air conditioning's great.
It'd be good to be able to open a window up if you wanted a bit of fresh air, not be subjected to it all day. Not that we're complaining. I always think, whenever I think this, everyone in an office would love to be working outside all day.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, so I always every time, say, you know, when I've swallowed my 5th or 6th spider of the day, I think, you know, a lot of people would love to have this opportunity. So
I'll give you a little bit of trivia. Actually, I used to be a tour guide around Paris for school kids. As Pagoli comes in, this is in the air. This is going to be caught, is it? Nice catch by Magari. That's the end of Medhat. Almost found the legs to get over the boundary. Magari took a half a step back, but it wasn't close enough to the rope to cause any issues.
yeah, he actually takes a little step back after he catches it, which made me a bit nervous. But I don't think it actually hits the rope. Have a look at this step here. So he's still got maybe 5 blades of grass in between. So I think Magari was a bit nervous too, because he wasn't completely in control. Didn't want to throw the ball away. Makes the right decision in the end. So Medhat is going to have to go for 14 off 12. A 4 and a 6 in there. Never quite found the heights of what he did last game. It's 86 for 2. Pradeep Gangappa, wicket keeper this afternoon for Barbarians, coming in at number 4.
So yeah, Vendrasi, well, got to give him the strike. Gangappa can hit the long ball as well. Consistently though, that's the issue. Pagoli comes in and pushes that to point. Bit of foot field and takes it away from the cover fielder. And well, Gangappa wants 2.
Probably was 2 there, but it was a bit too confusing for everyone. And Vendrasi didn't want to risk a run out, especially after just losing a wicket last over. So I think it probably makes sense to keep Vendrasi on strike here.
So going back to this this thing from Paris, we always used to tell the kids that there's only one air-conditioned church in Paris, because of course there are a lot of churches in Paris. And you'll never guess which church it is, Vinny.
Well, you're right, I never will.
Well, who loves air conditioning?
Us?
Americans.
Ah.
The American Church of Paris.
Is it really?
Is the only air-conditioned church in Paris. It was at the time. I'm not sure about now, but yeah, they do love their aircon.
Yeah. Well, in some places, you can't need it. I think, you know, Dubai and some of these places I hear my friends talking about now, how would you survive without it?
The bus stops are air-conditioned.
Yeah. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Last ball, the 7th here. Last ball for Pramod. 2 for 16. Pretty good figures for him. And Barbarians, it's weird. It's kind of going the same way it was before, to a kind of an okay total. Nothing out of control for United, but they're going to have to bat well. 88 for 2 after 7. These are our teams for the 4th edition. I can't believe it's the 4th edition now of the ECC. So first year was won by the England 11, second year Netherlands 11, third year England 11. Now they are going to be defending the trophy in the Premier Division, but also we have a Challenger Division this year as well. So yeah, a lot to discuss when we get there, because there'll also be 2 teams promoted from just Challenger Division to Premier Division for next year.
Yep.
And one team will be demoted or relegated from the Premier Division. And that'll be the team with the least points in the group stage. Should be fielded. It is. Well done, well run. I'll get back for 2, and then we'll stop at 2. But, you know, things like picking up a point in losses, that could not only just kind of keep you in the group, but it could keep you in the competition. So, you know, I think we had one team, I think it was Afyon Karasa, the Turkish side, that didn't pick up a point in their 4 games. You know, you can almost guarantee if that was to happen to you. ECC, you'll be going home. Right now, this ball's being sent home as Vendrasi goes Maximo and swings his way into the 60s.
It's been in such good form has Vendrasi in this tournament. Let's have a look at this, and just right in the slot. He hits the ball very cleanly. Doesn't overhit it either. He's very economical with his stroke making. You see some players with a big hoik, but he keeps things fairly compact, and it's very good batting from Vendrasi.
So I've got an update. And big thank you to Sarain Nafis, who said that currently the general manager, GM Hasanat, is on vacation with his family in Bangladesh. And that's why
good for him.
he isn't able to play in this year's series. I think Aussies and Bangladeshis are kind of proudly standing shoulder to shoulder together, both getting knocked out of the World Cup at the same time. In the air, Magare, no room to work with, and it's going to be out of the ground. Maximal to Pradeep. Muffs this one down the ground for 6.
Yeah, just got there, didn't he? The wind, there's a slight breeze that's coming into our face, which means that the ball is coming this way. So maybe on another day that wouldn't have carried, but just going with the breeze slightly, got the right club length.
Yeah, Magari did everything he could, but just ran out of room. Hit that onto his head. I don't think it was travelling too hard.
Yeah, I heard a funny clunking sound.
Against into the ground and maybe body up onto the helmet.
Maybe
the shoulder and maybe a little bit of the grill, but nothing too serious. Hello to Will Sheffield as well, who has mentioned the T20 World Cup. I just mentioned that Bangladesh not quite able to chase down the target against Afghanistan. You know, Afghanistan, what a story for them. I was kind of thinking earlier that if, say, Afghanistan were able to win this World Cup, they're 2 games away right now. They'll play notorious losing semi-finalists South Africa in the semi-final, and then either England or India in the final. But I feel it would be like when India won the 1983 World Cup. No one thought they were a chance to do that. Okay, a few key differences. India were already an established nation for some time before that, but you could argue Afghanistan have been for a few years as well now. But I just think what that would do to the landscape. You know, if you told people a few years ago Afghanistan would be beating Australia, and really they had them on toast in the 50 over World Cup as well, don't forget Afghanistan, but Maxwell scored 200. Oh, that's a great shot off the back foot. Vandrasi is really turning it on at the moment. Start of the 9th, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, lovely shot, and couldn't have placed that any better. Didn't hit it too hard, but with this outfield it's impossible for the fielders. So 67 off 23.
With that shot, he actually goes past his previous highest score of 65 not out. That was against Prague CC in this tournament. It surprised me, he's such a talented player. You know, he'd played 25 matches before this series started and he'd never scored a 50. But you know, I've seen him close up and yeah, you can just see he's got a good eye, he's got good power, he's got a good head on his shoulders. Seems to have stepped up his game this series with not just 1, but 2 half centuries.
He's a pretty good leg spin bowler. I think there's a few things he can improve with that, with his leg spin. It's sometimes a bit floaty and really doesn't. I don't think he gets enough wickets.
I think he showed earlier that he doesn't always have to float it. I think he's got levels. This is Amandeep coming back to bowl the 9th. Normally he would bowl kind of 1 and 3, you'd imagine, but because he got hit a bit in the first over, they've delayed bringing him back.
It's a good option late, left armour. I've always rated Amandeep's bowling. I've seen him get hit a few times, but generally it's pretty spot on. I don't think he's got as many wickets as what he expected. This is hit nicely. This will be 4 as well. It was a bit of a rank full toss there from Amandeep and Gangappa. In fact, it was Vandrasi who smashes it. Let's have a look at this. The height-wise should be fine.
I think it's okay. It's kind of bent down a little bit, so no issues there. Yeah, I would have thought maybe Amandeep has a chance to see what he's able to deliver. Maybe a few cutters end the innings, being a left-hander. But this one is just going to get slammed. Vandrasi's on a heater. Outside chance of the ton, you know, because that's the end of the 9th over. He's 78 not out, and Barbarians, well, it's going to be higher than average total now with that over going for 16. The score 119 for 2 with 1 over remaining.
I put the mockers on someone yesterday when I said, oh, chance for 100 here. Next ball, he was gone. So I'm staying out of that.
I've been there. I just think I can't really mock him because you wouldn't expect him to do it, especially he's not on strike, needs 22. But hey, cricket's a funny game.
Well, it's only Sitar who'll be bowling. He took him apart in the last over he faced. So if Gangappa can get the single, I think he'll try to slam him though. Gungapo's 8 off 7. Hasn't been really hitting the ball.
I don't think he's thinking
Well,
single though.
Oh, it's in the air. This should be out. Magare. Oh, it's gone over him. And they won't look for the second. I think it's wise. Pradeep wanted it. But why would you, Pradeep, when the man at the other end's a 78 off 26 and you're 9 off 8?
Yeah, Vandrasi knew the score, didn't he? And Magari just runs under that because the wind actually blew it over his head. So, because it was so high, he just made that misjudgment, could never double back. So, 78 for Vandrasi with 5 balls remaining.
Well, it's hit firmly and 4 runs. Blasted through... I think it's Ayush Sharma out there.
That had Super Tortuga written all over it. I didn't even know if Ayush was going to get the opportunity to field this, but he just gets done by the extra pace. Kind of jumps, goes looking for it. Over the boundary, 82. He's 3 hits away now. We were just watching a game just for fun. Charles Packard hitting the 32 off the last over for Calpe Giants. And he hit 3 sixes in a row to finish that game off.
Well, there's one. That's a nice shot out there.
88 now.
Yeah, he's got a chance. He can miss one. He can afford to miss one, but he can't afford to hit a single because Gungapa's not going to give him the strike back, and it would be.
I actually don't think I'm running a single here. I'm not risking it. Need 2 sixes. You got 3 balls left.
Comes Sitar. Oh, there's another one. That's big as well on the offside this time. Well, he's got 2 chances to get the 6 he needs for 100, and it's been well deserved.
What a knock this is. And yeah, we've had more centuries than you can poke a proverbial stick at this year. Look at this list, just keeps on going, keeps on going. We've had 84. The last one was Sazi Bouyan in an 8-over match, if you don't mind.
Well, they've both been off 30. And if hits this one for 6, this will also be on 30.
It's funny, because if you hit a gap, 2 would make it easier as well. But anyway, 6 for the ton.
And, well, he's got it for 4.
Oh.
Well, he won't mind that too much. The score's looking pretty good for Barbarians. Just bouncing in front of the rope. And he needs 2 more for the ton.
Oh, we're a chance for a 99 run out. We're a chance for a 99 not out. We've only seen that a couple of times. Vandrasi, what an innings. Well, maybe he's unjinxable. The first thing he'll do is hit this, though. And to be honest, you know you're going to run for 2 no matter what. It's kind of like a golden ball type situation. 98 for Murali Vandrasi. Here's the last ball of the innings.
Comes Sitar. And that's 6. Gets the 100. Well deserved for Murali Vandrasi. Congratulations to him. That's the 3rd of the tournament, and fantastic innings. Ends up on 104 off 31. Well,
he's the coolest debut centurion I've ever seen. Maiden centurion. All his runs are in front of the wicket. Look at that. All the way from mid-wicket to cover, and he's just cool as a cucumber. You know, that's the body language of a guy he's more thinking about the team rather than his own score, because he knows, okay, 146, it's a good score, it's a very good score now, but they got to defend it. Otherwise, you know, their tournament's hanging by a thread. But yeah, well, butter wouldn't melt in his mouth after he knocks his first ECN century up, and he does it in 31 balls. And really didn't have a lot of help, you have to say, with that 104 not out, coming in that total of 146. Sharmul Joshi, though, let's not forget, that was probably player of the day stuff, with that left-hand grab and that kind of lurking slip position. But, well, take nothing away from Vandrasi. He was the star, wasn't he? 12 sixes and 5 fours in his first ever ECN 100.
Yeah, fantastic innings there from Murali Vandrasi. Congratulations to him. I'll be very happy with the score the Barbarians got to. And as the skipper of the side, he leads them very well. Well, the way they fielded earlier in the day, they've got to be favourites for this game. They've come back so strong, the Barbarians. They had a terrible day the other day, and well, they've obviously had a bit of a chat. And Vandrasi, 104 off 31, and congratulations to him.
Yeah, and look, it's It's a good score, but I mean, United, they love a big chase. And that was the kind of understated figure of a guy who just said, yeah, I know. I knew I was capable of this all along. But, yeah, job half done, I suppose. United won't think this is out of their range either. When you look at their batting, and we know the Prague Barbarians bowling at times can be a little bit all over the place like all the teams here. 104 though on 31. That is our third century of this European Cricket Series. What's funny about it though, pretty much all of them have come is like had to be last ball of the innings or really close to last ball of the innings. Subbers one came up off the winning runs, if you remember. Sazi Bhuyan, the 8-over match right towards the end, and then Vandrasi brings it up off the last ball of the 10 overs, 146. The final score, 2 for 16 Bagoli. I think his figures stand out. Magare was really tight, none for 13, but some of the bowlers got the treatment. In particular, Ali Sitta went the journey, didn't he? That last over ended up going for 27. So we'll take a break and back in just a few minutes, and it should be a pretty interesting second innings. United CC hoping for a big chase of 147. It would be the second biggest chase we've ever seen in the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. You can join us, see what happens when we return to Prague for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Well, welcome back to this European Cricket Series Czechia match between Prague Barbarians and United. And, well, Prague Barbarians, very healthy score on the back of a Murali Vandrasi 100. Third one we've seen so far in this tournament. Been really good effort from the Barbarians in this game. And a very important clash between two sides looking to get into the finals on Friday. And United are very capable. They've got a good batting side, 147 the target. And well, United will be some good batting up top. It'll be Magare and I think Ayush Sharma. In fact, that's it. Purohit, who bowled extremely well in the previous game against the Moravians. He'll be opening the bowling, the left armour. Magare is key here. He's the man most likely. When he clicks, the United lineup do click as well. Purohit will come in for the first ball of this second innings, and well, that's pretty loose. Only called a, let's have a look, it's just called a wide, so it did hit the pitch. Of course, if it goes off the surface, it will be called a no ball. Let's have a look at this. Lost it, just landed on the pitch. It was a feature of his bowling in the last game, getting it just inside that blue line. It's a good tactic. That creates that angle. Comes in again, full toss. Oh, it's got through the fielder. That's Murali, and that's 4 runs. First boundary. It's Ayush Sharma, who's starting to come into a bit of form. Is Sharma looked a bit sketchy at the start of this tournament when he came in. It was hammered to Murali. Straight through him, and Purohit will have to improve that. It's not been quite as accurate. It's a good ball. I think he got a big inside edge onto his pad, and yeah, as the umpire signals that it did hit that bat. Let's have a look at this, and big inside edge onto his back pad of Ayush Sharma. Brings Magare back on strike. He's faced one ball, but he hasn't because it was wide. Hence, he's still 0 in both of those columns. And, oh, this is a bit high in the air. Play going back. It'll be a great catch if he can take it. Does it. Knocks it over the boundary. 4 runs. Well, there was a chance there. Would have been an absolute screamer. Have a look at this. He's hit it square. Gone high in the air. Player going back. Got a hand to it, but very difficult with the breeze as well, pushing it probably away from him slightly. Here's some more industrial machinery go past. Looks like a digger, and that is going to be called a wide. That's a weird piece of equipment. With the golf course here, there's lots of earth shaping machinery. Purohit bowling to Magare, and this is going to be called a no ball. It's hit down the ground. It'll be fielded by one of the 2 Barbarians there. It's been called a no ball. It'll be a free hit. So he was so good in the last game. It was a Purohit. This one is a big no ball. It's almost above the head. It's a free hit, and it'll be Ayush Sharma will be the recipient of it. Purohit comes in and misses it. Good bowling. Slightly slower delivery there, and gets away with it, the bowler. So let's have another look at this. Just a slow ball, back of the hand slow ball, and Ayush Sharma has a big swing at it, can't connect. 14 so far the score. And as the umpire there, Shobit, will just stop the bowler from coming in. Slight delay. But, well, 147. 103 for the point for United. They look to want to get the 147. They need the points in this this tournament. Still all to play for both of these teams. As Pruitt comes in, bowling to Ayush Sharma. Hold on. There's again still a bit of a delay, and just a technical issue. Welcome back into the marshmallow, Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, thanks. Nice to be back. And yeah, I think just a slight issue with the system going offline for a second, but I think we'll sort that out sooner rather than later. But yeah, it's a pretty interesting start, wasn't it? A couple of, I suppose there's one misfield that went for 4, if you want to call it that, kind of blast through the fingers. Had what looked off the bat to be a pretty nice clip, but it ended up being dropped across the line. Went for 4, not an easy catch by any means, but yeah, they continue with Sharma at the top of the order.
I think it's a good move. It's a big swing and a miss there from Sharma.
That's that ball that you mentioned earlier. It's hard to hit. I think part of it is, though, that it is swinging as well. It's not just the angle. It actually kind of leaves the right-hander.
Well, he's finally got it right because, well, apart from the slow ball off the free hit, it's been a pretty rough over if you hear from Pruitt. Well, that was in the slot. Nice shot there from Ayush Sharma to finish off the over. 20 from it. It's a good one for United. First up, 72 matches since the last golden ball. That mounts up pretty quickly, doesn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, it really does. And well, United are out there. I don't know, maybe this does have a bit of a feel. I've got a feeling we might have had it. It's 146, right? 146 first innings. So sometimes I'm interested in what totals we've had a golden ball on. And yeah, we've had 2 of them actually on 146, if you'd believe it. And even more strange, 56 and 57 were both on 146. Ginebrescia versus COIMS, one of the most dramatic golden balls ever, because Ginebrescia had to win that to stay in the competition. The Italian representatives this year, and that sent Dreux home, who were last year's champions.
Yeah.
And then also we had Marlow versus Gamblers in our first ever final golden ball, golden ball in the final in Portugal, and yeah, that was also 146 tie.
Well, if you look at an average, what would be the average score around about for a golden ball?
So yeah, I can tell you.
Oh, it's been slashed away, and that's going to go all the way. I think that's 6 there from Magare. That's Lal who's come on, been hit for a big 6. First up, just a little bit wide.
I could tell you, but you know what I'll do? I will throw it open to the chat.
Oh, that's a good idea.
What do you think? So we've had 63 golden balls. Now, I'll just tell you, there's been 4 that weren't actually 10 over games that I've excluded.
Okay.
So what do you think an average golden ball total is? Have a guess.
I'm gonna have a guess.
Throw one out there.
Well, should I throw one out now, or should I wait until the chat?
No, you can throw it out there. It's just
114.
Well, this is up in the air. Well, he's going to reach this, and he's going to catch it. Well, Barbarians earlier, they fielded really well. Vandrassi's having some kind of a game, isn't he? Trots to his left and gets Magare walking for legs 11. United 26 for 1.
Yeah, it's a really good catch from Murley, and I think he's pretty odds-on for a man of the match. Let's have a look at this. Just scooped under it. It was a difficult catch. Kept on going away from Murley. Went to his left and took a neat catch.
It's funny you say that, but you know, there are times we just don't know. I mean, someone could score 100 here for United and win them the game.
Yeah.
It takes me back to Hamza Slim Dar for Spain against Netherlands in qualifier 2. So this is to make the final back in ECC 23. He scored a 50 off 12 balls, then took a hat-trick and had them on the ropes. I think they were 98% or 99%. And then Sakanta Zulfika came out and hit Sakanta Zulfika, pardon me, 92 off 28, won them the game. So you just never know. So Danny gets 114. It's not a bad guess.
That was a big wicket, but it was also one of Magare, who I mentioned.
That's good running, isn't it? I don't know how you're going to run there. It's only got about 3-4 metres in front of the crease.
Yeah, I had to dodge a few big pylons to run around the fielders who converged. But as I said, the wicket of Magare is very, very important. He's been good throughout this tournament, has Rijraj. But Bagoli's in there. He's a very good batsman. And Ayush Sharma is just going to prod that back to Tree. Well, it's been a good comeback from Tree after being slammed for a 6 first ball. He's taken 1 for 7 so far. But look, with Abhimanyu not really in much form, these two, a lot of pressure on them. There is still Piyush Baghel to come in as well, the recognised batsman. So they've got quite a bit of batting to come to United. But Ruturaj is their main man with the bat normally.
Yeah. But, you know, Piyush came out, just kind of had a new feel about his batting, didn't he? And well, he's listed actually coming next. They've also got Abhimanyu Singh potentially there.
That's a lovely shot. Smashed it for 6, just leant back. They had Bagoli. And he's a dangerous batsman as well. Class cricketer is Pramod Bagoli. Has been for quite a few years here with United. Great with the ball and the bat. And that's a nice shot. Just rocked back and hit it for 6.
Timed it really well. Yeah, here's the current table. Barbarians have pushed up into 5th place and they want to go further, but United could basically take their place in the 5 potentially. That's why these games are all so important. By the way, centuries update. How about that century from Murali Vandarasi? And look how quickly we go through these centuries. 85 centuries now in season 2024. It's quite unbelievable. And we've seen 3 here this season. We only ever saw 1 in the previous 4 years that we were here.
Yep.
So it's amazing. Anyway, Purohit is going to get a second over.
So he's hit down the ground, knocked down by the bowler. Won't be a run. So what do you think it is? I mean, apart from the speed of the outfield, that's a significant change.
I also think batters are setting their expectations a bit higher. I think they're scoring just as quickly or quicker, but with less risk.
Yeah.
I think when you combine those things, this could be gone. Little edge and out. Ayush Sharma just kind of getting across that one a little bit. Purohit has been so good at reproducing this kind of delivery. So United lose another key batter, 34 for 2.
Yeah, it's a big wicket, that of Ayush Sharma. Again, didn't quite get going. But let's have a look. Just moved it across. A lot of movement. Neat take by the keeper as well. And that's Gangappa. So kept pretty well with Divi Singh taking the gloves off.
But yeah, to answer your question, I think about the batters that have scored centuries. They've been able to score both sides of the wicket. I think that maybe, not just in Czechia, but in lots of different locations. A while ago, there was a kind of tendency to really favour the leg side and really kind of try and smash the ball as hard as possible. But I think batters are learning, hold on, if I can hit both sides of the wicket, I become really difficult to bowl to. So yeah, I just think with the field here, so many 4s means because if things aren't going for 4, they're going for 1, and then you lose the strike.
Sure.
So here, batters just seem to be staying on track longer. And once again, Purohit delivers another one of those anglers.
It's much better over here, and went for 20 off his first. He hasn't had a run hit off this one and picked up a wicket.
The other
one.
The other thing I was going to say is I actually think that batters are actually starting to kind of set their sights on making some big scores. They're not satisfied with 50. They want more, and they're getting more. It's a trend across the network.
I think they're training for it. Oh, it's going to go down towards the boundary, and that's, well, is it going to be leg buys, or is it off the bat?
It's a French cart. In fact, it would have probably crashed into the stumps. But, you know, for all the elegance of Baghel's batting earlier, this one was a bit of an ugly kind of swipe at the ball, but it gets the result. Just keeping it in the 14s at the moment, run rate wise. Now, I haven't run out of batting yet, and I would say they probably bat a little bit deeper, United. But yeah, gets a feather on that and disappears down the hill for 4.
So Purohit got a couple more balls left in his spell. Oh, this one could be out. It's going to be caught by the bowler. That's another wicket down. That's Piyush Baghel who's gone. And Purohit is doing the damage in this over. 2 big wickets.
Yeah, and it's a bit of a risky shot. I mean, Piyush, what he's trying to do here, he's trying to counter the angle by like slapping back at it. So he's basically trying to fight that across. And yeah, early in his innings, probably not the bowler to go after here, Purohit. I mean, no, you need to take risks. I think with the benefit of hindsight, the skipper won't be too happy to get it in that fashion. Nice catch though by Purohit to his right, and it's 38 for 3 in the 3rd.
Well, definitely. Upper hasn't been in great form in this this tournament. All it takes is just one or two off the middle, and it'll bring it back, because he is a very, very capable batsman, as Abhimanyu Singh.
Tell you who's listed next is Joshi, and considering he just took one of the catches of the century, maybe this is his game to break out with the bat. Right now it's Abby, and he prods it off his stumps for a single. Maybe someone just stepped on Pradeep's foot.
Really, he is limping a little bit. But looked a little bit tentative there, Abhimanyu. Let's have a look. And
well, what's he done here? He hasn't stepped on the ball, has he? Oh no. Well, to be honest, it's not as fake as the injury that we saw in the Afghanistan versus Bangladesh this morning. Go look that up if you haven't seen it already. End of the over. 39 for 3. Magical start, but going down the staircase, weren't they, for the rest of the power play?
Yeah, absolutely. And going 13 and over, the run rate's not too bad, but they lost 3 big wickets. So see if these two can steady the ship. And it'll be Abhimanyu who'll be facing Hemdev. He's bowling around the wicket. And just again quite tentative. I think he's... Oh, that could be gone, I think. Gone, that's it. Well, great work there from the bowler, Hemdev. And Abhimanyu, his luck in this tournament has not been great.
Sometimes he can be
either.
Sometimes he can be too careful. You know, he's only looking for the one here. His dive he almost ends up still not in, even after the dive. It's an easy decision, really. But I love the pickup in the throwing hand. And Abhi, well, he does everything humanly possible to cover the pitch in time, but direct hit was always going to send him packing. And Barbarians, once again, it's their fielding, even though I know they had a couple of moments in the first over that weren't probably their favourites, but they have been converting opportunities at a good rate today. 39 for 4. Nice work by Hemdev to cross the pitch.
Last time we saw them, they were really poor, the Barbarians. And they've come back. He's dropped it. Well, bit of a juggle there from the keeper. I was about to say that things have improved a lot for the Barbarians, and they have. And well, it's a bit pat on the back there for Pradeep. He'll be a bit annoyed with himself. So that's another look at this. And there's a little edge, and he's fumbled, and he's almost got there, but then
ran out of feet. It's just, again, I don't want to get too technical, but I suppose, yeah, I guess there are some times where the technique goes out the window, and when you fumble it the first time, that is one of those times. So this is going to be hit off the back foot. That's going to be 4. So Joshi, hey, I called it. This could just be Joshi's game. He's a bit of a cult hero. Took a brilliant left-handed catch earlier. Yeah, I was going to say, with Pradeep's keeping, I noticed earlier, he was kind of moving towards the stumps. You shouldn't really be. You should be pretty stable and kind of working on a plane sideways more than anything when you're keeping back. And let the ball come to you. And that was just one of those something I suppose is reasonably still. But I actually used to practice. Someone, I'd have to have my eyes shut and they'd have to hit me with the ball in the chest or something. So I was practicing how to just trying to keep cool. And if the ball does bounce off your glove, so this is more for when you, or just pick up and throw would have been gone there, I think. So if you're keeping up to the stumps, it's more, sometimes there's edges that pop the ball away from the centre of your gloves and it hits your hands, and then it might bounce off another opportunity. So I train myself to go low, so try and drop my knees and get close to the ground as possible to buy yourself time, because the ball's only ever going to go down, or it's going to end up going down. So that was a drill that we used to do. Sometimes it would get out of hand, especially when you get to throw the ball at someone, even from close range, that has their eyes shut. It could sometimes...
With a cricket ball?
Degenerate. Yeah, normally. 46 for 4 at the end of 4. But yeah, those 4 wickets have really put United on the back foot. I mean, Pramod's a very good bat. We've seen that. And we probably haven't seen it often enough or for long enough in this series. Joshi's a big hitter. But, geez, there's still 6 overs to go. And they're a long way behind at the moment.
Yeah, well, they need another 100 to get the score even. 147 to win. 103 for the point would be useful as well. But
Yeah.
A lot rests on Bagoli's shoulders here, I think.
Thing is that Barbarians, if they get the win, they gain on United. So it depends how much they gain, and the spots are drying up in the 5.
Well, that'll help. That'll be 6 more. Nice shot from Bagoli. It's Batnaga, the bowl.
Need a partnership, don't they? Need a big, big partnership can get United back in this game. Just quickly, I want to say hi to Martin Hurst, who's saying, yeah, a bit of an AstroTurf burn risk with the Upper Manu Sing dive. Nothing worse than pulling out a big dive and being out. And it's one thing to, to risk the skin and to lose the skin. If you're not out, then you don't really have time to think about it. If you're out, you're sitting there wondering why you did that at all.
This one's coming somewhere. Where is it?
That's another one. It's gone over the top, and that's Maximo. 6 runs back to back.
I lost that off the bat. I thought it was coming directly towards us, but well, got it slightly inside out. And nice shot there from Pramod again. 12 off the first 2.
I wanted to say hi to Jake Stewart in Estonia again. Said he's been doing his homework. He actually said that his friend Yuka says that Murali Vandrassi's innings was so exciting, chasing the century. He thinks he might become a fan soon.
Fantastic.
Always good to hear.
Yeah.
Go down and play some cricket in Estonia, Jacob, when you get a chance. There's some great facilities there. Good bowling. Locks him up.
Well, Terry's doing a great job there. And with Stefan Gooch as well. And Meta Gooch.
Estonia winning the men's against Cyprus recently. The women's competing very well as well. I know in the T20 format, probably still waiting on a couple more players to qualify, I think, and they'll be even stronger.
Have a look at this.
Yeah.
So he's just rolled past the stumps, and he's not happy. He's just... Oh.
Again, but trying to drag a ball out from off to leg.
Oh, it's a good comeback here from Batnaga. He's come around the wicket and it's done the trick.
Just showing the Pramod doesn't really want to go offside there with the angle, even though there's only 2 outfielders on that side. There's 3 outfielders on the leg side, but he wants to go to his kind of natural hitting zone. Last ball, the 5th.
There are plenty of 4s out there. I don't think he wants them. This one's hit to the fielder. Just be a single.
That'll take us to the end of the 5th over. Cushy goes for 13, 59 for 4. Let's welcome you into the cube. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Danny Hudacek with me. I would say this to youngsters or even oldsters all around Europe. Even if you've never picked up a cricket bat or a cricket ball before, you can even go to our website, europeancricket.com, look up federations. You can see some information about how you can get involved in cricket in your country. And there's so many stories of people that actually just discovered cricket on ECN and then found a way to playing. Jost Hobic is a guy in Slovenia who we've seen playing the European Cricket Series, and there's heaps more. American connection, Bernie Burchick, played his cricket in Pennsylvania, now playing in the Netherlands, and we saw him actually in the Gibraltar Series earlier in the year. So yeah, check it out. And especially the younger you start, the easier it is. It's a bit like learning a language in a way, I think. But yeah, whether you're old or young, it doesn't matter what level you want to play either. Get involved, even at the social level. It's a lot of fun. You make a lot of friends.
Well, Murali's the bowler, and he gets Muralied there by Bagoli, who steps back and hammers him over square leg. So Vandrassi, I think he's a little bit slow through the air. Gets a little bit of turn, but there's plenty of time to get in position there for Bagoli, and he wants to hit it through that leg side.
Just because it was a bit slower, gave him the time to snap into position. I don't know if Vandrassi will go slow again. Probably he's dabbling with kind of tossing one up, trying to buy this wicket that he thinks can probably break the game open.
It's,
well,
the throw's wide and missed it.
Could have got him.
Big opportunity. Joshy was off, and you're not going to stop him.
Yeah, I suppose the thing is, it is Joshy's call, so Pramod, he probably ball watches for a bit, you see. Whereas if he'd seen Joshy running, he wouldn't have been bothering to watch the ball. He just would have been running, and it probably would have got him home. But that was an opportunity to run him out, and they missed it.
It's a good runner between the wickets, is Pramod as well. It's really, it's a quicker one. Well, Joshy gets it into an impossible spot. I don't know how he got it down there. He's got to go towards the boundary. Fancy footwork. Does well. We'll get 2.
For Joshy to get 2, you know, it's gone most of the way to the boundary. Yeah, I think with the running between the wickets, I agree. The intent's always there from United. You see that. But Pramod, for example, just a little thing, eye contact with your partner.
So and check the boundary, I think. Let's have another look. So he stepped on the rope there, and he's come in, and he's fine. So just be the 2 runs. And just a quick check. As Morelli will bowl to Shamal Joshi again. He'll no doubt try to launch him. And well, he's hit him through the offside. There's a player out there who does well. And the fielding of the Barbarians has been a real highlight for them. They've held their catches well in the last 2 games and just resurgent. I think they've come in refreshed today and have looked really, really good.
Hanging in there, but hanging by a thread, Bagoli.
Well, that's a nice shot again.
Uh-oh. Well, I was a bit worried I was going to find the...
Is that who I think it is?
Is it Simon of the Tower?
No, it's not Simon of the Tower.
No?
He's got long blonde hair. That's
Okay.
Javadik Bowl.
Ah, it is Chavez. Didn't recognise him in actual clothes. Just with the reaction. Anyway, it was pretty well handled.
I'm sure. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. He's just given us away. It looks
Yeah,
a lot.
must be that.
If it's not
a long way
Javadik
from
Bowl.
us, but I think you're right. 75 for 4 then after 6. Let's have a look at what they need. 72 off 24. So, like I said, they're just hanging on. Can't afford to have a bat over here, really. This is Hemdev, who's going to come on to bowl the 7th. He bowled pretty tight over that only went for 7 last time out.
And he had that run out as well. And nice shot there in the air. Player going back, takes a nice catch, skirts the boundary, and it's been taken. Really nice catch out there.
Well, it is a brilliant catch. I don't know about the 2 arms up celebration. It's a risky one, but I don't think he touches the rope here. Let's have a look. Fine. If this one's fine, I think that's the only one there, but you can't see the heel and the rope doesn't move. So I think that's fine. This one, fine. Jeez.
Well, have a look at the fielder next to him. He celebrates because he saw it well, and it's a really nice catch taken out there. And that's the end of Shamal Joshi.
But Yash Bhagat has taken a couple of really important catches today to get important batters. So remember, he got Parker earlier when he was fielding at short, fine leg. And then he takes that one on the run and grappling with the sun. It's actually a very, very good catch. United have lost Joshi for 8. And the score 75 for 5. So it won't be the miracle match for Shamal Joshi.
Yeah, look, Bagoli's still there. Kapathi's the new batsman. Still got a chance.
No Ghanshyam Kumar in the lineup for United today as well, and he's normally pretty useful with the bat and the ball just as a contributor.
Yeah.
Hemdev, he's kind of monkey see, monkey doing it, because Purohit's had a lot of success with that kind of angle.
Yeah, it's been a good over so far. It's been a good spell from Hemdev. Comes in again, and that's a bit short. And hit just past the fielder, 4 runs to Kapathi. He hit that beautifully and right into the gap. Let's have a look at this one. And, well, it's all arms, but just got it away from the cover fielder, and there's no one protecting behind. So 4 more to the total, 79 for 5 now. And, well, Bagoli needs a strike. He's 35 off 14. Kapathi, though, if he can hit 4s every ball, it'll be handy. That one's a bit quicker from Hemdev.
That's a good example. It's one that no one will notice except me because I'm a keeper nerd. But pretty kind of rushing forward when the ball's missed. Just stay there. Take it cleanly in the gloves. Tidy yourself up. I know he doesn't get to do it much.
It's another nice shot going towards the boundary. That'll be 4 as well. Kapathi. Well, he's contributing and contributing well.
Yeah, just hanging in there. Still think that the rate required's gone out above 20 now. So, look, that's to get a point. You feel like they should do that as a minimum. But then again, if you lose a couple of wickets, that's not a gimme either. So it's kind of a lot of possibilities in this game.
Yep. A couple of 4s, though, in this over. Has been the wicket of Shamal Joshi. 1 left in his spell. It's been a good spell from Hemdev. And that's, again, a really good delivery outside off stump. And it'll bring Bagoli back on strike. It'll have to be a couple of really, really big overs.
See where he's standing, though? Toes just outside leg and swiping at it. So he probably hasn't put himself in the best position to try and hit that. Made it look a lot wider than it was. Anyway, 83 for 5 after 7. Still one more match to go here on day number 9. Vino's taking on Moravian in the final match of the day. Now a few ins there and a few surprises, particularly in the Vinorati lineup.
Yeah, look, Big Joe Cope will be taking the gloves, and a big in with Abdul Muiz. John Corness will come in, Vojta Hasa as well. So it'll be an interesting Vinorati side against Moravians, who are desperate for a win.
Here's Tree, and he gets a dot first up. Yeah, Moravians probably still in the hunt, mathematically speaking at least. Vinorati don't really see a path for them to make the 5, but this becomes their final then. So hopefully they go out there, they enjoy it. They'll be hoping they can get a 3rd win of the series. That game is coming your way in about 40 minutes time, but yeah, right here, right now, United need a huge over to get back in it.
Yeah, they do, don't they?
63 off 16 for the actual win, and that's kind of approaching 4 a ball. Begordy's still there, but at the wrong end at the moment.
It's called a wide. It's a good bowler to be bringing on at this stage. Tree Lal is he's deceptive.
It's a close one. Almost grabs a bit of the line, but I think benefit of the doubt goes to the batter there.
It's hit nicely. Player out there drops it. Well, the catching's been so good, Barbarians, in the today, and that was a little bit of a Cirque du Soleil.
I mean, at least he has stopped the boundary. I suppose that's quite important at this stage. Well, the Robot is in the chat. Nice to see you, Robot. Saying, why do I have a tingle? Well, it is United. It would have to be an incredible late assault, though. Tree's an awkward kind of bowler as well, because I've got a bit like a hybrid. Like, he's too quick to be a spinner, but too slow to be a fast bowler.
Yeah.
And he just kind of pushes the ball out the front of his hand.
It's all arms and arms that come at you. Phil calls it a double windmill.
Yeah. I think it looks like, a World Octopus League style action, but that's an effective action here. Goes through Kapathi, and Tree's got 2. He's bowled really well in this series. It's nice to see him getting amongst the wickets. United probably don't feel so at this stage. And that'll be the 6th wicket down now. It's 87 for 6.
Yeah, so good over there from Tree, and well, good wicket. He's such an encouraging player as well, as always chatting up his teammates and pushing him along. And he's a very popular figure here with the Barbarians, as he was with the with Berno. So new batsman is Ali Sitar. Well, he took a bit of stick with the ball.
He'll be wanting to dish a bit back, I'm sure. I want to say a quick hello to Birdie, who's watching from the UK. Birdie plays for Hornchurch.
Hello.
And of course, Hornchurch will be back at the ECL. And just trying to think how many teams are qualified for ECL so far. So early in the season, in the regular kind of cricket season here in Europe, that don't have that many. I know that Hornchurch will be back. We know that Voorburg or VCC from the Netherlands will also be there. And I think the only 2 that we could actually lock in at the moment out of what we'll have 35 clubs. Now, assuming that we don't have any new countries, Old Victorians would also get a direct qualifier as the runners-up. But you never know. So, for example, if another country becomes ICC during the year, then potentially that's not 100% guaranteed. I would assume we'd have 2 Jersey teams in on account of them being last year's finalists.
Well, normally it's the winners of the domestic T20 league that get in through the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
And which was been PCC for all the time except for one.
Yep.
That was when Berno won it.
Yes.
It's good to see them there as well.
In
Paris
2022.
Curry ripping up the opposition bowling.
Well, Divic gets a bowl here, takes the gloves off, but gives his stand-in a bit of work there. Yeah, and I think in last year's T20 final was pretty close, wasn't it? I think it was won by PCC. Aaron Ashokan hitting the runs off the second last ball with 9 down against Berno. So that's how close it can be. I mean, Berno, obviously, if they can get this, if they were to qualify and they bring the kind of team here, maybe you've got a couple of wild cards you could throw in. I think they could be a really dangerous side.
The thing is with Burno, they're not the type of team that will bring a wild card. They're a very proud club. They've got they've got 4 teams, and I asked them actually. I don't know who it was, but I think it might have been Dylan, about why they didn't bring any wild cards to the last ECL, and they said, well, we've got players here in Burno, and we want to give them the opportunity to play.
Yeah,
Good
great
there.
stop.
It's gone, I think.
I feel like he's made it. I think he just got a good run on that Bagoli. I'll definitely check it out, but it was a really good stop from Gangappa first up. It was an inside edge into the ground, and I just feel like Bagoli's beat this out. Let's see if I can trust my instincts. He is
Safe
in. Just here comes
well,
the ball.
There you go. Long way in the end. It's a race to the
Race to the line.
race to the line
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good attitude as well. The players that got you there. I mean, the wild card exists for a number of reasons, and there are some times where, for work or personal reasons, all their regulars can't come. So they kind of wanted to make a level playing field so that everyone's got those options to bring a certain or maximum of 2 players in, unless sometimes there are issues. For example, Cyprus, if they run into visa issues, and a lot of the regulars can't come. But yeah, I mean, the idea is you reward. The whole idea of the European Cricket League is you're trying to take your team to a bigger stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
And providing that incentive and that adding even more meaning, not that there's not meaning already, but meaning to the domestic competitions in Europe. Which is why some people would say, oh, how come, for example, a winner of this European Cricket Series won't represent Czechia? But the truth is, I kind of like it being based on who is considered the best team of the whole season. The whole season runs months.
Yeah.
So whether that be in the T20 format, some countries do have a T10 format that runs kind of the whole year as well. I know Sweden like to go that way now. But yeah, you're trying to reward the best domestic club. And yeah, there are certain times where it makes sense as long as everyone's had an opportunity. So in Italy in the past, as you know, we've had the different ECS and then the Super Series to determine it, which is also a pretty good way. Well, Divi at the moment, he's bowling a bit like a keeper, isn't he? This is going to be a high full toss that actually reaches Gangappa on the full. So free hit coming up.
It's well, I think Divi, it's the first time I've ever seen him bowl, and his action's pretty good, but what's coming out of his hand isn't. And it'll be a free hit. It'll be Ali Sitar. See what he can do to it. And well, he hits it pretty well. There's a player out there. Just be a single.
Guess I'll kick straight at the fielder, I think, Divi. But hey, I want to say quick hello to everyone in the chat. And Birdie was actually just mentioning that Hornchurch are playing in their regional T20 finals next week against very stiff opposition. I suppose Hornchurch is the one team that don't have to stress about ECL qualification. But of course, they won that T20 competition a couple of years ago. That's why they made it to the ECL in the first place.
This has been hitting a long way. Murali's under it, and he's done so well. I think it might be 6 though, but
I think it is 6, but it's a great effort. I just think that he hits the ground before he lets go, but it's a fantastic effort. Watch the shoes here of Andrassy. He's having a golden game, but I think he comes down there.
Yeah,
is he already on the line?
rope.
I think there's another foot that comes down before he lets go anyway. Well, I mean, is that on the rope? It looks to me that's pretty clear.
I think
we
it's
are
on the
from
rope.
behind as well.
Yeah. No, I think it's definitely on the rope, and great effort there from Murali.
Yeah, couldn't have done any more, really.
No.
That's one example that, because the camera is the rope's between the camera and the foot, you actually get a better view than if, for example, there was one a couple of overs ago where the rope was behind the foot, where you can't really tell where foot meets rope. Anyway, Devendra Singh won't be too impressed. He won't be impressed with this either. Blasted through for 4. That'll take United to a point. So that's something. But, yeah, I think the other issue is they almost need all 6s from here to pull off the win.
Yeah. So it's, well, fantastic effort from Barbarians. It's job done for them almost today. They've been much, much better than last time we saw them, as I mentioned before. And they looked a little bit flat and out of sorts. They did have a couple of big games, though. As this one goes through the covers, that'll be 4 as well.
Yeah, I mean, if this was a close game, that would probably be even bigger. What it is right now, it's 50 to Bagoli, and he found it hard to keep his team alive in this chase. He brings up his 50 off 21 balls. And the score after 9, 110 for 6. So that leaves 37 off the last 6 balls. So 6 sixes to tie. And if Corey was here, he'd probably say there's more chance of the world stopping and spinning the other way. But Mandrake is off now after having popped in, and he says he'll hopefully pop in tomorrow. So yeah, hopefully you're having a great day, Dave, and we'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, United, where to from here? I'm looking at their run home now as well. They'll be so disappointed. They're going to lose in this one. They've got the Dominators and they've got Bohemians. Both of those games on Thursday. And now we're talking kind of like a ceiling of 15, I'd say 23 points. So I mean, they could, with 2 good wins, they could still play their way in.
Bohemians have lost a couple. One against BCC, one against Vinorati.
Yeah.
But they're a pretty good unit, and they've already made the finals. They'll probably get into 3rd place.
Yeah, you'd imagine. But yeah, Bohemians only have 1 more game, and that's it actually. So I see them still making the, as you said, 3 seem kind of locked in when you look at the numbers of the table. But yeah, United against is one of those games that has gotten away from them with that. Imagine if they were chasing kind of high 120s rather than high 140s. It was kind of that ending from Vandrasi that sent things out of control. And now he's got the ball in the 10th over.
Yeah, here's where he's giving it plenty of flight to Bagoli, who's on 52. And Bagoli's not using his feet. He knows what the story is. And big swing and a miss there from Pramod.
That foot's down, no problem. Yeah, I'd be shopping for a wicket here. You're probably not going to lose. You can maybe grab a couple of cheapies to go with your 100.
That's it, flat and straight, and that's 4 runs. And Javed. No, it'd be someone else. I'm sure that is Javed Iqbal.
That was absolutely belted, wasn't it?
Nice shot.
It was hit very, very well. And Bagoli, 56 off 23. And he came in at number 3. So he came in after 8 balls. So he's been there 49 balls. He's only faced 23, so you're not quite half the strike. I feel like he spent a lot of time away from the strike. He's going to hurl himself off his feet. I'm not sure if this was even touched. It's going to be 4 buys. But yeah, really, Barbarians. You got to give them credit. Obviously, they had some tricky games today. They were able to overcome Moravian by 16 runs. They're going to get the win here against United. So I mean, 2 wins out of 2 makes them pretty hard to displace from the 5, I think.
Against 2 good sides as well. Yesterday they played PCC and Bohemians, and they didn't look at the races at all. But they've held the catch as well. They've fielded pretty well as well, all up. This will come back for 2.
They just have 1 more game against Ostrava on Thursday morning.
Once hit Pramod on the outside of the knee. That's not what you need after you've just lost a game. And with 1 ball left, he'll be okay, Pramod. Just a bit of a painful one with the throw coming in. Let's have a look. So, yeah, just on the outside of that knee.
If he's smart, he would have booted that for 6. At least 4 overthrows.
Don't think he knew too much about it.
That would have helped that much.
He's on 58. It's batted well, has Pramod, but the early wickets from really good bowling and from the Barbarians. This is hitting the air, and he should be gone. Murali's under it. No, he's not. It's the keeper, Kangappa, who's made a lot of ground and has put it down. They're still running.
There's nobody at the stumps, so I mean, like, everyone followed the ball, a bit like an under-6s football game there. They all just kind of went towards it, but I think this should be it. I don't know whether they're checking whether there's ball to go or not, but I think that might be the 10 overs it is. So 23 runs the margin. So Barbarians with a couple of narrow-ish wins, only 17 runs and then 23 runs. But they do get 2 wins here on day 9 and put themselves up in that finals qualification window, and hopefully they'll stay there. Now, a few ins for Vinorati in match 45, which is coming in 25 minutes. Michael Lonsborough comes in for the first time in the series. So does Aryan Sharma. So Moravian, well, similar looking side. Abdul Muiz actually spotted him as well. He's listed to open with Honza Corners, but Muiz is a big in for the Vinorati batting as well. They've been sent in by Moravians. Their captain, Om Sharma, pretty happy to chase in the last game of the day. Join us for that. Does look like the final fling for Vinorati at least. So catch them while you can. And Barbarians, well, they've been catching most things that have come their way today, but United just found a way, I suppose, to lose wickets and let Barbarians kind of have that advantage. So it wasn't always smooth sailing. Gangappa had an interesting couple of matches behind the stumps. Just looking at Divi's bowl now, I think he probably goes back to behind the stumps for the last game. But obviously wanted to give Pradeep that opportunity. It was this opportunity to get Bagoli. We thought that might cost him. But although Pramod was able to score a half century, it was in a losing cause. And the Barbars go 2 for 2. As we had a couple of special guests appear at the ground as well.
Yeah, look, that was a good catch on the boundary. That was Bhagat, and just kept in. But they played well, I think, against two good sides today, Barbarians. And they'll be up there towards the finals. As you see there, it's just all the batsmen around Pramod started to go down. It was, I think, the big wicket of Magare right up top. Didn't get too many, did Magare. We'll see the scorecard in a minute. Brilliant work from the man of the match there, Murali Badrasi.
Just need to go one shoe size less, and he probably would have been fine. This one found its way down the hill for 4 byes, and there's only one left. One little highlight left. Magorley able to kind of moose that one, and then going up. Finished his journey behind the stumps with a bit of a march to nowhere. They ended up getting 2 off that last ball, but it wasn't quite enough. They end up with a kind of average score, don't they? 123 for United. But yeah, it's just not enough to get the win. Another frustrating day for them, I think. Although they did walk away from day 9 with that win, a 3-point win over Vinorati earlier in the day. Looking at the scorecard, Bagoli 60 off 26. Well, it wasn't really his fault, was it? But Magari and Sharma both went reasonably cheaply for the openers. No one else able to reach double figures. And for the Barbarians, well, they just did enough. They had a healthy score on the board. Got to say that I think that Hemdev bowled a pretty good spell, 1 for 15. 2 fizz for Tripurari Kanyalal. And Purahit, well, he's been outstanding today. He finished with figures of 2 for 25. Devendra Singh, well, I think he's a very good wicketkeeper. Anyway, we're going to take a break and we'll be back in about 20 minutes' time. It will be the final game of the day. Vino's taking on Moravians. Vinny Sand and Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. We'll take a break. We're back shortly with more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of the day, and it's match number 45. Two teams that certainly have found it hard to come by some wins, so I think both of them would love the opportunity to go at each other here in the last game of the day. It's Vinarati taking on Moravian in this one. Charles Croucher has the two captains. Let's see who wins the coin flip.
Welcome to match 45 in the toss with Vinarati and Moravian. Moravian to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head. Moravian won the toss and will bowl first.
So Om Sharma of Moravians has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. So obviously feels he can get into the Vinarati batting. Also means he'll know exactly how many they have to chase in the second half of this game. Vinarati have been a strange case. They've been a curious case during this series. They had this one good day last Thursday where they won both their games against pretty tough opposition. Apart from that, they haven't been able to register a win. For Moravian, well, we saw them return today after a few days away and weren't able to get the win. They would feel if they can win this one, maybe they can carry some of that momentum into tomorrow where they have a huge day with 3 matches to finish their group campaign. Well, Danny Hudacek is standing by. It is the last game of the daytime, so maybe some random questions. And, you know, I'm always keen for food chat when we're here in Czechia. So join us, join the conversation. Let's get ready for the start of match 45. Vinarati sent in by Moravians in this one. Let's go over to Danny Hudacek.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome back here to the final game of the day from this European Cricket Series here in Czechia, in lovely Prague. It's been a beautiful day, been a good day's cricket as well. It'll be a good game here between Vinarati and Moravians. Moravians have played 2 games already today. Vinarati played earlier on. It's a few changes in the Vinarati lineup, and looking at the top, it's a big in for them in Abdul Muiz, who's a big hitting batsman. Also Michael Lonsborough coming in, and Vojta Hasa. It'll be Joe Cope with the gloves, but they'll be batting first. Good toss to win for Moravians, and Abhishek Parker is their main man, but it'll be probably Prem Yadav who will take the new ball, as he normally does. And Moravians are the favourites for this game. It shows you how bit of a rough time that Vinarati have had in this tournament, unable to get a settled lineup due to availability issues. Moravians, well, all their games have come in clumps, so they're here for today and they're here for tomorrow. And well, Moravians, they're a good side. They are a second division side, Moravians, and they will look to for another big scalp along their way, as it is the left-handed, looks like it's Abdul Muiz who will be opening. Let me check that in just a moment. Looks like Abdul Muiz, and also, well, it's John Corness, Honza Corness at the other end. We'll open the batting with him. Honza is a mainstay of this side of Vinarati. Plays normally in the Bianco side, which is the second side. Also played a lot for PCC. Has been in Czech cricket for a long time, as Honza Corness. So this will be a competitive start. And it'll be Prem Yadav to bowl. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Abdul Muiz, who's been sorely missed by this Vinarati side. Last time we saw him, we got a beautiful ball. It was a first bowler, and I want to see the back of him very soon. Will Moravians. About ready for a start. And Prem Yadav, the one-arm bandit. And that's a nice start. Just push forward. I'll take a quite comfortable single there. I'm going to bring Honza Corness on strike. Call him Honza because, well, his name's John, but Jan is the equivalent of John in Czech, and the nickname for Jans is Honza. So that's just his nickname. So we'll look around the ground. There's a man straight and also down at third man. You can see where he wants to put it. Prem Yadav outside off stump. A little bit of cover on the leg side. Comes in and Cornes hits that pretty well. It's going to go towards the boundary, and it's going to be 4. Well, good start there for Honza. Gets one to drive straight away, and the fielder down here couldn't hang on to it. That's Pawan Jaswal. So got behind it, but just got away from him. Struck pretty well first up by Honza. Score is 5 after 2. And that could be close, you know. Not out, says the umpire. And, well, the keeper just holds the ball. Let's have a look at this. I think it'll be called leg buys. Bit high for me. Hit him in the stomach. It was down low. But not out, says the umpire. Umpires are Farouk and also Shobit, as that's hit through the mid-wicket area for 4 by Muiz. He's a big hitting batsman, is Abdul Muiz. Nice shot. Bright start here from Vinarati, going after Yadav. 10 for no loss. Couple of balls left in the first. Comes around the wicket and going to be called a wide. So Vinarati's tournament, it's been, as Vinny mentioned, a bit up and down. They had one good day where they beat both Bohemians and Barbarians. Apart from that, it's been very patchy and not been really much in the contest with any of them. This is hit just over the top of the fielder, and that's another 4 there for Muiz. Well, with the infield in, he's going over the top is Muiz. That's a nice start for him. He's on 9, Cornes on 4. So they're retrieving the ball. And 1 ball left of the first. 15 from it so far. I want to see the back of Muiz as soon as they can. Well, Moravians, this is tucked around the corner. The race is on, and the ball will win the race. Bit of foot fielding there, trying to stop it. And that's a good over for Vinarati. 19 from it. As you see there, it's very hard to catch up to it. Tried to tread on the ball to stop it. It's going to do more danger to his foot than to the score. As we see here, Czechia, we have this remainder of this tournament finishing on Friday. Then we're going to Romania. I'll be joining Vinny in Hungary for a week, the initial takeover. Then Bulgaria, Italy in Rome, which will be fantastic. Austria, Croatia, then the European Cricket Championships, Malta, Spain again, and then finally the European Cricket Championship for women just before Christmas. So the new bowler will be Abhishek Parker, very good bowler. There's Parker, good cricketer all up, and that was a bit of an appeal. Honza will get to the other end, and it'll be, well, bit of bat there, says the umpire, Shobit. Bringing up Muiz on strike. Changing the field. Right-handed, left-handed combination. It's always annoying, as we see here, the daily run rates. It's, the highest was 14.2. Normal ECS for 24 is at 12.1. So it's been there or thereabouts for the run rates here. Been a good tournament. Yeah, the field has played very, very well. Lots of 4s. As this is played back down to the pitch to the bowler. See here, the lowest score 62. Batting first, highest 174, average 122. And well, it's teams batting second that are just ahead of teams batting first. But not much in it. So there's a bit of an inside edge. Goes to the fielder. And that's Charlie Trotter there, who stops it. Just a single. We'll bring Honza Cornes back on strike, the right-hander. And both quite big units, these two batsmen. As the wind starts to pick up It's quite strong, coming from behind now. It's shifted around completely. This has gone through the keeper and gone through the batsman, and that'll be 4 byes. Well, just kept a little bit low for the keeper. Let's have a look at this. Kept a little bit low, couldn't get his legs together. Good, the keeper there. And it's Akshay Babu. And 4 more to the total. Been a good over though so far. Only 2 off the bat. 6 altogether with that bye. Corness is on 5. Muir's 14. Comes Parker again. And just got onto it. They'll take a single. And well run there. Muir's right onto that. It's clamped down. Didn't go too far, but well taken single. So it'll be Parker to Muir's for the final ball of the over. 26 for no loss. Good run rate at the moment for Vinarati. They'll want to keep this batting pair together though. Comes in and hit firmly and well fielded there. And well, there's a bit of a keeper call. Muir's wanted the run, but Corness just stood his ground and said no. So 26 for no loss after 2. Again, a bright start from Vinarati. Good over there from Parker. And pretty even contest at the moment. As you see here, these two teams, 8th and 9th at the moment. Vinarati with the 2 wins, Moravians with just 1. And well, neither will be featuring on Friday, you'd think. Ostrava and the Dominators are behind them. But it'll be a competitive game between 2 good sides. Sharma, the new bowler. He'll be bowling to Honza Corness. Comes in. And just dab down. Gives Muir's the strike. I think that's his job at the moment. Corness is, if he's got one to hit, he'll have a go at it. Otherwise, he'll give Muir's the strike. He's on 14 off 7. He's been sorely missed in the last couple of games, as I mentioned before, by Vinarati. Bowler comes in and down leg side, called a wide. They won't take the extra one. Muir's wants the strike. So interesting that I think Nessan Durai is listed coming in next for Vinarati. He's looked pretty good with the bat. And Adnan coming a little bit later. And got it on the toe of the bat. Going towards the boundary, that'll run to the fastest part of the ground. And that's another 4 runs there to Muir's, and the total moves up to 32. Got Voita Hassa listed at batting at number 9. Interesting because he opened the batting for the first couple of games for them. And Joe Cope listed at batting at number 11. I'm not sure if that's going to be the final order. Here comes Sharma again. And beats him outside off. Good bowling there from Sharma, the skipper for Moravians. Missed out that time, Muir's. Current run rate, it's just under 13. Again, it's a pretty good power play. Only 3 balls left of it. You'll see the field spread a bit after this. The 2 men back straight on the leg side and slightly wider. This has been hit firmly. Good fielding. That's Prem Yadav. And again, no run. And I think he might have hurt himself, Prem. Let's have a look. He might have split the webbing in his hand. And he might have to go off. Yeah, you can see a little bit of blood there. So we'll see if the Moravian substitute will come on. It's his right hand as well. Hit very firmly and did well. The bowler, the fielder there, Prem Yadav. But he'll have to come off. The medical staff will look at him. But nothing major. Just looks like it might have split the webbing. So there'll be a substitute coming on. Yeah, there he is. And it looks like it's Yasir who'll replace Prem. He's only bowled 1 over as Prem. That's a big loss for Moravians. Is their opening bowler, and well, if Sharma had opted for him to bowl this third, he wouldn't have been off the field. So Muiz is on 18. Here comes Sharma again, and big swing and a miss. It's been a good over from the skipper. 6 from it so far. In fact, well, I'm not sure if there's another ball left. I'll have to check that. So I think there might be another ball left. There we go. With that little incident with Prem Yadav just confused the umpire slightly. So 1 ball to go. Comes in, bowling to Muiz, and flicks that away. That'll be 4. Nice shot. It's got a little bit straight into the pads of Abdul Muiz, and just tucked away. 22 off 12 is Muiz. 36 after the power play, going 12 and over. Not a bad one for Vinarati. So, as we see here, 19 off the first, 7 off the second. It was a good one from Parker. And then not a bad one from Sharma. But as I mentioned, Prem Yadav is off the field, so they have to find another bowler from somewhere. Don't think he'll bowl again in this match. And it's the disco wave there from Shobit, indicating that it's the end of the power play. And it will be Abhishek Parker to continue. They'll want a wicket. Hansa Cornes is on 7. And he's been really good at turning over the strike, and with the field slightly spread, I think that he'll do that again and give Muiz the strike. So I've been joined in the marshmallow by Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, got a feel for Prem there. It was clean hands, but maybe not so clean hands. I think it must have busted a webbing there, and
I think so.
There's a little bit of blood around. So hopefully it's not something that keeps him out for too long. Anyway, here's Parker coming back for his second over, and he conceded 3 in the first. Yeah, Muiz obviously doing the bulk of the scoring here. A few changes for Vinarati. I'm excited to potentially see Michael Lonsborough in the lineup. Of course, he was guest commentator during the CE Cup for a little while. Also a famous chemist, or chemistry buff.
So is it a famous chemist or a chemistry buff?
Same thing.
Oh,
Anyway, up in the air. This should be gone. He's misjudged it. He's not going to get a hand on it in the end. It goes horribly wrong, really, for Vardy. They'll double back for 2.
Yeah, it did go high in the air, and the wind's bringing it across slightly. Any catching going to be difficult if it goes that high.
And blustery. I think most of the time, this is one of those times, you don't want to rush in too quickly if there's height on it, because it could blow over you. You'd rather have it blowing towards you. Parker, probably not too plussed about that. Now gets pulled away. We're out of the power play now, so 5 outfielders in place. They're going to go to on the fumble. Honza has to get his skates on, but he gets back for 2 in the end.
That's a good call then by Wiz. He saw the fumble, and Cornes turned around and ran. 40 up on the board for Vinarati.
Honza looks very good for a man that, I feel like I shouldn't say this, but he should be proud of it. He's 49 years old.
It's called a wide.
Yeah, hands on hips from Parker tells you all you need to know. He thinks that got a bit of the line. Shobit thought otherwise. I think it was fine.
I think it's fine. Well, you mean fine as in you think it hit the line, or?
Yeah.
Well,
I don't think it was wholly outside the line. But, you know, it's in that kind of, as soon as some of the ball's outside the line, you're starting to get on this, what I would call umpire's call kind of territory.
Especially with the angle. This is a big swing and miss, because we see it from one angle, but the...
yeah, that's actually a really good point. We see it from more straight on than the umpire does, even though he's straight-ish. But yeah, he's straight to the middle stump, but when he looks at the tram lines, that's a lot more angular than the way we see it on TV.
Yeah.
Plus, Shobit used to play for Vinarati, so there's that. But No, all jokes aside, Parker might use the extra ball well. He's a wicket taker and he almost takes one here, but fortune favours the Braves and it's Honza. Well, it's Steche. 4 runs to Vinarati.
Stirji, it's an almost impossible word to say.
I have practiced it so many times, I'm still
well,
at it.
in Prague, you can say Stiri,
Stiri.
which is easier.
Okay.
Stiri. We used to, I had a flatmate who was quite funny, and every time she went up to order from the bar, we'd, because normally it's table service, we'd always make sure that she had to order 4 beers. So she go dva a dva, and then put them together.
Okay.
So because she
Give me
couldn't
2 plus 2.
Stiri.
I like it. Anyway, here's Honza on strike. He just keeps it out, and he'll retain the strike. The score's 46 without loss after 4. Cornice is 16 not out now, and he's beaten his previous high score of 0 not out versus PCC earlier in this tournament. That's in 6 previous matches.
Surely he's played before, though.
He's played 6 matches, but I think he's only actually batted twice. Once he made a duck, once he made a 0 not out. So, hey, time to celebrate.
Opening the batting on form, you've got to say.
He's due.
Go up the order. You can open.
Yeah, interesting, but yeah.
As I said, like I mean, I don't know if the order's going to say the same. Choke Cope's listed at coming in at number 11.
I saw that.
And
concentrate on his keeping. Have kind of. It's almost like. A couple of times I played in indoor cricket anyway, in social games where we literally drew our order out of the barrel. So like we had a bingo barrel with all of our shirt numbers in it, and it would only be because indoor cricket you're batting 4 over increments. So with 1 or just over 1 over to go, you draw the next 2 batters, and that's who'd bat. It was pretty fun. I'd like to see bingo barrel cricket, and so you'd have to. So when a wicket falls, you all have to be ready to bat because you might get drawn. But it goes for bowlers too, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, you'd have 10 potential bowlers. Everyone has to be ready to bowl.
That'd be interesting.
That's definitely one for the Carnival Games ECN, I would say month.
Well, it's going to be 4 again.
50 partnership. And Cornice with an intelligent late glance. He's going to bring it up. How do you like it? Yeah, I think he's really enjoying his time out there. Vinarati, I know they'll be annoyed. Almost used a word I couldn't say on TV then. But they'll be annoyed, I think, with how this has gone, except their one good day, which was last Thursday, which coincidentally was the day we celebrated at Down Under with the quiz.
That's it.
But apart from that, they haven't won a game. So
I watched the end of that Bohemians game at the Down Under live, and there was Misha Tavaladis, who's a passionate Vinarati supporter and player, who had a Vinarati flag, Vinarati 2024 flag around him the whole time.
Dr. Misha.
Dr. Misha, yeah. Haven't seen him this tournament. He is a larger than life character, is Misha. I'm sure he's watching, actually.
I'm sure he's watching. Hello, Dr. Misha. Hopefully you're well. But yeah, I mean, you always, even when tournaments go awry, if you can win your last game, it always feels like you kind of won a final. First time I played indoor cricket for Western Australia, we had a very young team. We lost every game, but we won the last game. Of course, we finished bottom of the table, but we partied like it was 1999. Actually, I think it was 1999. But it always gives you a good feeling. Anyway, Varshni, I liked his bowling. It's going to be something a bit different to contend with. He just tucks it away for 1. Now, it is the last game of the day, so feel free to throw a few random questions at us. We already kind of got into food chat earlier. We had a bit of non-alcoholic beer tasting, if you want to call it beer. Well,
I've been doing that for the last 4 days.
Yeah.
And it's been good. It's a nice, refreshing change in the 4th game of the day. Give me a bit more energy, and it could be gone, I think. And he is. That's the end of Honza Cornet. Gone for 21. Pretty good little innings there.
He plays his role well. I mean, I think it's probably not a bad time for him to get out of the way and get someone like an Adnan in there. But you see, he takes a little bit of a shuffle. And this is, some people will say, but hey, isn't he gone in front of the stumps there? But you notice he only goes in front of the stumps once he's taken the ball, and that's fine.
Yep.
So you do, by definition, have to kind of go beside the stumps to knock the stumps over. So maybe we say that one more time. See here, the ball's past the stumps and he's fine. And then, okay, sure, then he goes in front and takes the bails. There's no issues there at all. But it's a good innings from Honza Cornes. in the end. He's part of that 52-run partnership. He scores 21 off his own bat, including 3 boundaries. He scores 52 for 1. It's Nissan Durai actually that comes out at number 3.
Well, I think he deserves his chance here, Nissan. As Gon goes past the bat. I've been very impressed with the bowling of Varshni here. Both in the last 2 games, Vinny. Been very good.
Yeah, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Danny Hudcek with me, and yeah, Vinarati, chance to, I suppose mix things up a bit. When things haven't been working, just change it. Joe Cope, okay, he's mainly a bowler. I suppose, I think he's a good batter as well, but he's going to be keeping in this game, so yeah, just trying to maybe have some fun, put people out of position, maybe get that kind of energy back. You can kind of feel it there for Honza in his innings. There's a lot of support for him. But one thing we haven't seen yet is a Maximo. And it's very hard to win games if you're not hitting 6s. So Moravians, they'll probably consider this as an opportunity to kind of get their tournament ignited with 3 big matches tomorrow. A dream run might send them up mid-table and into the finals. In the air, this could be gone. It is gone. Oh. It's a very good catch. It's Om Sharma, the captain, down there at long off. And Muiz is going to have to go. He's robbed of a Maximo by the Moravian skipper. It's 52 for 2.
Yeah, nice catch there, and didn't have much room to go backwards. Hit pretty well there by Muiz, but really nice catch by Om Sharma. That's a danger man out of the way. It will be Adnan to come in next, the skipper. But that's a big wicket. And well, they're going about 10 and over. The run rate's gone down a little bit, and they've got 2 new batsmen out there in Durai and Adnan, both very capable.
Moravians games tomorrow, I should say. They'll play 1, 3 and 5. They play the Tigers, they play PCC, and they play Ostrava. So I mean, it's not an easy draw home or anything, but you also might run into like a PCC that you don't know what their availability issues are going to be like.
Still going to be strong.
Yeah, they're always strong, but as we saw with United bowling them out for 49 a couple of years ago, you can catch them on an off day. It can happen.
Yeah, true. That's a couple of years ago though, Vinny. So we'll see.
Every team has some games, especially in this format, that it goes off the rails. I mean, they need to get them on a good day anyway. It's a nice shot from Adnan. So basically it's a double switch here. Both the openers removed in quick succession. And Adnan, I like this, goes with the angle of Vasant Kumar and guides it away into, I was going to say the cornfields, but let's just say the fields.
The fields. Yeah, it's some sort of grain. Barley, wheat. Could be something else. Could be sorghum. I don't know what it is.
Ooh, okay. I'm happy with
grain.
Barley.
Barley.
I felt you were pretty. Growing up looks a lot like wheat though, isn't it? As it's changed colour, I've become more on the wheat.
But how tall does wheat grow? It depends. It depends on the wheat, I guess. There's not just one. It's not just one wheat. Different strains, I guess.
2 to 4 feet tall.
Oh, okay. Oh, got him straight through Durai. He goes for a duck. Good bowling there from Vasant Kumar. Let's have another look at this.
Well, I think it just flicks the off stump on the way through. Gets beaten for angle. There it is. Top left of the stumps. Just watch it flick the bails. And that's the rattle that bowlers love to hear. So well bowled by Vasant Kumar.
Is that it? So what just happened there? Just it looked a bit strange.
What was weird is it hits the keeper and then maybe comes back onto the stumps again, or maybe it doesn't. But
so it was stumped.
No, it was bowled. So what made it look strange? So you have a look here. It hits the stumps.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
And then it comes back, and you're like, well, how's that happened?
Gotcha.
But you can actually see pretty clearly. Sometimes when the keeper's gloves are really close to the bails, then it causes even more confusion, but you can see daylight there. So, yeah, no doubt about it. So, look who it is. It's Michael Lonsborough coming to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, well, we saw the president of Czech cricket in Prakash come in or play the first game. Did very well, and here's the chairman of Czech cricket. Says hit over the top. Nice shot there by Lons. It should go to the boundary. And that's a 4 first up. Nice shot by Michael Lonsborough.
Well, he's not rusty. That's a brilliant cut shot first up by Michael Lonsborough. Now, his highest score is 14. That was back, all the way back, I think, for the Biancos in the Czech Super Series in 2020. Did play 3 games last year, best of 11 against the Tigers. But he's got a bit of time to bat here over 4 overs. Like that we just waited for that to come to him. Waited for this one, but he missed out. That's the end of 6 over. Double strike in that over for Vasant Kumar. 61 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, really good over there from Vasant, and well, we'll bring Adnan back on strike. And they've got plenty of batting to come to Vinarati. It's Aryan Sharma who looks to be coming next. Good to see Gautam Nirmal right down the bottom, batting in front of Joe Cope, who that's a little bit of a strange one for me. Cope.
I've got some bad news, grain news. So I was hoping to use the height of these to give us an indication whether it's wheat or barley. I found out wheat grows 2 to 4 feet tall, and barley grows 2 to 4 feet tall. So that's been no extra help. Anyway, here's Varshni, second over. Nice cut, finds the gap. That'll find the boundary. Yeah, if you can cut, and you can cut well, then I honestly think in ECN cricket there's a lot of value there. It's rarely protected, that area of the field. It's where bowlers are aiming. And, you know, especially Varshni does put the pace on quite a few of these. You just got to get the gap and you got yourself a boundary.
Got a jogger going past as well.
Ooh.
Just down near third man, Vinny. So lots of locals go for runs and bike rides around here. They're all pretty confused about the cricket. It's a nice shot and it's got through one.
They do protect the boundary now. Let's go back to Jogger Watch. I always like to see a bit of parallel sporting action.
There we go.
Oh, going to your old house. Oh, and he just picked her up at a time where she's lost pace. So we've had golf, we've had jogging. What else have we had around here?
Plenty of tractors and other random farm machinery.
Agri sports.
Oh, this could be close.
I don't see how he's made it. Well, he's signalled. Well, theoretically that ball's dead when he signals for it, but I got a feeling this is all academic. I reckon he's dead man walking here, Lons. He's got big strides. But let's check it out.
I like your pun there. It's all academic.
Yeah, well, I was about to get into boron hydrides, but I might not have time because this is gone. He's short. It's a very good piece of fielding. And here I was about to get into his 2020 paper swollen polyhedral volume of the anti-B18H22 cluster. But I won't even have time to finish the title. It's a direct hit, and Lonsborough, well, it's unfortunately not the compound he wanted. Ball on bail. He's run out for 4, 66 for 4.
Yeah, really good piece of fielding. It'll bring new batsman on. It'll be Aryan Sharma. Don't remember seeing Aryan Sharma in the lineup for Vinarati before, and they must have used about 80 players in this tournament, Vinarati, and he'll have his. Am I correct in saying it's his first bat of the tournament?
Yes, because he's
first game of the tournament.
Well, I'll come back to that in a second, as this is going to be knocked into the boundary with frustration there. Now Adnan will get 4. Parker couldn't handle it. He sets very high standards for himself. So, yeah, looking at Aryan Sharma, he's playing his first game of the tournament. And I suppose the question is whether we've seen him before on ECN, but I don't think so. I think it's his first ever game on ECN. So, hey, good luck to him out there. That's wild. Well, almost tracked down by the fine leg, but Varshni, his quicker ball is dangerous, but it's dangerous in more ways than one because it can hurt you on the scoreboard. I think he tries to keep that element of surprise so much that sometimes he loses the accuracy. And really, minimal chance for Akshay Babu behind the stumps to make that stop.
That's another 5 valuable runs for Vinarati. 75 for 4 at the moment. The run rate's not too bad, actually. And he's been hit into the covers.
That's the thing earlier when we saw Vinarati playing United. They've made their way to 93, but they look like they're only going to score 60-something. I mean, here, even 110, you look at Moravians, their batting, as Parker aside, probably has looked a bit shaky. So, get some numbers on Moravians batting. They average 116 with the bat. So, I mean, if you could put more than that on the board, might be in business.
Down a couple of bowlers as well. Saw a really good spell from young Alfie Solchek earlier, getting a couple of wickets. And he's not here. Well, Joe Cope's got the gloves.
Yeah.
So that's another
Let's
bowler
see him
down.
bowling. That's the end of 7 overs. 76 for 4. Day 9 coming to a close after this game, but day 10 will be on the way. Rico's back for me tomorrow because I'll be off. But we're starting with Moravians versus the Tigers. Big day for Moravians. They've got 3 matches. Prague Tigers finished their campaign as well. Ostrava here again. They've got 3 games. So, yeah, kind of the tourists have a bit of a busy day tomorrow. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Just 2 more days of matches before we have to make the cut. The top 5 will continue to finals Friday.
Yeah, it'll be a good day's cricket. Competitive as well. With Tigers Moravian, it'll be a good day, a good game first up. The Tigers looking to get into that the finals, and they've been really good.
They can play their way in. They're one of the most improved teams, I think, in the country, even with no GM Hasanat as the general manager behind the scenes. But now into over number 8. Let's see if Sharma can get his first run in ECN cricket. Yeah, so I'll be off tomorrow, but I will be back on Thursday. I know that you and Rico will be taking through tomorrow. Then I think you'll take a bit of a break, and then we'll do the internationals together.
I might be down at the ground.
I think you've got a few things with the youngsters as well. So we might be spotting you around the ground.
I'm not chasing any balls though. I'll get them to do it. Might get them on camera as well. A bit of a chat
can delegate
to some of them. That was cricket in slow motion.
Yeah, true. Would need a slow-mo replay of that because you saw it in real life, but we'll give you one anyway. Going to be positive here, Sharma. Always off the pad. Almost bounces back towards the stumps. I want to say a quick hello to John Gray. Hopefully you're well, John. Good to have you joining us here late in the day. The more dots your face, the harder it is to score. There we go. He's away. Doesn't suffer the fate of Honza Cornice and get a duck in his first ECN hit.
Oh, he's got an average now, Honza.
He does. Well, he did before. His average was 0 and a 0 and a 0 not out.
Yeah.
I'm sure he enjoys us reflecting on that when he's just actually hit a pretty good 20. Anyway, Gundy ball, it is up, it is out of here. Maximal, don't forget Adnan's still there. It's hardly faced really, but this is out of the ground. There's some concerns of the height here. Let's have a look how it looks on the replay. You can see he's around the kind of middle of the tee of together. That's his waist.
That's a no ball for me.
Yeah, I mean, true. It kind of hits it from the letters. I probably would call that, if I'm honest. I think that's waist for me.
Yeah.
Let's see what the call is.
Doesn't look like they're going to call it. I think it's a pretty good shout for a
for
a no ball.
Okay, you can argue it's kind of 50-50, but well, it doesn't really matter. Next ball smashed anyway. Adnan moves to 26, and Kumar maybe has his figure saved a touch by that, getting that call going his way after 8 overs. Vinarati fighting on. It's 88 for 4.
Yeah, a couple of overs left. 88's not too bad against a very good Moravian side. As you see here, it's a bright start, and then it slowly started to go down. A few wickets, and you're right, Adnan hasn't had much of the strike. If he does in the last couple of overs, then this could get to about 120 mark, 115 maybe. As you see, expected score is 111, but it just depends on, I think, for me, who's on strike. And there's a bit of a conversation between the two batters, and I think Adnan's probably saying to him, as the captain, give me the strike. But Sharma's only 1 off 4. He did face a few moon balls from the bowler. Then Vasant Kumar couldn't quite get onto them. Yeah, new bowler will be Prince Koshi. I've seen him bowl earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, he's back in the side, so see if he can make an impression. He'll just get the 1 over here in the 9th.
So Sharma's on 1, 88 the score, 2 overs left. Slow ball, a bit no ball as well, hit straight, and should just be 1. That'll definitely be a no ball. Been called from square leg, so free hit here to Adnan. It's chest height, no doubt about that one. Bit of a loosener there from Prince Koshi. So we bowled an free hit, 90 the score.
Yeah. That's the guy you want on strike, I think, for a free hit as well. Koshi must be a little bit apprehensive with this one.
It's right at the end of the bat, bowled it pretty wide.
Yeah, I wonder if this would have been a wide. I mean, you never want to leave it and not get the call. But it did seem to just move away from him a little bit there. See how wide this actually was. Oh,
Yeah.
it's going to be a big wide. And that's where you talk about, in base, we talk about, got to get your eye right. Spot that's one that you don't want to spoil.
It's nicely hit down the ground by Sharma again. It'll bring Adnan back on strike. So he's doing his job well. There's Aryan Sharma just turning it over. There are plenty of gaps here and plenty of spaces because of the field is back. But it's Adnan who want to reach that boundary. Slow ball. It could be a no ball as well, you know.
I think it is, honestly. No, it's the old two-footed no-look save from Om Sharma. I still think this is going to be high. We'll check it out in the replay. I've got a feeling this could be a second and final warning. Koshi, check it out here.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's waist high. It's hitting the waist. He's actually hit it fractionally above, and it will be called. So, yeah, got maybe a bit lucky once with the call. Not going to get lucky again. Another free hit. Koshi probably attempting a Yorker there, but just overcooking it.
Yeah. Well, it's a Yorker for the keeper, maybe, but not for the batsman. Koshi. Well, second and final warning, as you said, Vinny. And again, that's a pretty, well, it's called a wide.
Well, this time, it's funny cricket rewards you in funny ways because he actually misses this, whereas he hit the last one, but he gets a better result here because this is going to be a wide. He's going to have bowled again.
Close one.
I'll tell you what, I was maybe a bit unlucky not to get that call, but hey, luck goes two ways, I suppose.
So, Nan, it's on 29 off 11, batting pretty well. On 96.
It's on a free hit.
And hits it pretty well. Player's gone for the catch.
It's actually missed it. Probably smart. You're more likely to be able to save it if you at least touch it on the full. So you don't have to deal with the bounce, or even you can get it close to where it bounces. Kind of smothers that down there. Saves a couple of runs.
Yeah, it's a good piece of fielding. I'll have a look again. And went down there, got everything behind it. That's a good piece of work there. And this one's hit a long way. It's attacking the, the ECN staff. Samir was the one saved by the pole. That's, well, there's been a lot go through that
That's
tent,
a hot spot. I mean, there's been way more that have gone there than have gone to us.
Oh, yeah.
And they've probably got, they're 2 cubes wide there, but still.
Ducking out of the way, all three of them. Paolo hit the deck. So, and moves on to 37. It's 100 up for Vinarati. Big swing and a miss. And well, they stay there. It's a good result there for Koshi. He's gone for 16 so far.
Right,
a couple of nasty no balls there.
Yeah, but remember, Moravian's averaging 116 with the bat. I just think, you know, you get up to something like that. You feel like you're in the game here. Top score is 121. It's 127, sorry, their first game. Anyway, this is up in the air and very well taken. Adnan's going to go for 37, but a fantastic bit of anticipation there. It brings about his dismissal. Koshi with a wicket. And the score 104 for 5.
What a
One
good
over remaining.
What a good catch that was. That was Manish Varshni, who we said is a very good player. He's just come into this Moravian side. Probably played a pretty good level of cricket, I think. Good with the bat and the ball. So well done to him, and well done to Prince Koshi, who gets the wicket.
It's that anticipation. The anticipation. I do think sometimes, I see it both ways. Sometimes we see fielders rushing in before they've really judged the loop of the ball, and they can go in too far. But I think that one, he knew it was either he's going to just get there, it was going to pop heaps short. And so I identified that situation. Yeah, very well done. I'm impressed with Varshan today, and I imagine most of the Moravian guys will see them again tomorrow. Because of the travel, they're playing their games in 2-day blocks. Anyway, Om Sharma, the captain, to bowl the 10th. And he's going to start by getting cut away, and that's going to be 4. Well, that's what you like to see. Sharma has had a good look. And now he gets his first ECN boundary. Well hit.
Really nice shot there. He's joined out there by Voitahasa, who's about the right guy to bring in at this stage, because he swings hard.
I agree. Good time to get Voita there. And he watches the first one get swashbuckled to the boundary. 108. 5 balls remaining. Om Sharma with the right of reply. And the longer he's batted, the more confident he's looked. Rayan Sharma.
Well, it comes in again, and I'll just get the single.
All right, Voita time. And my little birdies tell me that Voita had an extra pie or two at lunch to prepare for this. And yeah, he's got nothing to lose. I can tell you what he is going to do. He's going to swing hard at this.
He's looking at the field. He's looking behind square for no
really
apparent reason, because he's going to try to hoik it over cow corner.
If you're allowed 9 deep mid wickets, I probably would have them here for Hasa. But anyway, let's see.
He's been guilty of hitting across the line in this tournament.
This
just
is
a
where
fraction.
you got the license. You do whatever you like here. 4 balls remaining. Potential personal highlights on the line here for Voita. Okay, has a look. Gets a wide. Get another one. Have a look at the 50-50 almost contest now. 49-51.
Yeah, look, as you said, well, they're averaging 116, did you say?
Yeah, 116 with the bat. Have a high of 127. That was actually against Burno the first time they played. Burno chased it down the last over. Voita is going to have to go. But, hey, for bat speed, I give him 100. For bat on ball contact, I give him slightly less. But Om Sharma will get that breakthrough. It's 110 for 6.
He's played that shot all through the tournament. In fact, that's the only shot that Voit has played all through this tournament. It's just trying to hit across the line. It's a good piece of bowling, though, to be fair.
Yeah, came back at him a little bit. It was actually a pretty good ball to get. So, yeah, Voita, whispers saying he might even get a bowl, potentially in the second half of this game. So, right now he's got Golden Derek for company, 110 for 6.
Nitin Mill is the new batter.
Not a bad option.
Not a bad option. He can hit the ball a long way. He tried to kill one of our cameramen early in the tournament. There's a bowler again, and just gets it at the end of the bat. They'll look for 2. I don't think they'll get that. Well, they're just about to go. Great throw in, never on. That'll bring Sharma back on strike. So they have shuffled the deck a little bit, Vinarati. They know that there's last game of the tournament, and give a few people a go. I think it's a good total, considering that they've shuffled they've changed their order around slightly. And this one will be a single. Neil will get to the other side. Hi to Nitin's mum again. Again, thank you, Shia.
Nitin's mum gets heaps of shout-outs.
Oh, she does. But it was originally because Nitin just said, please say hi to my mum.
Yeah.
And then she gave him the good idea of bringing us some Indian sweets.
Definitely hello to Nitin's mum again.
So,
a very big hello. Anyway, here's Nitin. Last ball. Cracks it, and that's going to come our way. And we won't be able to field it. It will be the end of the 10 overs. And look, hey presto, they get 116, the exact average score of Moravians. And that ball, I think, still travelling. And everyone's laughing because I tried to field it. Not foot fielding, it was chair fielding.
I've never seen that before.
Well, there's too many things to go around.
I don't know how
it's
you
not
thought
great
of
for
throwing
chairs.
the chair at the ball.
Especially since it doesn't matter if they don't get that ball, because that's the end of the innings. All right, Danny, take us through the highlights of the first innings. I think it sets up pretty much a 50-50 game. That one was kind of heaved, dry retched over the boundary line. But Vinarati, they beg, they borrow, they steal. They've got 116 on the board.
It was a good start from them. Nice, a quick start. Pretty good power play, 36 from it. And it was a player we haven't seen in the last couple of days in Abdul Muiz. And he's been sorely missed here for Vinarati. And also Honza Cornes, who batted really well, got stumped there. But good to see Honza get a bat. And then, well, just after that, Abdul Muiz fell. And the 2 new batsmen. And, well, it was a little bit of a run with the wickets. Some really good bowling from Vashant Kumar, and a fantastic run out there. That was Michael Lonsborough, who thought he might keep running, but was told that he was just short. And well, it's a little bit of a comeback with Adnan there. Some nice hitting, but that's a very tight contest. That was the big one that tried to kill the ECN staff. So pretty good. That was a great catch there from Manish Avanshi. But pretty good total. See Voida Hasa departing for no score. Unfortunately, I'm sure he'll have a bit of a chat to me for calling him out. And Nitin right at the end, hitting the boundary, which will get Vinarati up to a pretty decent total. It's about level with what Moravians are expected to get. Well, look at the batting card. And that was good to see Abdul Muiz back 23 off 24. Hansa Cornes there with 21. And Adnan, the skipper, with a nice 37 off 15. Scored most of the runs, 10 wides also, and 4 byes, 17 extras altogether. 116 is exactly what Moravians' average score is in this tournament. So have a look here. Abhishek Parker, their class performer, he was wickerless, but was very economical. Wickets for Om Sharma, Vashni, who's been a good addition. Vasant took 2, and also Prince Koshi right at the end. So 116. It's again a very level total between these two sides. It's going to be a good finish to this match 45 from the European Cricket Series here in Czechia. Match between Vinarati and Moravians. Moravians hit 117, and we'll be back in a few minutes' time to see whether they can get that or whether Vinarati can get a win on their final game of the tournament. See you soon.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
So welcome back to Prague for this European Cricket Series match between Vinarati and Moravian from lovely Czechia. So it's a pretty decent total, 116 the score, 117 the target for Moravians. It's about where their average score of the tournament. So they'll want to go a little bit better than that. And Vinarati would like to pick up a win. That's not 106. Well, how did that go up so quickly? It's about 70 something. Anyway, well, the bonus point. Well, here comes Nitin with the first ball of this final innings of the day. He'll be bowling to Jaswal, who missed out in the last game. Jaswal, he's a good batsman. And there's another good batsman at the other end. It's Abhishek Parker, who's the man most likely to score the bulk of the runs for Moravians if they're going to get this total. It's very tight, 51-49 at the moment. The supercomputer says. Comes Nitin again. And this one might be a wide. Good take by Joe Cope. He's got the gloves in this game. And here we go. So 81 for the point for Moravians, or to restrict Moravians to under 81 for Vinarati to get all four. I think the win for either team would be sufficient. Here comes Nitin again. And nice line and length. They'll take a single. It's Voitahasa out there who does the fielding in the covers. So two good fielders, both straight at a pretty regulation mid-off, and also Hasa in the covers. Not too many runs will get through those two. So it'll bring Abhishek Parker onto strike for the first time. They'll want to see the back of him as soon as possible. And it's been prodded down to third man just for a single. Lots of shouts out there of keeper for, I don't know what reason that was, but there we go. I was speaking to Voitahasa actually about his glorious shot that ended up in his demise. I'll come back to that in just a moment. As this has been cut away, lovely shot there by Parker. 4 runs, first boundary, and Moravians move on to 7. Just a little bit of width there from Nitin. Just waited for it. And very productive shot there. And so he's using John Corness's bat, and I know that, well, it's one of the 3 that were brought into the country, and it's we had a guy called Gary Worgan out on a training course in Guernsey, the coaching training course, which was good fun. Nice guy, Gary. Got to speak to him quite a bit. As Meal comes in again, and it's a good ball, and it's gone through Joe, but there is pretty much a backstop to the big man. And he's missed that one as well. And he mentioned that his dad made cricket bats called fat bats. So I was interested, and I bought one. I picked it up in Wales, actually, of all places. Took it home very proudly, and a few people saw the bat. So grade 1 English willow, really nice bat. And 2 other bats were bought by members of the cricket fraternity. Lovely shot straight over Meal's head, and that's 6. Hit the sight screen. So Nitin Meal goes for 13-14 off the first over. 72 matches since a golden ball, and well, this could be a good candidate for it, even though it doesn't involve United. But good start for Moravians, and it'll be Lons to take up the bowling, showing off his fine haircut. Michael Lonsborough, very important part of the Czech cricket setup here. I'll be bowling to Jaswal. So I got my fat bat, and Honza Corness got a fat bat as well. It was a bespoke one, so he got it made, and it's a very, very heavy bat that Voita blames for his duck. because he could barely lift it. But the thing is with the bat, as a bespoke bat, he could name it anything he wanted. What did he name it? He named it the Hons. It's written on the back of the bat, so that's the Hons that's barely able to be lifted. There's a strong man, Corness. Talking about him, he's just doing the fielding now. Gets his body behind it, throws it in, just for a single. Good start from Lonsborough. Just one so far from the 2 deliveries. He is bowling to Abhishek Parker now. Well, makes a bit of space. Good ball. Straightens him up. Really good bowling from Lonsborough. Does things very simply and very well. Be happy with that. Let's see what Parker does with him here. Comes in and, well, that's another good ball. Another dot ball. It's very early on though to be saying that it's piling on the pressure, but it's a really good over here, the second one. No great pace on the ball, just a good area to bowl, line and length. And 15 on the board, 117 the target. And this one is, oh, that could be close. That could be close, and it's out. That's a huge wicket. Michael Lonsborough gets Parker, and well, there we go. First wicket down, and it's a big one. Abhishek Parker, he's not happy. He's chatting a little bit to the umpire. Let's have a look at this. And, well, unless he got something on it, it's absolutely plumb. I don't know what he's arguing about, because well, let's have another look. I don't understand what he's complaining about. That is hitting middle stump, and too high? Not really, Abhishek, not really. I think when he has a look at it, he'll see that it was hitting nothing but middle. Great bowling and a great over here from Lons. One more ball. It's Vardy, the new batsman, who hits his straight and will be cut off there. A little bit of a fumble from Abdul Muiz, just a single, and a fantastic over from Michael Lonsborough, taking 1 for 2. Big wicket, that of Abhishek Parker, and the Moravians are 1 for 16. As you see here, it's these two teams 8th and 9th on the table. This is the last game we'll see Vinarati. Moravians have got 3 tomorrow, so they can move up the table a little bit. But really, really big wicket, as I said, from Lons. Good over too, nice and tight. Here's Nitin Meal for his second. And just over pitched slightly, turned around the corner, 4 runs. That's Vadi who hits it. Score on to 20. But, well, Lons, it's his first game of the tournament, first over of the tournament, and makes a vital breakthrough. Just well at the other end is good bat, as is Vardy. He's got Manish Vashni, who's also very good, and Om Sharma, the bulk of the batting between those players. So Nitin, so just over pitched in that last delivery. Comes in again, a bit short, and nice take by Joe Cope. Apparently Joe's done a bit of keeping before. There's a tournament down in Vis every year. I think it's a 6-a-side tournament. Apparently he kept it down there. So no stranger with the gloves. Doing okay at the moment. He's done a lot of work. Played all the games for Vinarati as Joe Cope, apart from maybe one. This one's called a wide. And, well, Cope slides and tries to get the ball back in. We'll take an extra one. Looking at the bowling for Vinarati. Adnan, I think, will be one of the bowlers. Might be Voitahasa as well. Kateta and well, John Corness, I think, might get a go as well. There's some more farm machinery noise coming from somewhere. Oh, there's the tractor again. It's a short, not a bad ball actually. Pretty good bouncer by Nitin to Jaswal. There we go. There's the tractor. And, looks like a John Deere. Those familiar colours. And not sure why he's showing off his tractor at that third man area. The driver seems to be doing it quite often. Here comes Nitin Meal again. And this has been smashed for 6. Work to do for Arun. Right in the slot. Right onto it though, the batsman. Juicy area there, juicy half volley. And well, Nitin is not going to be happy with his figures or his bowling for the most part. That's Jaswal, who showed early in the tournament that he's no mug with the bat. 29 for 1. 3 balls left in the power play. Comes Nitin, and it's a little bit short and wide, called wide. Good take by Cope. So the run rate is bang on for them. They needed about 11 points, or they need 11.7, it's 11.6 that they need now. So it's pretty much right on. Just lost a big wicket though, and this is hooked. Well, no, it was short from Nitin Meal, and nice hook shot there from Jaswal. Let's have another look. Right onto it very early, and not a good spell of bowling from Nitin. And well, it's looks like a bit of a chat from the the skipper. I think he's moved his bowling mark back a little bit as well. I'm not quite sure, or he's coming off the short run. Comes in, and that's a better delivery. Big swing and a miss there. Not sure what Adnan was saying to him, but yeah, he's got it back online now. Nitin. So as well, it's moved to 18 off 10, and slow ball called a wide. And I think Nitin will like this bowling spell to be over. He's only got 1 ball left. MCC now, Moravians 57%. The win, still very close. That's a better delivery. That's the right spot, and it's a good finish. The last couple of balls from Meal. So at the end of 3, end of the power play, Moravians are 37 for 1. Pretty close to what Vinirati were. I think they were 36 for no loss. Let's have a look. Yeah, so it's about the same. And well, it was a really good over there from Michael Lonsborough, who'll continue. Took a vital wicket. And only cost them a couple of runs as well. That's what they need. They need to choke the runs off from Moravians. Got a couple of good batsmen in there. I said Jaswal, he looked good early in the tournament. Haven't seen much of him recently because Ravens just haven't played. And this is turned around the corner. It's a full toss, and that's 4 runs. No, that's a little bit too easy there for Lons. Rank full toss, and just didn't hit it too hard there. And did Vardy. Just turned it around the corner. Very fast part of the ground. So a fantastic over first up from Lons. Only 2 from it, and a big wicket. I want to get that line of length back again, just to keep the runs down. It is well, the power play's over, so a few more players are out of the circle. And this is in the air, should be caught. Player under it, 2 players under it, and they make a meal of it. Well, again, no calling, I think. That's Nitin Meal, no pun intended. And you see there, well, he was right under it. Don't really know what Nessan Durai was doing, getting right in front of Nitin. So chance goes down. So hit down the ground. Oh, well done there by Abul Muiz, who was wrong-footed by the ball. Let's have another look at this. We should get a good view of it. It's straight, and then took a little right turn at Albuquerque. Got down well, did the big man from Vinirati. Wide from Lonsborough, maybe trying to bowl a bit too quick. looks back at his first over. That was almost perfect. Vardy will face him. Still 3 balls left in this over, and that's a better line and length. Good pick up by Joe Cope for the gloves this afternoon for the final game that Vinarati will be playing in this tournament. Lonsborough, good figures, couple of overs, or a couple of balls left, sorry. 1 for 9, and a big swing and a miss. Good ball. That's his line and length that he has been bowled in his first over, and has got through the last couple of balls. Been a really good spell of bowling, and that vital wicket of Abhishek Parker, who wasn't happy with the decision, but when he looks back at it, I don't think there's too much to argue about. Comes Lons with the final ball. This is in the air, and player coming in. Voitahasa drops it. Well, he's a good fielder. Voita gets to it and puts it down. He'll be unhappy. And that's 2 down in the over for Lons. Well, Voit's not having the best of games. He made a lot of ground. He's fielding on the boundary. He tried to take that catch on the 30-metre circle, picks up his glasses, and walks back to his fielding position. So, some chances there for Vinarati to dismiss the batsman. As we see here, it's pretty even at the moment after 4 overs. But well, this is a good candidate for a golden ball. The final game here of the day. The bowler will be a good one. It's Tanmay Kuteta. He's bowled well when he's been available for Vinarati, and a good start. Big swing and a miss by the batsman Vardy. So, well, he's getting a bit of moisture from his stomach area. Is Kuteta. Can't use any spit anymore because of COVID regulations. That's been banned over the last few years for good reason. And this one's back to the bowler again. Nice tight bowling. No runs. 45 for 1. We're into the 5th over. And well, it's Vardy. He's 11 off 10. Hasn't really got going yet. Jaswal's batting pretty well though. 19 off 12. And that run rate starting to creep up. 12.7, still within reach for Moravians. Slower ball, could be a no ball as well. It's in the air, and Nitin drops it anyway. But just be a single. We'll check on the no ball. And let's have a look at this. And I think that will be called no ball. It's pretty high, so it wouldn't have mattered that the catch went down. Just be a free hit now. So 2 runs. And the no ball. Nitin's not having the best of days with his hands. Usually a pretty reliable fielder. Anyway, it would be Jaswal to face the free hit from Kuteta. Comes in, and well, it's pretty high as well. It's a single down the ground. Have a look and see if this is a no ball. It's another full toss. He needs to find the pitch. And I think that one might be called as well. Oh, that's a second one, and it's a warning, I think, for, well, more than a warning. One more, you're out for Tanmay Kuteta, which will cause a few problems for Vinarati if he's ejected. One more, and he can't bowl again in this game. It's still a free hit. Come in again. And, well, it's a full toss again. I don't think this one was actually good fielding by Adnan. And I'll come back for 2. He's got to try to find the big synthetic thing in front of him that makes the ball bounce. As we see, and that one's okay. But we're not playing baseball here, Tanmay. We're playing cricket. And you'll probably get the ball to bounce better if you hit the pitch. Comes in again. And this one's much better. Nice take by Cope as well. Just knocked it down. And that was a better area from Kateta. Well, 50's up for Moravians in the fifth. 2 balls left of the fifth. Chelsea's on 20 and Vardy is on 14. 50-50 says the supercomputer. And again, a better ball hit down the ground. And Muiz will just pick that up and toss it back to the bowler. Just a single. 1 more ball left of the over. It's been a mixed bag from Kateta. So 7 to his name. The batsmen haven't really gotten the ball away, but you don't want him to bowl another full toss because then he'll be out and it'll cause headaches for the skipper, Adnan. It's going to be called a wide. So 5 overs gone. Not sure if there's a problem with the time either for Vinarati. Should be okay. 17 minutes left of this innings, but it's pretty long over. So Kateta will be bowling to Jaswal, and hits it pretty firmly. This should be 4. Nice shot. It's wide of Muiz there. A good finish to the over for Moravians there. 57 for 1 after 5. No real chance there for the fielder. Hit hard along the ground. So here are the upcoming events. We have still a little bit left of this tournament, and then some ECIs for men and women coming up against Greece here in Czechia. Then Romania, it'll be Rico and Charlie that'll bring in the action from there. Also Hungary, I'll be there with Vinny for the first week, and then Nish will be there in Hungary. Bulgaria, Croatia, Rome again. We saw it up in Brescia for the first part, then this one's going to be in Rome, and then Milton Shield, and then the Valletta Cup in Malta, the 20 over internationals for women. New bowler will be Nessun Durai. Has been pretty good for Vinarati throughout this tournament, both with the bat and the ball, without standing out too much. See if you can keep it tight, get a wicket. And this one's going to be a wide first up. A lot of new players for the Vinarati lineup here this week. Vinny is back in the marshmallow. Vinny, what have you made of the match so far?
Yeah, well, it's tense. That's what I'm feeling at the moment. I know, in a sense, there's no real pressure, I think, on either of these teams. Okay, maybe slightly more Moravian trying to build something, but as far as in this contest, it's a real line ball affair.
Yeah, it is. First couple of balls have been wide from Durai. See if he can get it right, and he can. And well, it's gone through Cope, and luckily he's got a backstop. So there's a lot of trust in Joe Cope's keeping.
Goes to his assistant keeper, you might call that. But hey, all's well that ends well. Yeah, Big Joe, in behind the stumps. I want to say, I mean, he's actually a pretty good sportsman, full stop. So, you know, give it a good old college try anyway. This is going to be one hopper down to Abdul Wiz down there. Yeah, it's funny. 116 is their average score per 10 overs, Moravians. Right now, you know, they're pretty much, it's a bit of a coin flip. Could have a 116 tie in Golden Ball.
Could do.
With a team that kind of looks like United with the same blue shirts.
Oh, that could be close.
Yeah, don't even think about it. It's straight, it's full, it's knocking them out of the ground. As Ramamurthy is going to have to go. It's Vadi Vidivici. He'll depart for 15, and it's 61 for 2.
Yeah, that was, well, let's have a look at this. He's pretty wide of the crease, but that's not missing anything but the stumps. That's a good decision there by umpire Shobit. And another wicket goes down. And it's Om Sharma who'll come in, the skipper. He's a pretty good bat. Vardy is that man departing. They are 61 for 2 after 5.5 overs. Durai gets a wicket after a couple of wides.
One thing I do like about Vinarati is they don't mind a little bit of the friendly verbals. Let's see what he's got. Reminds me a lot of my Australian career where that was just considered a warm welcome. I don't hear it that much anymore. I don't think it's anything kind of nasty or anything. It's just a way for them to G themselves up, I think.
When the Saffers were in the team, that was also, there's always chat. That and when Chris Pearce was there as well. He, as a wicketkeeper, he's a guy who never shut his gob. And again, it's just friendly banter, just asking the batsman questions and chatting to his team. As Durai continues, bowling to Jaswal now, who hits that pretty well, and that will be dropped. Well, it's Lons out there. I reckon his fingers will be stinging after that, and he loses his glasses. In fact, it's Honza Corness, the imposing figure there. And yeah, he's copped it on the end of the fingers. He's not happy with himself. Let's have another look. It was a pretty regulation catch, and oh, you shouldn't be putting your fingers in that direction, trying to catch out there on the boundary like that.
Yeah. Feels like a big moment, doesn't it?
I don't know if you saw that. Durai was throwing the ball back to the keeper, and Lons got in the way and almost took his head off. Let's have a look at this. So he's picked up the ball. Lons is...
Uh-oh.
Here we go, here we go, here we
What's
go.
that, Lons? Lons has a pretty big head as well, and I mean that in the literal sense. Right? Luckily, stays on his shoulders. End of 6 over, 64 for 2. Thriller to finish today.
Yeah, very close game. And 4 overs left. And the current run rate is about 10.7. It's a little bit behind what they are after, but still very, very close. Do they have the batting though, Moravians? Jaswal's still there, and Sharma. I don't know what they've got. Oh, Varshney batted well in the previous game. I think he top scored, in fact, Varshney. So still a better batting to come for Moravians. Here comes a bowler. It's Kateta again. And this is down leg side, called a wide. One-handed take by Joe Cope. He's a pretty good pool player, is Joe Cope. You know when you play someone a pool and they just look like a good pool player?
Yeah, I hate those people.
Yeah, well, don't play him for money.
No, it's a really good contest, this. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah, it's a very tense affair. You feel as well, there's a bit of a buzz about this game. And this is hit nicely. It's Honza Corness will pick it up, lose his glasses again. Just be a single. They won't mind the singles here. Venerati. Sharma's 3 from 3. Jaswal is the man most likely at the moment to get some runs. He hits the ball pretty freely. Comes Kateta again. It's a wide. They'll look for another one, but he did enough, Joe Cope, by getting a leg in the way. Well, 13 and over at the moment is what's needed for Moravian, so that run rate's climbed a little bit. But all it takes is one big over. Kateta has just got to get his line and length right. Bowling to Jaswal. And, well, it's a bit of rubbish. Called a wide. Should have been in the car park. And just missed out on that. So I tried the slower ball. Just missed down leg side. It's a bit full as well.
Yeah, I mean, 1 over could kind of make or break it here.
Tell you what, it's this is hit down the ground, and it's Abdul, the captain, who's behind it. It's not pretty cricket, but it's a very tight game. So if you're a purist, this is not the game for you. Sharma, he's on 3. Kateta, well, he's got a few balls left in this this spell. Comes in, bowling to Sharma. Big swing and a miss. It's every dot ball I think Venerati will be happy with. But it'll be a bit of frustration for Moravians. 69 for 2.
Yeah, you can feel the energy of this game. Venerati is creeping on top bit by bit. It's really up to Moravians now to answer.
Exactly right. They need a couple of boundaries. Kateta comes in again, and this is hit down the ground. Muiz will stop that one and just be a single. They're picking out fielders pretty well, the Moravian batsman. Jaswal, who's 27 off 17. He's batted pretty well, but just been pretty tight overs from Venerati. to stem the runs a little bit. Another slow ball. Well, wasn't a great delivery from Kateta. Just another one to the total. They've bowled a lot of wides, have Vinarati already. Just a little bit of ill discipline. When they're getting it just outside off stump, it's actually quite difficult for these Moravian batsmen to hit it. But I think he's trying too much, Kateta. Comes in again, and well, that's about the right area. And well, that's 4 runs. Nothing Honza Cornes could do about that. Picked the gap well, did just well. And that's exactly what they needed as a boundary.
Yeah, it's a good bit of placement there with a bit of power. Oh, for some reason my voice is broken. With a bit of power. There we go. I needed more power in my voice. Like they're running out of petrol the other day. No, but Jaswal moves to 31. That's kind of what they needed. Last ball of the over. Goes for it. He'll only get a single. That'll take us to the end of the 7th. Probably the right man on strike, though, as far as Moravians are concerned. 76 for 2 off 7. This is what's coming up tomorrow. Big day for Moravians. They play in the 1st, 3rd and 5th matches of the day. Ostrava also have a big day. They play 3 times. We'll see the Tigers finish their campaign in Prague. CC, the reigning champions. In fact, they're 4-time ECS champions here in the ECS Czechia. You can join Danny Hudicek and Rico Fall, who I'm sure will have many tales from his day off in Prague. First full day that Rico's had to spend in the city. So I'm curious to hear what he got up to. You can join us for day 10 here on ECN, 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe and 12:30 in India.
I gave him plenty of advice about places to see. It says Durai. And it says hit in the air. Could be caught. Muiz is under it and takes a catch. That's the end of Jaswal. That's another big wicket there for Vinarati. And Durai gets his 2nd.
Yeah, I will say it wasn't probably perfect technique from Muiz with a hand, but what he did do, he really cradled the force of the ball coming in, gave it a soft landing. You see, he used his body, used his knees to cushion the impact. So it wasn't hard-handed, put it that way. So yeah, Jaswal with a fighting 32, but he goes at the start of the 8th. They'll need another potential hero to come out there. 76 for 3.
This is Manish Varshni, who I think is a very good cricketer, and I think he top scored in the last game from memory, Vinny, and I think he'll have to go close to that if Moravians are to get this. Still, well, just under 3 overs to go.
Varshni scored 24 off 10, 2 4s, 2 6s against the Barbarians back in the middle match of the day, match 43. Let's see what he's got here. Reach for the first one, and he'll get a single. Captain there and Varshni, so I mean 2 guys that I think do potentially have what it takes to score at this rate, which is just crept up to 15 and over required now.
Can be difficult for Moravians, but again, still 2 good batsmen out there. Sharma hasn't gotten going yet, though.
In the air, but in the gap, and Honza has to watch that one fly past him as well. So Sharma doubles his score. That's right. A bit of a resurgence against his bowling. It's a pretty nicely controlled shot there. I mean, nothing crazy here. I mean, you get 2 boundaries and over, particularly if they're 6s, you can get that kind of 14, 15 and over, which is required at the moment.
Look, the super computer has put Vinarati ahead 80%, but these 2 batsmen out there still probably just in favour of Vinarati. A lot of runs to get still for Moravians, only 15 balls left. It's good bowling there from Durai.
And safely taken by giant keeper Joe Cope. Looks like, you know, when you play in a computer game, you can make your own characters and you can make them kind of any height. Nintendo Wii. Joe's the tallest you get. Well, he needs to be tall. He actually gets his on the full. Well, how's this for a take? It's going to be huge, no ball, but yeah, Joe, as far as in the left mitt. Look at this. Just a little high. Free hit then. Real opportunity for Sharma. Does he want to get inventive here? Maybe kind of go little deflection shot? Or does he just stand there and hit? Let's find out.
He'll stand and hit.
That's a miss hit. He's only going to get 1. Well, that was famous last words. Oh, now it's almost going to cause a run out. It will cause a run out. Well, confusion in the first degree. But, yeah, we got a run out here. And this partnership that looked like could potentially pinch the game for Moravians is going to finish in extraordinary circumstances. Oh, it's IQ 400 stuff from Honza. I still can't work out how he fumbled it. Let's have a look at what went wrong between the wickets first. So you can see it just seems like an easy one. Okay, and then he inexplicably just slips over. It goes between his legs like a perfectly executed deke. And then there's some discussion about whether there's a run there or not. Well, guess what? There was a backup fielder, so there wasn't. It'll be one and done. And it's going to be the end. Oh, Varshini, who was the top scorer. Well, there's another one. That's a golden one. He goes for 1 off 1. And a golden moment for Vinarati, 83 for 4.
That's
oh, and he's dropped him the very next ball. Well, what's going on here? Joe Cope, well, if he was in the orchestra, he'd be playing the cymbals because this is a regulation caught behind and almost like throwing a Hadouken in a 90s computer game. It's in and bang, it's out. Not as easy as it looks. Joe, he probably knows that's going to be replayed a few times in the clubhouse. That's the end of the 8th over, 83 for 4.
Well, you're right about Honza Cornes causing the confusion because he ran at the ball and literally fell over it. Lucky there was a player behind him. I think it was Muiz. And there was enough confusion caused.
But I just want to do I want to do an experience, a thought experiment. Imagine if a keeper dropped one of those off Joe Cope's bowling.
Yeah. Well, Joe, I don't think Joe would care, to be honest.
Well, yes,
he's a pretty laid-back character. Talking about laid-back characters, Voita Hasa gets a bowl.
Oh, here's Voita, and he's bowling the 9th, the most important over of the game so far. 34 required off 12 balls. Here's Voita.
So, towards the boundary. And
oh, no, well, you've got to be joking me. Wow, how's this gotten through? He got a fairly friendly bounce, I thought. And this is Durai still maybe in shock about what's been going on. But this is a bonus boundary, isn't it, if ever I've seen one. Well, see if we're going to get hot pies or cold pies here.
Babu is the batsman. Still a long way to go for Moravians, and that's going to be called a wide.
Still on top. Only just a couple of sixes can swing this contest.
Yeah, indeed. Well, who's going to hit them, though? Babu's got a pretty good strike rate.
I mean, he hit that shot solidly straight at the fielder, but still, it's a confident-looking shot. Hasa is short and pays the price. It's going to be 4 runs. So, Moravians not going anywhere soon. I mean, they do really still have a chance with a dream day tomorrow that they can play their way into the 5. So, I think those chances shrink pretty significantly if they were to drop this game. 25 off 10 required now. Voita, I like his action. He's strong. Obviously, he's played a lot of cricket. He just needs pitched up a bit, I think. On this pitch, if you drop short, normally doesn't end too well.
Where's he going? He's on the long run.
I think he was just going back while he was thinking, and he ended up quite a long way back.
Short, and it should just be a single.
But you know, Voita's from North Queensland, right? And they play a lot of indoor cricket there. He's got that kind of curved run up, like in indoor cricket where you're normally limited to a few steps. So he's got the kind of, almost like a hook at the start. You'll see what I mean here. So he starts quite wide, and then his first bit of run up isn't straight at the wicket. So he goes a bit to the right, and then
his first formal cricket was in the Czech Republic with Vinarati. And
another edge behind, and it blasts through Cope. It goes for 4, and that'll be runs. Well, watch it on the replay. Big edge, almost takes Joe's hat off his head, clean, and it's another lucky break for Moravian.
Could have been a catch from that
rebound catch.
Too far away.
That's the Shimal Joshi zone.
So, yeah, he learnt cricket in his backyard. They made a pitch and just played with friends, and then came to the Czech Republic. He's originally born in the Czech Republic as Voita, and he'll come back for a...
Well, so what's Voita over offered? He's had an easy misfield that's gone for 4. It's had a nick behind that's almost taken the keeper's head off and gone for 4.
Yeah, it was,
still 2 to come in the 9th.
Oh, this is going for 6. Well, Om Sharma. Well, so that changes things. 14 off 7 now. And, well, the decision to bowl Hassa, I think Adnan is ruining. He hasn't bowled himself as the skipper.
Yeah.
I think I can see him warm up, though.
Well, I don't mind his bowling. He's just had a couple of bad outcomes. You know, the nick behind could have been very different. Obviously, if that first ball of the over is 1 instead of 4, it looks pretty different. It has gone magical, though. 20 have come off this one. 14 off 7 now. Moravians, 49% now. It's very, very close.
This ball is very important. If you can keep to a dot ball, I think Vinarati will be favourites. But if goes to the boundary, I think Moravians have got the upper hand. And it's a good ball. And it's going to be, wow, what's he doing?
He backed off it, didn't want to risk overrunning it and getting past, but it will be a single, and it's the last over of the day. Moravians 104 for 4. You know what that means? 13 to win, but 12 for a golden ball. Are we going to overtime here on day 9?
Well, Muiz will bring himself on. He's shuffled his deck a little bit. He's given other players a bit of a go, both with the bat and the ball.
Adnan, the captain.
Yeah, Adnan. He's a good bowler. Obviously, hope to keep it very tight.
Oh, well, here we go. Golden ball 63. That was actually, I think it was on a Tuesday. What's today? No, was it a Monday? I can't remember anymore. But that was, what's that? Just over 2 weeks ago now. I remember it being a Tuesday. I'll come back to you on that. Anyway, here we go with the 10th and final over. Final over of the day. 13 to win from Moravians. It's going to be about half that now because that's short and it's blasted. Maximo! What an innings this is turning out to be by the Moravian skipper.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic from Om Sharma. And, well, Abdul, sorry, it's Adnan was wondering what to do now. You can't put players in the car park because that's not going to help.
Short again, though. It's just way too short.
Well, it's 7 off 5 now. It's for Moravians to win here, or for Moravians to lose, I should say. If they don't get there, I'll be disappointed. But it could be a golden ball.
Things can change very quickly. 7 off 5 goes round the wicket. Adnan no, he gets it completely wrong. In fact, that could be the end of the game. Maybe not. It's going to bounce just inside, I think. Oh, this has gone horribly wrong. In fact, that is the end of the game. It's a 7 up.
That's terrible bowling.
What has happened? They've taken 13 off the first ball, and this game's done. I don't know whether it's worth another look because it went so fast.
That was.
There's no doubt about the no ball, but then it went out straight away, and this clears the boundary. And the umpires have tracked that, and yeah, well, we'll see it here. Just couldn't have got it more wrong, really. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, that's gone well over. Yeah, so, well,
they've won it comfortably, Moravians.
Yeah, somehow. And Vinarati, well, kind of sums up their tournament in quite a few ways. They just cannot get it going in the end and find themselves with just the 2 wins out of their 10 matches. So they'll be disappointed. I mean, last year they were 4 and 10. This year they're 2 and 8. Doesn't really do them justice for the amount of talent that's in their club. But hey, still, I think they had a few moments to remember in there, a few highlights. It's Moravians. Well, that will give them a lot of confidence going into tomorrow, where they've got 3 huge matches against the Tigers, then against Prague CC, and then against Ostrava in match 50. Rico Full will be there, and so will Danny Hudacek. I'll be off, but I'll be back on Thursday. But make sure you tune in again. 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Let's roll the highlights. And we did say it was around about an average total for Moravians in the end. They say scrape home, but it looks reasonably comfortable in the end with 5 balls to spare.
It does look reasonably comfortable, and it was a great over from Lons, picking up the wicket of Parker, and also keeping the runs down. It was a good spell from Michael Lonsborough, and some good cricket in parts, but by Vinarati. At the same time, it was a bit of scrappy bowling, too many wides, but also drop catches. This is the one that Nitin and also Nisandurai got messed up. A lot of these players had never played formal cricket, though. To be fair, it's a brand new side for Vinarati, And again, availability was a big issue
But I mean,
for them.
if you just look at this innings in isolation, it's kind of the land of missed opportunities. That was a fairly easy LBW decision. I think Parker's one. I don't think he'd have any complaints about it when he looks back. But just think about the amount of runs that were kind of leaked through outfielders. You know, a couple that went through Cope, who's, say, a part-time keeper at best, although he handled that one pretty well on his bootlaces. But yeah, I just think they handed him the advantage back, didn't they? And I suppose, you know, there's plenty of potential in this Vinarati side. This was a bizarre one, wasn't it? Honza jumps over it, almost like a bizarre set play, but you could never draw it up, and it caused confusion with the running. And you could see that the hesitation ends up costing Vashni his wicket. He kind of went and then got second guessed, and this should have been out. It wasn't. This should have been fielded. It wasn't. And Vojta should have had one here, but it wasn't. Caught by Cope. So, yeah, just a tough one to swallow, really, for Vinarati. Like I said, they're probably out of the picture anyway, but still that'll sting, I think, because they were in a pretty good position to push that to a finish. In the end, last over 13 were required. Only one ball was required because it went 6 and 7. Moravians go to heaven last game of the day. They pick up 3 points. Vinarati, they'll have to settle for one. But like I said, they only had that one day that was theirs when they got both the wins last Thursday. 32 for Sharma, ends up player of the match, 32 not out of 15. They needed a hero. The captain stepped up just well with 32 early on. Parker didn't have a great day with the bat, but he'll have another chance tomorrow, I'm sure. Potentially 3 innings there. We had Vadi Ramamurthy with 15, and yeah, towards the end, Babu hit a couple of crisp boundaries to get them closer to the total.
Look at the economy rate for Adnan, 78. That's a pretty good effort.
The thing is, I'm scared if you bowled another ball, it might have gone up. But yeah, 2 for 13 to Rai, I think flew the flag for Vinarati. Lonsborough, how about that? His spell?
Really
Lons
good.
with 1 for 10 of his 2 overs. Nice one for one of the real nice guys of Czech cricket. Nick Meal opened up, but didn't quite go to plan. He had some issues, none for 34.
So
I want to say a big thank you to everybody, and particularly let's say a big thank you to Vinos, because we know that's the end of their tournament. And come in here, guys.
Come in.
You know, let's not let him go. We've just spotted Abdul Muizzi and Michael Lonsborough, and yeah,
hey Lons.
Bad luck, but you certainly provided us some entertainment, and I'm sure that win, lose or draw, you'll always go back as a team and try and stick together.
Today was about, the match was in essence a bit of a dead rubber for us. So it was about having fun, giving opportunities to the lads. I think everybody played with gusto. There were some highlights there, some nice little bits and bobs.
Talk me through your wicket. Do you think the LBW was out?
Absolutely plum pudding with plum sauce, I reckon.
Actually, I agree with you. Okay, I'll let you guys go. Best of luck to you, obviously, for the rest of the season in the league, as Abdul Muizzi and Michael Lonsborough. Bit of it.
Oh,
no, it was missing leg and missing off. That was the general consensus. But we've got to get out here pretty quickly, running a little bit over, but I want to say thanks to everybody around the ground, all the helpers, all the officials, all the Blue crew. Big thanks to you, Danny, as well. Reminder to like this video, subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket and website, EuropeanCricket.com. I'm off tomorrow, but you're going to have a great day with Rico, I'm sure.
We'll do. It's good fun with Rico, as it is with you Vinny.
How could you not have fun? We have the most exciting form of cricket on the planet. Here's some of the best bits of Day 9 from Vinny Sandu, Mr. Max, on behalf of all the crew at ECN, and especially Danny Hudacek. Stay happy, stay safe, and we'll see you tomorrow for more European Cricket Series. For now, it's hasta pronto.
See you later.